Hello, hello, hello. Give me 1 second. Hey, how's it going, chat? Bangkok is not already starting. This is just the press conference. The matches will begin tomorrow. What's up? What's up? I may not be able to read chat as much during, but we'll see. We'll see if I can figure this out, how I want to do this. The press conference, I'll be streaming it here. Once they're ready, I'll bring up the screen. It's going to be 2 teams at a time. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. Obviously, the players and everyone they're there in Thailand. Okay, so for this one, we got the first one. It's G2 and Trace. Your favorite RQ streamer. RQ don't pay me. I haven't eaten at all yet, chat, so I hope you forgive me for this. For munching a little bit. Why doesn't RQ pay me? I don't know. Good question. Can we get some ones in chat to see if RQ should pay me? And then I can tell them I got X amount of ones in chat, so they should pay me. But I got 20 ones in chat, RQ. Don't you see? So if you guys have any questions for G2 or Trace, that'll be we can ask. I have a couple questions for every team. There you go. There are the ones. For day 3, because they needed me to sub in for the Korean cast. I'm like the Patatek. I'm like the Patatek of VCT Pacific Broadcasting. I just get subbed in, carry my job, and then next year I'll join Team Liquid. It's all planned. But yeah, so Saturday I won't be able to watch party. I'll post it on Discord as well. I'll post the schedule, but every other day, yeah, for sure. On Saturday I'll be at the Korean remote broadcast. Team Glue Kid. Should I order food and watch this press conference or go to sleep? It's currently 11 p.m. I mean, the first two should happen within like an hour or hour and a half. So if you want to hear from G2, Trace, Vitality, T1, I think maybe you could stay up and listen to those. Maybe staying up for the whole thing. Maybe not if you have to get up in the morning, to be honest. Because, like, the thing is if it's 11 p.m. for you now and you want to watch the matches, like, you're going to be staying up late the other day. So, honestly, the press conference, maybe you catch up on the VOD. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta pick and choose our battles here. I got midterms tomorrow. If I bomb, so be it. I mean, hey. If you think it's okay to bomb that one, listen. You also pick and choose your battles there. Let's see. Let me get some music up while we're waiting. It looks like they're getting a little bit delayed. I think it starts in 5 minutes, actually. I started as a esports reporter / journalist. Time to flex my journalism muscles that I don't have because I didn't actually study it. What time is it? For me, it's 1 p.m. Thailand, it's 11 a.m. So the players that are doing this first session, like, they got up early for gamers. No, I won't be going to Bangkok. We'll watch everything from here for this one. Let's see. This might be really loud. Not really loud. It's all in our hands, this life of time. Who on Plat Chat was high on China and Trace? Was it you? I am. I don't know if I was on. I think so. I think that might have been me. I was on for one of the China segments. And I definitely, like, every time I've had a chance, I've vouched for Trace. Bren might be as well. But the latest one I wasn't on. So if they talked about it, I didn't watch the latest one, to be honest, with the rankings. So might have been Bren that you're thinking of. But I rate Trace pretty highly. But then again, like, you know, I'm rating pretty much almost every team quite highly. Some a little bit more like potential based. But Trace, I would say, is not potential based. Like, Trace, I just rate highly, for sure. Like, T1, I would rate the potential high. Team Liquid, I would rate the potential high. Sentinels, I would rate the potential high, right? Although I would argue, I think maybe Sentinel, the average, I would rate them slightly higher than, you know, say like T1 or whatever, but I did go through. I never changed the stream title, so it's in my last stream VOD. We did my top 10 that I submitted to Plat Chat, and then today at the end, I'm gonna do just like a players to watch for. Pick out one player from each region that I think is worth like focusing on or following, and then I'll rehash the top 10 we had from before in that one, and then I'll put that up as a separate video later tonight. G2, Vitality, EDG, and Trace for Swiss. Damn. Dude, where is the Pacific disrespect coming from? DRX is going to the top 4, chat. DRX is gonna make it in. I think I can... Uh-oh. Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't. Oh, shoot. How do I go back to the screen? Chat, they're starting. I can't go to the screen. Maybe they have to... Maybe they have to... make it happen. I also can't hear anything. But it looks like it might be muted.
Check. Can the online media hear us now?
There we go.
Hello, Brandon. You have the first question. We've just started.
I can't see the full screen, though. Chat, how do I make...
We're not picking up a feed from you.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
We'll pause.
Oh, how about
Go
now?
ahead, Brandon.
Now
we hear you.
Wait, no, I don't want to see the
Sorry about
speaker. Oops.
I will send this over to Giacomo. You know, since the last time you were in an international event, you know, that was Champions.
There we go.
That was kind of a while ago now, you know, new team. You had that new team with Evil Geniuses the following year as well. I would just like to ask kind of how your approach has changed, if at all, when it comes to winning a championship from, you know, winning last time to trying to now, you know, hoist the trophy here in Bangkok.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely just taking the same instances that I had for 2023. Since I didn't play international in 2024, I still have the same mindset, same grind set on international stages. So that's kind of where I'm going with this team, and just trying to introduce all the ideas and the confidence that I brought back then as well. And I mean, I've already seen the process of it after this kickoff tournament that we just won.
ค่ะก็เขาถามนะคะว่าการเตรียมตัวเป็นยังไง
Oh, I guess
บ้าง
they're
อะไรอย่างเงี้
doing
ยค่ะแล้วก็
Thai translations for all the
ก็
local
มี
media.
ความรู้สึกตื่นเต้นกับการมาครั้งนี้นะคะ
Thank you. We'll take the next question from William Cho.
Thank you. This is Chobra. And I have a question for Trace first. Trace, you're going up against G2 in your first match, and a lot of people have been saying just from the beginning of kickoff that G2 looks like they are primed to win at Masters Bangkok. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that there are some differences in kind of the level of teams at Masters Bangkok, or do you think it's anybody's game?
这个问题想问到 Tracy Sports 的队员，因为第一场对战你们即将对战到 G2， 并且 G2 在整个起点赛的表现是非常优越的。然后你们第一场即将对阵到他们的话，有什么样的感想呢？你觉得，这一次参加曼谷大师赛的队伍有什么样的？你对这些队伍有什么样的分级的认知？就是你觉得他们有哪些层级吗？以及你最想对战到哪支队伍？
第一场面临到 G2 吧，就是第一感觉就是他们的打法风格和我们比较像嘛，然后他们在某些细节上处理比我们更好，就是他们比较像是我们理想中的那样，然后也是很期待跟他们交手。没有问题。
So for our first matchup, we're gonna face with G2. I think we share like something in common, like our play style. But I do think that they did better, like in some details, and they're kind of like the ideal like form of us. That's it.
ค่ะก็ เขาก็รู้สึก
That's
ว่า
actually a legit
เขากำลัง
answer.
ที่จะได้เจอกับ G2 นะคะ
How's the
ใน
volume
National
now?
Tournament แล้วก็
I raised it a bit.
วิธีการเล่นเนี่ยก็มีความคล้ายคลึงกันแต่ก็ยังมี
Also,
สไตล์
AutumnBuzz13,
ในการเล่น
thank
ของ
you.
เขา
Thank
ที่
you
ยัง
so
แตก
much
ต่าง
for the
จาก
tier 1
G2
subs. Three months ahead of time in a row. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We'll take the next question from Rabia from Jinx TV. Rabia, if you can unmute your mic. Oh, go ahead. We
Hey,
can hear you.
hey everyone. Yeah, sorry. Hey everyone, my question is to Giorgio. I want to talk to you about the multiple sudden, roster changes that are happening right now after kickoff. Most of the times,
Ooh.
according to the teams, the
Good
issues
question.
are related to synergy or communication.
This
Now,
is
I
already
saw
a
one of your
hard-hitting
interviews
question.
with Arnab recently where you mentioned that one of the reasons why you joined G2, even though you had like multiple offers from partner teams as well, is you had better synergy with them. I want to ask you, what do you think is lacking in other teams and like when it comes to making this decision, like figuring
Yeah, what's up, YouTube
better
chat?
synergy out,
What's up, Klepto?
and what can be done better
conference-
from a player's perspective and
Okay, so the
team's
conference
perspective
just
as
started,
well?
and it's 2 teams at a time.
I would say like building a lot of trust with your teammates coming into the team is like the main thing. Because you need some confidence going into a team that you don't know. I joined this team especially because like there was a core around it, and then learning with them every day-to-day basis about like how they actually like produce the work and like show out per matches and stuff like that. That's kind of what I was looking for. But for other teams that are like looking to like rebuild and stuff like that, you have to actually trust the process that the coaches actually put in the work for and the staff. I don't think a lot of people give credit to like the staff and the management that go behind everyday life stuff to actually support the actual stuff that's going on throughout the day. But for like the coaches and stuff, like if you don't trust the process of your coach, that's like the main thing, especially your IGL. If you don't trust your IGL, you're not going to work with them correctly. That's why you see a lot of teams like kind of like fall off, disband, or just die in the middle of the season like we're seeing right now. So I think that teams now just need to figure out why they're together, and they need to figure out how they can actually be together and be like the fullest potential.
Straight up said, grow up and work as a team, bros.
Thanks so much, and good luck for the event.
ค่ะก็คำถามนะคะเขาถามว่าจอร์เกโมเนี่ยหลังจากที่ได้มีการเปลี่ยนทีมไปอย่างเงี้ยค่ะมีเหตุผลอะไรที่ถึงมาเข้าร่วมกับ G2 นะคะว่ามีการเล่นที่เข้ามือกันกว่าหรือเปล่าหรือว่าจะให้คำแนะนำยังไงกับ
I got a good response, but strictly speaking, wasn't the right question to ask. I'm okay with some, as a translator, I'm okay with some translation liberty. Like if you think you understood the question and the intent and you want to draw out the answer, I'm okay with that. Obviously, it kind of depends on the situation. Like if it's an official statement, you shouldn't be doing that. Like if it's like a press release or something, you shouldn't take that liberty. But I'm okay with that.
ผู้จัดการทีมและที่สำคัญคือโค้ชแล้วก็ IGL
I mean, obviously, I also can't judge the Chinese translation, but like I've definitely had like some Korean American like pundits be like, well, that's not the right translation. And I'm like, well, yeah, it's not word for word because word for word would not get the answer, not get the answer that you wanted.
Yeah, thank you. 我这个问题是问到 TE，那2位其实上午好。其实想问到小斌跟 Looking， 因为
someone was asking, do I know when EDG is going to be up? The schedule, I put it up on Discord.
那2位也都是这个过程的
EDG
经
should
历
be, I
者。
think.
那你们觉得这个过程当中，当时最重要的一个
Yeah.
体验或者说心得是什么？
So that's in like an hour and a
然后
half.
如何把这种东西能够延续下去，或者
Maybe
说带到
2
现在这
hours
次比赛？
because there will be breaks in between.
This question is for Tracy Swords.
Oh, they're going to do English translations
You
for
perform quite well in Champions League.
foreign languages.
So
Cool.
my question is, what do you think could be the most important part of that experience, and how will you bring that experience into this event?
Because they didn't do that for some of the other press
我
conferences.
觉得上一次冠军赛我们能够发挥的比较出色，最关键的原因就在于可能就是相信自己训练的东西和相信队友吧。那我觉得，在这一次大师赛之前呢，我们也经历了很多的训练，然后也参加过
Yeah, no, I appreciate it,
很
Kami.
多场的比赛。那我觉
I
得，
appreciate it.
我们这一次也只需要按照我们平时
The
训练的
games
东西来
start
打
tomorrow,
我觉
yes.
得就能发挥出我们应有的水平吧。
I think the most important part that we learned from the champions so is that to completely trust trusting ourselves and also in our teammates, because we have practiced a lot in off the scrims and also in the matchups. And also before this time, Masters Bangkok, we have practiced a lot. Like we completely trusted in us, and I think we just need to like perform as we're practicing all of the scrims and matchups, and that's it.
ค่ะนี่เป็นคำถามจากสำหรับ Trace Esport นะคะเขาถามว่าเนื่องจากว่ามีการเล่นที่ดีในแชมป์ที่ผ่านมานะคะอะไรคือสิ่งสำคัญที่ทางทีมเนี่ยได้เรียนรู้แล้วอะไรคือสิ่งสำคัญที่อยากที่จะนำมาใช้สำหรับการแข่ง Masters Bangkok นี้นะคะคำตอบของเขาก็คือ
Live without
การที่
ramen
เขา
or
ต้อง
live without fried
เชื่อมั่นใน
chicken?
ตัวเองนะคะแล้วก็
I would
เพื่อนๆ
live.
ร่วมทีมการซ้อมบ่อยๆ
I would live
นะคะ
without
สำหรับ
ramen because you
Masters
still have
Bangkok
other
นี้เนี่ย
noodles.
เขาก็ได้ซ้อมกันมาอย่างเต็มที่
This is
แล้
the
วก็
first
เชื่อ
conference,
มั่นใน
yeah.
เพื่อนร่วมทีมที่จะสามารถไปสู่รอบลึกๆได้ค่ะ
Thank you. We'll continue taking questions from the online media, but if any of the in-house media want to line up next to the microphone to ask questions, we would encourage you to do so now.
ค่ะมีคำถามจากสื่อไทยไหมคะ สามารถลุกมาถามตรงไมค์ตรงนี้ได้เลยนะคะ ข้างหน้า ค่ะเชิญค่ะ
We'll continue next with Arnab.
I think there's a lot of questions.
Hey guys,
I see a lot of raised hands on
good morning
the
to everyone.
online.
I hope you're enjoying Bangkok. My question is for Valen and Judgment both. Hi guys, hi guys once again. I don't know if you guys remember or not. I asked both of you a same question before the pre-event VCT America's Media Day, that what is your end goal towards the end of the season? And both of you said that you want to be the MVP of the champs, but we are in Masters Bangkok right now, and America's MVP was Trent. You guys are still fighting for that position. So, who you guys want to bet on lifting that title this tournament?
I mean, for me, I always have like high personal goals. Just because that's who I am. But I know at the end of the day, it's probably gonna go to this guy because no one does it like him. So yeah, I mean,
I love the
we have
vibe.
big aspirations. Right now, we're just focused on Masters Bangkok and first match versus Trace. So, you know, we'll see where the road takes us. But I'm expecting a Jogamo MVP.
I love the vibe that Jog brings.
Joe,
I think he just
any
makes
words
everyone
from you?
chill.
Obviously, like like you said, like we expect the highest like caliber that we come in to play. Obviously, there's only one person that sets me up correctly is my IGL. So I mean, I still gonna give my credit where credit's due. So you know, he's always gonna be my MVP at the end of the day.
Thank you guys, and all the best for the tournament, and best of luck.
ค่ะคำถามนะคะจากสื่อทางออนไลน์คือถามว่าอะไรคือความคาดหวังอะไรคือจุดมุ่งหมายสำหรับการแข่งในครั้งนี้นะคะสำหรับตัววาลินเนี่ยเขาตอบว่าเขามีความตั้งใจที่สูงมากอยู่แล้วนะคะสำหรับ Masters Bangkok เนี่ยแมตช์แรกที่ต้องเจอกับ Trace Esport เนี่ยก็จะตั้งใจอย่างเต็มที่แล้วก็เขาก็อยากจะรู้เหมือนกันว่าการแข่งขันครั้งนี้นะคะว่าทางทีมเนี่ยจะไปได้ไกลแค่ไหนสำหรับตัวเขาเองนะคะเขาหวังว่าจากโมจะเป็น MVP สำหรับแมตช์นี้นะคะ
Yeah, instigating trash talk it's actually an art.
ตัวเขาเองก็มีความคาดหวังสูงมาก
And you also need to know the players very well, so you know like how to draw
Thank
it
you.
out.
We'll take the question from the in-house media next.
Ooh, in-house.
ค่ะเชิญค่ะ
ครับผมถามวลินนะครับก็คือ G2 เนี่ยทำผลงานได้
Yo, Klepto, thanks for the super chat. We want Boostio and all tourneys just for banter. Yeah, I mean exactly. That's why players like Boostio and Zelsis, like, they matter a lot for the scene.
อะไรคือสิ่งที่ G2 เนี่ยมีแตกต่างจากทีม Ascension ทีมอื่นครับเพราะว่าผลงานนี้โดดเด่นกว่าเพื่อนเลย
This is the question from FPS Thailand to Valin that G2 has been performing really, really well. A lot of people forget that you guys are coming from Ascension. So he wants to ask what's the difference? What makes G2 better than other Ascension teams?
That's a tame way to ask the same question. I was going to ask it spicier if I had a chance. Uh-oh.
have really good process.
There we go.
Within the team, starting from management all the way down. Everyone is responsible. Everyone has their responsibilities that they take every day, and I think when you just work hard every single day, try to get 1% better every day, like it's gonna sum
The
into something
Bangkok
greater.
finalists.
So, we've made some great additions to the team, bringing in like Jogamo, bringing in Leaf. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to our identity as G2 or, guard before. But just how we operate, and we try to get better even a little bit better, like every day. And
1 day in 5
eventually,
hours. Yeah.
maybe you'll be one of the best.
ค่ะเขาก็บอกว่าทีมของเขานะคะอยู่ด้วยกันมานานนะคะแล้วก็มีprocess การทำงานที่ดีนะคะตั้งแต่ฝั่ง management เองแต่ละคนมีความรับผิดชอบสูงมากมีหน้าที่ที่ต้องรับผิดชอบของตัวเองที่ชัดเจนนะคะแล้วก็แต่ละคนก็รับผิดชอบในส่วนของตัวเองได้อย่างดีนะคะอีกสิ่งหนึ่งก็คือพวกเขาพยายามที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองในทุกๆวันไม่ว่าจะเป็นวันละ 1% เองก็ตามแต่ก็จะพยายามพัฒนาให้ดีขึ้นนะคะสำหรับในรอบนี้ก็คือมีคนที่มาเสริมให้ทีมดีขึ้นไปอีกก็คือตัวจอกโมและลีฟนะคะแล้วก็ G2 ก็จะตั้งใจทำอย่างนี้ต่อไปนี่คือสิ่งที่เขาคิดว่าทำให้ทีมเขาแข็งแกร่งค่ะ
ครับผมต่อไปนะครับถามจอเกโมครับคุณตั้งเป้าจะดวลกับใครกับดูเล่คนไหนในมาสเตอร์แบงคอก
I guess they're continuing with more in-house.
This is a question for you, Giacomo. Who's the duelist that you want to face in Masters Bangkok?
Oh.
What?
I think it's been a couple years, and I definitely want to play King again. It's like one of my favorite players since
that's actually good answer.
2023 when we met like a Korean barbecue place. So I think King again.
Over the barbecue.
Yeah.
เขาก็อยากที่จะเจอกับแข่งอีกครั้งนะคะเพราะว่าไม่ได้เจอมาสักพักแล้วครั้งสุดท้ายที่เจอก็คือไปกินบาร์บีคิวด้วยกันมาค่ะ
โอเคครับถามเทสอีสปอร์ตนะครับผมว่าในปีนี้ในปีที่แล้วคุณสามารถผ่านมาเล่นในแชมเปี้ยนได้ใช่ไหมครับแต่ว่าปีนี้คุณกลับมาได้อีกครั้งในมาสเตอร์มีอะไรที่แตกต่างจากแชมเปี้ยนปีที่แล้วบ้างครับ
This is a question for Trace Esports. What do you think that the differences between from your experience from Champs last year and Masters Bangkok this year?
Yes, please.
To repeat the question, them being in Champs last year and being in Master Bangkok this year, what are the different what do they think are the differences for these two things?
因为 TE 去年也参加了世界赛，然后今年第一次参加到世界性的比赛曼谷大师赛。
Yeah, no. If they call on me again, I have a question for G2.
我觉得就是可能更多的就是现在
I think you have to favor G2 in this matchup just because. Like just because G2 is so solid, but basically Bianca answered 2 questions of mine in one in my first question was because the other one was, in my opinion, like Trace is the G2 of China and G2 is the Trace of Americas, right? Like their style is very much more like we have thorough util, we have set plays, but we work off of like map understanding, rotations, things like that.
游戏内的话就是阵容
very systemic kind of textbook Valorant as we like to summarize it. So it's interesting that he said basically he views G2 as an ideal form of Trace, which I think is correct. I would say that's correct.
So for the in-game content, like the patch has changed a lot. So the comps and maps are totally changed. So things are becoming more flexible, and we don't know. We're not sure which team is quite strong in which map or in which comps. And for the event, I think because for Masters Bangkok, there are only 8 teams from 4 regions, and they're all top 2 teams from each region. So it might be more competitive compared with the champions. And I do think all the teams are at their very high level.
ค่ะก็ เนื่องจากว่าฟอร์แมตที่เปลี่ยนนะคะแล้วก็มีหลายๆอย่างที่เปลี่ยนไม่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่อง Maps หรือว่า Comms คือการพูดคุยกันในเกมนะคะหมายถึงว่าจุดต่างๆก็อาจจะมองว่าค่อนข้างเป็นการยากที่จะต้องสังเกตว่าใครมีจุดแข็งอะไรตรงไหนนะคะก็สำหรับ Masters Bangkok เนี่ยเขารู้สึกว่าเนื่องจากฟอร์แมตที่ถูกเปลี่ยนเหลือ8ทีมซึ่งเป็น2ทีมที่เก่งที่สุดของแต่ละภูมิภาคเนี่ยทีมต่างๆเนี่ยอาจจะคือเป็นทีมตัวท็อปมาอยู่แล้วเพราะฉะนั้นการแข่งขันน่าจะสูงกว่ามากค่ะ
Thank you. We're going to take a question from the chat next.
你好，这里是暴龙电竞，想提问到 TE 的 Locking 选手来到曼谷
Oh,
目
you
前
can
是
just
否还
submit
适
it
应？
through the
对于本次
chat
大师
instead of
赛有
raising your
哪些
hand
期待
if you don't want to use your
This
mic.
is a question for Locking, and the question is like, after coming to Bangkok, have you totally adapted to the whole environment? And what is your expectation towards Masters Bangkok?
就是来泰国之后还是比较适应的吧。然后我来这边是第一次体验那个泰餐嘛，然后我觉得很好吃啊。然后对于
There's a lot of
本
people in these
次
press conferences.
大
I
人
did
赛
not
的
realize.
期待的话，肯定就是
Sometimes the press conferences have like no question. I guess those are usually the
更进一
post-match
步吧。对于
conferences
我们
though.
来说，就是突
Chat,
破我们
while
正好
we're
就
waiting
进
for the
8强嘛。
translation. Oh, never mind. Here it comes.
After coming to Bangkok, I feel like I've got used to the atmosphere here, and this is also my first time trying Thai food. It is quite good, and for my expectations towards Masters Bangkok, I'd say the only thing I want to do is to make some breaks, like to get improved this time compared to like we did in Champions.
Thank you. And we'll take one more question from the chat.
That's not me.
你好，这里是赛高，想问到 TE 的 Locking 选手，这次是 TE 的第2次国际赛，世界赛的舞台和 VCDCN 相比，压力、节奏、战术深度都不同。相比全球冠军赛，这次队伍在心
What I was
理
going
上
to say was
或者赛前准备上都做了哪些调整？
Chat, I don't know
So
if I
this is a question
want to
for
join the
Trace
post-match
Locking.
conferences.
So this is your second time attending an international event, and
Because I assume they'll
the
kind of run
international
into the
stage
next match for the
compared with
first match of the day,
VCDCN,
right? I mean,
the
second match of the day, I
pressure,
guess we can always
pace,
do it, but
and stats are totally different. So compared with the champions,
I think the post-match
in which part
conferences.
did you make any adjustments mentally and
Okay, so I
like,
think the
physically?
post-match conferences always lack good questions.
因为对于我们来说
So
曼谷大师赛只是今年
that's
刚开始的
those
第
are
一
the
个
ones
国
I
际性
wanted
赛事吧。那
definitely
我们
join,
其实
but
更多
because
的
like pre-event, I think
是
there's
想
like fun
通过这
questions
次
you
比
can
赛
ask.
来
There's
检
you
验
know
我们
basic
的
like
训练
aspirations
程
and
度。
whatever.
然后我们心态相比于去年参加冠军赛的话，肯定是会更加的平和一些的，因为我们也是在一点点的去提高和进步，去验证自己的这种战术和打法。然后我们做的准备的话，可能更多的就是针对一些特定
Which one of the
的地
teams
图，
at this
或
match
者
would have a
说
hard
是
time against?
换个说法就是我们
Chat,
在
we're not here to
尝试去
content
扩充
farm.
我们的图池，
We're
然
here to
后针对
legitimately hear from the
之前
players.
不熟练的地图有许
Tron's
多
out here
额
just
外
trying
的
to
针对性
troll
部署。
players.
Since this is our first international event for this year, I think we like get improved step by step and to like expand our agents pool and also to practice more on some of the maps to get targeted.
Thank you. We'll continue taking questions from the room.
เชิญค่ะ
เทส
No.
esports นะครับ
I've a good question for
ตอนนี้
G2.
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับในการเจอ G2 ใน
I
แมตช์
think
แร
the
ก
design looks
คิด
better
ว่า
on
ผู้
the
เล่นคน
white,
ไหน
but I like the
อันต
colors
ราย
of
ที่
the
สุดครับผม
charcoal and the red for G2.
This is a question for Trace Esport. You facing G2 on the first match.
Damn.
Who are the most intimidating one?
I assume they mean which player.
第一场比赛要对阵到的是 G2，然后有特别想对阵到的对手吗？觉得谁最有挑战性？这个问题提问到 Tracy Sports 的队员。
我觉得 G2 的整体水平其实都
Is
很
Genji
强。但是
Foxy9
我觉得我
leaving or
们
no? Is he getting
重
benched?
点
I mean,
重点
I wouldn't
关照的
know.
肯定是 Live 和贾菲莫吧。
I do think it'd be a little surprising.
So in general, we think G2 is being quite strong and powerful, but for like the most individual we paid attention to, it should be Liv and Jogamo.
Bianca's
ก็
smiling.
ที่จริงแล้วทั้ง
He's smirking.
ทีมก็น่ากลัวอยู่
Yeah,
แล้ว
Foxy
นะคะ
9
แต่ว่า
denied it, but I mean, you know, Buzz
ถ้าให้
denied
ต้อง
that he was
เลือกสองคน
signing
ก็
with
คือน่า
T1,
จะเป็น
so.
Jogamo กับ
To keep this fair, can we field that question right back at G2?
Yeah. I was watching a lot of Trace, so
Oh, he's been
I
VOD
think someone who
reviewing.
caught my eye was Fang F, and Bianca. I think those are two, but they're all great. They're all very good.
Oh, Valen.
I think I'm ready for Mr. Luo King. I think he looks insane.
Damn.
Thank you. We'll take the next question from the room. Go ahead.
เชิญค่ะ
ก็คือถามในภาพรวมเป็นตัวแทนของทั้งสองทีมนะคะก็คือคำถามแรกก็คือถามว่าคือในมุมผู้เล่นตอนนี้เขามองว่าการแข่งขันครั้งนี้มัน
Wait, I didn't watch that Spike Talk episode. I thought people said he wasn't benching them.
ของเขาแบบอย่างไร
And then
บ้าง
they got benched.
เอ่อ
That's also
This
just
is
a
a
report for
question
now,
for
though,
both
right?
teams
It's not
that
official.
As a player, how do you see Masters Bangkok set the path for your future?
Whoa, deep question. Good question, but deep.
For G2, I would say like it's gonna give us like a good start to the process to get to champs. We are running on like the Ascension like tournament if we do not get to champs. So getting the points that we want to kick off, it was like the best start, and then obviously winning this, getting the 5 points would be like the priority for sure.
ค่ะก็สำหรับทาง G2 นะคะคิดว่าMasters Bangkok คือการเริ่มต้นที่ดีนะคะที่จะไปสู่แชมเปี้ยนค่ะก็เขาก็มี kick off ที่ประสบความสำเร็จนะคะแล้วก็หวังว่า5 point ที่จะได้จากงานนี้จะทำให้เสร็จไปถึงเริ่มจาก Ascension ก็อยากไปถึงแชมป์
这个问题是问到两队的，刚才 G2 的队员这边回答了，然后也要问到 TE 的队员，就是你认为曼谷大师赛是如何为你未来的职业生涯去铺设道路的？它扮演了一个什么样的角色？
主要是过程上的经历吧。然后我来到 TE 也是
Was there an English translation for this
快
question?
有1年的时间，我觉得我
Did I
们是
miss
时
it?
候可以去争一下冠军了吧。然后
Frost told
相比
Cruz
较
to
之前，
ignore
就是
his
外界
teammates'
对我
instincts.
们的评价一直都是什么运气啊之类的。我觉得时候用实力说话了吧。
I think Masters Bangkok is being kind of a precious experience in my career, and I have joined Trace Esports for nearly a year, and I think it's time to like get some grades and like prove ourselves.
Yeah, I guess it
And
really
I
has
also
only been a
think
year.
that before like some outside might
Oh, it
say
was the
that
same
we
question.
won
Gotcha.
because of luck. Because of luck, I just want to say that let's see in the real battleground this time.
ค่ะสำหรับ Trace esports นะคะก็เขามีประสบการณ์
젠지 관련해서는 뭐 만약에
ใน
오피셜로
ใน
이제
ฝั่ง esports
오피셜이
มาอย่าง
맞다
ยาวนานนะคะหวัง
라고
ว่า
하면
Masters Bangkok เนี่ย
그냥 보는 입장에서는 의문은 들 것 같아요.
แล้วก็คนเนี่ยชอบ
근데
พูดว่า
시간이
เขาช
적었던
นะ
건
กันได้
맞는데
เพราะว่าโชค
동시에
เขาก็อยากที่จะ
발로란트
ใช้
스케줄 자체가 시간을 별로 안 주는 것도 맞아서 사실 내부의 상황을 알지 않는 이상 뭐라고 하기는 좀 어려운데
ก็คืออันนี้ก็
뭐
ถาม
의아하긴
สอง
하죠.
Just excuse me, just one question only.
อ๋อได้โอเค
Yeah, that's right. Give everybody a chance. We got so many people raising their hands out here.
Thank you. We'll take the next question from Solera.
Our digital hands.
Hello guys, I'm Solera from VOR.GG. Congrats with qualifying for the event and good luck at Masters Bangkok. One of our followers on X would like to ask the question to Valen. What's the biggest difference between G2 with IC and G2 with Jogamo? Thank you.
I would
Jog's
say
face.
at the international stage, with Icy being a rookie, it was kind of difficult to field a lot of confidence when we stepped on stage because, and nothing against him, but he was new, and we're also new as well. We came from Ascension, so we needed some experience, and so it felt like a team with a lot of potential, but also a lot of inexperience, and we fell short versus some of the big opponents like Fnatic. Now with Giacomo, I think being a world champion himself, he carries a lot of confidence in himself, and it spreads to the whole team. So when we step on stage, now we feel good. Now we feel confident. And
Good answer.
we think we can win every single game.
I think he can also say this confidently because he went through that as the guard, right? Like they
We'll
looked
take a question from the room.
so good, and then they got to
Hi, my name
Masters
is
and they
Nick
bombed
from
out.
Iceland. I
You know,
would like to ask
Trent looked
Wally,
terrible that tournament.
Can you tell me with your experience, you try to taking
And so
it is most unique car of Thailand, and is there anything else you try to in Thailand?
we
The
got the
main
fun
thing has
questions
been
now.
the tuk-tuk. Honestly, just traveling is very fun, and
I
we
haven't
had a
ridden
lot
in a
of people,
tuk-tuk.
so we took 3 of them, and it felt like we started racing on the road. So it was like very, very unique. And other than that, we've been kind of in the room practicing a lot, so I didn't get to experience much yet, but hopefully we can find some time to experience Thailand more. Thank you.
Thank you. And this will be our final question from the press conference.
No, damn
ครั
it.
บผมอยากจะถามทั้งสองทีมนะครับว่าจิตวิทยาในการแข่งขันมีผ
We
ล
gotta
มากข
pick
นา
and
ดไหน
choose
ต่อ
our
ความการเล่น
questions
แล้วก็
carefully.
มีเทคนิคใดที่ช่วยทำให้ทีมทั้งสองทีมโฟกัสกับเกมได้ดีขึ้นครับ
How this is a question for both team. How it's mental preparation, how important it is to both of you, and what are some tips and tricks how you prepare yourself mentally?
I think for me, I try to just take it every day, every step by step, day by day. I don't like to think too much about the event or too much about the tournament. I think sometimes it can overcomplicate things in your brain. And so, just enjoy life, take it every day, step by step, slowly, and just practice, work hard, and trust yourself. From there, anything is possible.
I think that question goes to Trace as well.
这个问题要问到 TE 的队员。
No, I mean, I think
认
it's a matter of how many
为
people
状态
have
准备好
questions.
应对比赛对你们来说有多重要的一
Because
些你们
before
平
this one
时是
started,
怎
I
么
already
去
saw
做
like
准备的？
half of the Zoom meeting already had their hands up, and not everyone even got a chance to ask, I think.
心态上肯定是
So they
主要
probably just have to
是比
balance
赛
it
的时候
out.
不能去太紧张吧。
I
然
asked
后
a
要
pretty
找到
tame
平时训练的
question.
感觉。
I mean, I thought it was
然后
fine, but
我觉
because
得
they
最
like
好
called on
去
me
调整
first, I was
的
expecting
方式
to
就是
go a little
平
bit
时
later,
大
get all
量
the
训练
basics
吧
out of the
然
way.
后
But
大
next
量
time,
训
even
练
if I get
能
called first, I guess
带
I'll
来
ask
给你
spicy
这个
questions.
自信，非常强大的自信嘛。对。
I think the key to keep like mentally strong is being like don't get nervous on stage, and I do think that by practicing a lot in our daily life could help us to gain as much confidence as we can, and that really helps.
ค่ะสำหรับ G2 นะคะก็พยายามที่จะโฟกัส
Yeah,
วันต่อวัน
the important thing you have to remember is press
ค่ะจะไม่พยายามคิดมาก
conferences
ว่า
is a group
เดี๋ยวแมตช์ต่อไปจะเป็น
interview,
ยัง
right?
ไงหรืออะไร
So
เงี้ยค่ะมันจะทำให้เกิ
you
ดการ
can't
กังวล
always
กับ
just
เรา
ask the questions
นะ
you
คะแล้ว
want.
ก็ซ้อมบ่อยๆ แล้วก็ไม่คิดมากค่ะ
There
สำหรับ
is a
Tracy Sport
chance
นะ
for
คะ
me
ก็
to
คือ
try to
อย่า
apply for
ประมา
one-on-one
ท
interviews
ตอน
during the
ที่
tournament.
เล่นบนเวทีนะคะแล้วก็ซ้อมเยอะๆเพราะการซ้อมเนี่ยทำให้บูสต์ความมั่นใจค่ะ
So we'll see.
G2,
We'll see if I
Trace
do that.
Esports, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck in your matches.
Thank you.
All right. They're gonna take pictures. Okay.
We'll be back in about 15 minutes with the next set of players.
All right, 15 minutes, chat. We got some time.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Your name is Darren?
Yeah, my name
Do the instigation. Do you have specific questions for each team? Yeah, I had at least like one question for each team. I mean, the Trace one was kind of... Oh, let me mute this. Wait, why is this not getting muted? What's wrong with my mixer here?
Okay, yeah, okay, cool. Thank you.
The Trace one was specific to them because I specifically wanted to know what they thought about G2. Who would win between Trace and G2 in a 400-meter sprint? That's a good question, actually. It's a good question. Yeah, the next one's Vitality and T1, and we've definitely got spicy players there too. So I mean, I was gonna ask. If I can ask Vitality, I was gonna ask if he considers T1 a super team. Safe and spicy answers. Ask Durka how much he asked for on Fnatic to get dropped. I'm not gonna ask that. Do I think T1 is a super team? I mean, I think it's as close to a Korean super team you can get without just rebuilding the old Vision Strikers roster. I mean, I think I do think the combination of BuzzStack's Meteor is the basis of a Korean super team. I don't think it's a Pacific super team, but I think it's a Korean super team. And then Izu as a hopeful. Sylvan was always going to be the odd one out there. And even as someone, like, let's say we hadn't seen their matches yet. I was pretty big on Sylvan because he used to be a really up-and-coming, very, very high-potential controller player. But it was still like, it's different from Izu, where it's like Izu's like younger, like he's meant to, you know, people are like, oh, he's like one of those prodigies, he could get good. So like there's hype behind that, where Sylvan was like, yeah, you know, he used to play challengers, he was pretty good, you know. So it was like, he was always going to be kind of the odd one out. But I feel like within Korea, people were like, oh, like after Mako, it was Sylvan. So like Sylvan's got to be good. So in my head, within Korea, it was as close as similar as a vibe as you could get to like Vitality. But swap Zest with Bane. Oh, old DRX, but with Bane in? Man, Zest was so good too, though. I think Durka doesn't like to talk about the bald buff and stuff. I think he specifically, like, even, like, bald buff is meant to be a positive meme, and he was like, I don't, like, want people to ask me about that. I'm pretty sure. Which, totally respect. Do you think if it was Karon in T1, it will be a... I mean, I think if it was Karon, the on paper would be like, yeah, that would be a super team. I mean, it would also just be Genji plus TRX. But... Any current Korea players that... Almost all of them haven't been to the military yet. Almost everyone has to go do their military. Yeah. Yep. I think now, though, freeing Karon, and I forget if Yeoman already has. I feel like I think he has. I think those three are the only ones. And then some are exempt, I think. But I don't know, out of the current players, I don't know who's exempt. How do they think they'll do now that they aren't playing versus the worst range? That's a good question. Now that you're playing people up to your level, how do you think you'll do? 페르시아는 장기대기 면제입니다. 그렇군요. So Persia's exempt. Mandatory military service seems insane to me. I mean, yeah, but Canada's also not announcing that they're testing nukes every other month, you know? Like, imagine if Toronto was like, by the way, we're going to test nukes, but it's like, not for you guys, we're just going to send it out into the ocean, but, you know, just in case, like every other month. Then, you know, I'm pretty sure things would change in America as well. I mean, obviously also the history of literally a civil war broke out and it did not end amicably. So is it better to do military service after you're washed? I generally think I really do think that it's better to just, like, if you are pretty set on being a pro player, unless you got scouted like at 16 for academy, and like with pretty much a guarantee that you're going to be on a starting roster when you turn 18, I think it's almost better to like you know, maybe to be on an academy team or challengers team and then go do military as soon as you're 18 and come back. And I don't say this lightly. Like, I've talked to other people about this, because if I say it, people are going to be like, well, that's because you're Korean American, you didn't have to do military. And like, I agree, it sucks. But the thing is you sometimes you can't always extend it forever. So who knows? And then also having to go do your military at like 28, 30 also sucks, right? Especially if it's like, let's say your career was as a pro player, and let's say you're in tier 1, but you're not the best, right? And then let's say you take a 2-year break doing nothing to go to military, like your career really stops. You know what I mean? Like, all you have built up was, I used to play in Pacific. All right. So like, maybe you get a coaching job, but the continuation there is going to be really hard when you come back. So, and then what other people have said is also like, just going when you're 18, getting it out of the way, makes you also just like play with less pressure. It also gives you so much confidence. You know how to take better care of your health, right? Your fitness and all of that. And they're not saying that military is like helpful for that, but you know, pick your poison. It's almost better to do it earlier. So, like unless you're already pretty much guaranteed a spot on a starting roster in tier 1, I do think it's better to like get it done. Yeah, the garbage balloons is also kind of scary. It's also just messed up. You do the TMV Fantasy League. Yeah, let's do that. Let me see how I can set this up here. New life as an Asian thing. That was pretty funny. I think it was funny. I thought it was good engagement bait. Oh, the players are already coming in. I see them on the camera. We might not have time for the TMV Valorant thing. All right.
Sugar. Yeah, it's super unhealthy. We don't eat sugar. Plus, last time I had a Red Bull, I crashed out.
I wonder if we're allowed to broadcast the pre-interview mic'd up players. I wonder if they know. I'm going to mute it just in case they haven't been notified. But supposedly that was safe. Supposedly the last time you had a Red Bull, he crashed out. So. But as someone who does broadcasting, I hate it if I'm not told that my mic is hot. So I'm just gonna respect it and say just in case. Do you know Jaxie? I've like seen the name around, and I basically the only thing I know is like the other things people have said. I don't actually know anything specific about the player. Yeah, no, that was safe. Okay, I think they're ready, chat. So we'll do this later. We'll do our fantasy Valorant after the fact. Give me 1 second. Here we go. I mean, the only way for us to know if they're starting or not is with this. Oh, actually, give me 1 second. I gotta change my thumbnail each time, chat. This is also so much work.
Hey, everybody. So we're waiting for our translator who needs about 10 minutes. We're going to start with the Vitality players first. And then when the translator arrives in 10 minutes, we'll continue.
Jen!
Cool. So we will... Saif and Durka, I appreciate your accommodation for this one.
We're just sitting here.
And we'll start with Brandon from esports.gg.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll send this to Durka.
Yeah,
Yeah, you've had success obviously with Fnatic, 2 international victories there. Now, your first year with Vitality, you're coming to the, very first Masters tournament. So I'd just like to ask, and maybe if Safe wants to chime in on this, do you feel like you're kind of the piece of the puzzle that's the success, in the teams when they center that kind of around you, and that's why these teams are successful? Or, where do you find your place in terms of success, having found it with 2 separate teams now, even though it's still kind of early in this year?
I mean, I think with the success is just like me doing my job. I think I do a lot more than probably most do this in EMEA in terms of like communication, what I want and stuff. Because I probably have also the best experience in that terms. So not many have that in EMEA. So I think when teams or orgs change that kind of a player, it's hard to kind of like fill in someone into that role without them getting that experience first. So I think me coming to Vitality, kind of like giving Save kind of some help with my role and us even having less and stuff, it gives Save kind of like fresh kind of start and makes it easy for him to be in IGL. And I think like us three mainly like make each other's lives easier, because for me, like having Safe as an IGL and also X duelist is like really easy to kind of like get set up and also just like talking what I want and stuff, and he makes those things happen, then it's just easier for me to succeed in my role too.
Thank you. We'll take the next question is also going to go to Durka. It comes from Lucas Bouth from Stella Gaming. Durka, many people say that Vitality is a super team and have high expectations for the,
The
squad and
super
its
team.
players. How do you handle these high expectations, especially in the team's first international event?
I mean, for me personally, I don't really care because I had that super team thing going on around me for a while. Like in Fnatic, everyone was calling us super team.
That's true. With
Ever
Leo,
since
they
we
were.
got like Leon Chronicle, for example, and even some that's before that, and now going to Vitality, I don't think that really changes for me. I think mainly kind of like for me, as long as the boys don't get pressured with it, it's all good. But I think, for example, I think Kicks probably is the one who will have that if you think about it. But I think the kid is dealing with it really well, and like I never felt like he's feeling any pressure. I think he's just chilling, and honestly, he looks like always super happy just to be here around us and just to play. I think he's enjoying it really much, and it's kind of like you don't really feel any pressure in the team or anybody stressing out.
Thank you. We'll take the next question from Ravish.
Hey everyone, excited to be here. I'm Ravish from Canada, I think. I was gonna say just real quick. My question was to Safe. Safe.
His mic's so much better.
I
than
want to ask a
everybody
bit about
else's.
your calling, because Dirk has spoken previously about how there's because of the trust in the team, him, Les, and many others have been allowed for essentially just individual play and freedom too. So I wanted to ask a bit about how you make it so that your team has both trust in you as well, to be able to allow it to have, just like the individual choice to how they move around the map, and how you kind of facilitate that as well.
I mean, it's a way of seeing the game, let's say. A lot of teams approach the game very structured, and you have these set rounds where you just do the same thing over and over again, and then sometimes you get new scenarios in them. But for at least for me and for my boys, I think when you get to, and I'm not saying one thing is better than the other, but when you reach a certain point of understanding, you start seeing that it doesn't really matter how you start the round. It doesn't really matter if Derke needs to go peak A or B. Like, you can do a lot of adaptations on the fly. And I think, well, how this team enables people to do what they want to do in the round is that we keep the same ideas, like at core, what we want to do throughout the round, but we're just making micro plays around the map, or like doing different things on the map that still make sense, like within the same round. So I think what I would say is how we do this, like just TLDR, is we don't have something like super set in stone, and it's a chain reaction of everyone adapting to what one person wants to do, but we still maintain the core idea.
Cheers. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go next to Chobra.
That's a good answer. Thank you. Hey guys, Chobra here from Korea. This is a question, we'll go with Safe here from Vitality. So now that you guys have finished the tutorial that's called VCT EMEA, what's it like to have to face up against real competition here at Masters Bangkok, starting with T1?
Exciting times ahead, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't say EMEA is the tutorial. I'd say like this year's EMEA had a lot of different type of styles, I guess, in terms of teams and how they play, and a lot of it is like you could kind of like matching up with how APAC play and how NA play as well. So I think you know, maybe it's the real deal here, but I don't feel so fussed about or so particularly excited to play. Let's say it's just another day at the office for us, I guess.
Gotcha. Thank you, and thanks for taking the question. And Jess, good luck.
Thank you. The next question is also coming to Safe. Is it very hard when you're a duelist IGL? Actually, let me go to the next one. Safe. The term fragging IGL has started to get thrown around a lot with players like yourself, Nats, Mako, Valen, etc. How important do you think it is for this tournament for IGLs to be putting up strong numbers?
I mean, obviously it's important to kill in game. I think it's super important for whatever role you play, even on the IGL. Like again, I think it's very different depending on what team you play for and like who you are as a player and how you contribute. Like we don't see inside team dynamics and how each individual player like contributes to the team. So I think it's like different for everyone. Let's say maybe me and Valen shoot, but maybe we contribute in a different way as well that enables us to do so. I still think the game is leaning in a way where it's super important that everyone, including the caller himself, has to frag and has to be able to put people down on sites in scenarios that he's going to get into. So I think that doesn't necessarily apply to all teams, but the game is leaning towards where this is more important.
I do think that Safe has a really good head around the game.
The next question from Alan.
Like his first answer was really good. I agree that compared to CS, Valorant
Hello?
is
hi.
more
I saw
about
your Instagram recently that one of your fans like asking you like, are you sad that you can't win camps
more
with
about
Fnatic?
like mid-rounding.
And that's a really cool answer. Like, well, I will win
This is a
without
good
them.
question. This is a
So,
good question.
will you win without them this year, or maybe like, or generally speaking, what is your expectation or anticipation of this year?
I mean, yeah, in that story, I was mainly saying just in general. I mean, of course, it's a thing that I'm not gonna win with them, so of course I'll win without them. And for me, this whole Fnatic thing is like every question I get to is like probably mentioned about Fnatic every day, and like people asking me about it or just mentioning it somewhere. And for me, it's kind of like it's a little bit boring. I feel like those people can move on from their X teams or whatever. So
yeah, Safe's waiting for a spicy answer.
Focusing on the future right now in Vitality. I wanna like
Safe's face has given us more answers than Durka.
I'm having a lot of fun with them. So I don't really care about anyone else right now. And it's the same principle. Like if I played in Fnatic, I will not care what I had, like for example in Crowd or like if people will not be asking me, oh, will you win champs with Crowd or whatever. Like I played team before that, you know, it's like new team, new fresh start. I just want to have new fresh air, new team, kind of like new players around me and just win with them because I'm like currently having a lot of fun and that's all that matters.
T1's waiting for a translator on site. I don't know if it's actually Jen.
We are now joined by the T1 players on stage.
Nice.
So we will go to William Cho for the next question. Chobra?
Thank you. This is a question for Stacks. So when T1's new roster was formed this year, a lot of people said T1 might be a Korean super team. But now that we've seen what a super team is supposed to look like in Vitality, what do you think about your matchup against them?
일단 솔직히 말해서 슈퍼팀은 바이탈리티 쪽이 더 가까운 것 같고요. 저희도 개개인적으로 실력 좋은 선수들이 많긴 하지만 아직까지 부족할 부분이 많고 자신은 있지만 그래도 이제 바이탈리티가 조금 더 슈퍼팀 같아 보이긴 하네요, 제 눈에.
네, 감사합니다. 그리고 화이팅입니다.
Can we get the English translation?
Okay. So what Stuck said was, well, I would say Vitality would be a little bit closer to what a super team looks like because we do have great talents on our roster as well, but we're not there yet. We still have work to be done. So yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting facing Vitality, but I would say Vitality definitely is what a super team should look like.
Thank you. The next
you.
question is to Meteor. You're pretty good at using the sheriff during matches. When mentioning sheriff, many viewers will think of you. Are there any tips on using this weapon that you can share with them?
메테오 선수에게 드리는 질문인데 메테오 선수 워낙 셰리프 잘 쏘잖아요. 그래서 셰리프 하면 딱 메테오가 떠오르기도 하는데 셰리프 잘 쏘는 팁이 있을까요?
오.
그건 그냥 에임이 좋아서 셰리프를 잘 쓰는 것 같습니다.
오. It just looks like I'm really good with the sheriff because I have good aim.
My bad.
My bad too.
My bad.
Meteor, we got one more while you're on a roll. How does it feel qualifying for another Masters under a new team, even with familiar faces?
메테오 선수께 드리는 질문인데 이제 또 이렇게 국제대회에 출전하게 됐는데 익숙한 선수들이고 서로 잘 알기는 하지만 다른 팀을 대표해서 왔잖아요. 기분이 어떤가요?
일단 새로운 팀에서 마스터즈라는 무대에 온 것도 자랑스럽고 그리고 저희도 충분히 우승할 수 있다는 자신감이 있기 때문에 잘해보도록 하겠습니다.
Well, yeah, I think it definitely means a lot. I'm really proud of myself and my teammates for being able to qualify for an international event under the new team's banner, under T1 banner, actually. And I feel like I have enough confidence and I am very confident that we can win the whole thing. So I'll try my best.
I do have a good, legit question for Meteor, if I get a chance.
We'll go next to Arnab. Arnab,
Hey guys, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey guys, first of all, congrats on qualifying once again. And my question is for Safe and Dappa both, actually. Safe, I remember talking to you after your upper qualifiers game, and you said that it would be interesting to play against Stacks and Team because they are your favorites and you have always loved playing against them. Since you got that matchup, unfortunately at that time we didn't know what the matchups will be. I want to know your reactions as well as Zarka's reaction against them. And same goes to Stacks and Meteor as well. If you guys can share your thoughts on that.
Safe's always got.
I mean, they were
a lot
pranking with us in EU, so it's I guess not surprising considering it's Riot Games that we're gonna play against T1, but I think it's gonna be fun at least because obviously like we had a little moment together when they were in Europe, so
it's gonna be T1.
I guess I'm just excited. That's it.
이거 스택스나 메테오 선수도 얘기해 주시면 되는데 바이탈리티랑 좀 우정을 돈독히 했던 경험이 있었던 것 같아요. 유럽에서 좀 서로에 대해 어떻게 생각하고 있는지 궁금합니다.
저는 엄청 좋은 경험이었고요. 그리고 이제 그때 바이탈리티가 연습한 지 별로 안 됐음에도 불구하고 많은 좋은 모습을 보여줘서 상당히 기대하고 있습니다. 지금도.
그때 바이탈리티랑 스크림을 굉장히 많이 했었는데 뭐 질 때도 이길 때도 있었지만 질 때 좀 많은 걸 경험했고 얻은 게 많아가지고 좋은 상대 팀이었다고 생각합니다.
Well, Stax's answer was it was definitely a great, valuable experience. And even though when we tracked each other back then, Vitality was still a fresh roster and they haven't had much time to work on their teamwork. And yet they were still very good and still very strong. So I'm excited to see what they look like in the officials and on the stage now that they have plenty of experience playing as a team. And Meteor's answer was, yeah, we screamed them so much. And there were times when we would win and when we would lose. But when we lost to Vitality during those scrims or preps, we had a lot of takeaways. We learned a lot. So I think they were a great sparring partner.
Thank you, both of the teams, and best of luck. Looking forward to your games.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ask them for their
Dirk, this
picks.
next one's coming to you. After 4 years with Fnatic, pretty much as long as the VCT has existed, how easy or difficult was it to settle into the new team? And what
I think
would you
this is a
say
good
are the
question.
main differences between Safe and Boaster as IGLs?
Ooh, this is like Safe's so
Settling
funny.
in wasn't difficult, really. I think. I mean, yeah, I've known Safe for ages now, and then less I've known for competition. So I think only new faces I came to was just like the org itself that treated me really well, and then also just like
He's so soft.
kicks and tracks were kind of like new faces, even though, of course, I knew tracks from the competition as well somehow, but never talked to him that much. But I think coming in was just good. Everyone's like really passionate, everyone's hungry, everyone wants to win. So for me, that was just good. And me and Les bringing some experience from our past, and then like Save settling in as IGL was like everyone was just good, smooth. Everyone wanted to win. So I think a lot of that shared passion kind of like helped us. Main differences about Safe and Boaster, I would say again, like Safe used to be a duelist before me. So me coming into this team, I get more freedom than, for example, Boaster will give me. And even
Ooh.
though Boaster will give me sometimes the freedom, but also he just likes set stuff and kind of like playing more, kind of like precisely set, kind of like, oh, you have to do these things and stuff, and be like disciplined and safer on the server. But for say, for example, as he said, it's kind of like we just run the things. People say what they want to do, and we just do and adapt. And I think that play style in this team suits us more than if you will just play discipline and stuff. Because sometimes you just have to go and kind of like do what you want and have some fun too. I think that's kind of like why people even started playing Valorant, because it was fun. And if you're not having fun, then there's no point playing.
Thank you. If there's any questions from the in-house media, please feel free to line up by the microphone and we'll start asking questions.
ค่ะถ้ามีคำถามสำหรับสองทีมนี้มาที่ไมค์ได้เลยนะคะสำหรับสื่อไทย
No, but I
In
think
the meantime, Safe, we have one more question for you.
Mm.
During the grand finals of VCT EMEA kickoff, you played a total of 4 different agents, with each of them being from a different role. T1, in the eyes of many, is the Korean dream team. Other than your ability to be flex, what other skills do you feel that your teammates and you have to secure the win against T1?
I mean,
we're just better.
we got good vibes. That's all there. Just the vibes, the spiritual energy in the air. We have the energy with us. So I mean, nothing I can put my fingers on right now. Like flex, agent, doesn't really matter. Just yeah, this team has good vibes, good players.
You know,
those in combo do well usually.
I don't think
Who's
he
the
actually
Vibe merchant on the squad. Vibe merchant.
Usually they say it's me, but it's not. I think it's Kicks.
You know what's funny is I don't think
it's Kicks.
I don't think he understands the implication that his answer had.
Sarcastic jokes and yeah, making fun of ourselves. Yeah.
Appreciate the insight. Thank you. We'll next go to Ravish.
Hi guys. I actually wanted to ask T1 a question too. I was gonna say Meteor specifically as well. Meteor, I remember I got to talk to you many years ago, way back in one of the first masters that you attended. At the time, you mentioned that to be a good player, all you had to do was just shoot them and then they die. Was a really simple answer that you had because of how good you were on the server. Do you still hold that belief?
메테오 선수에게 드리는 질문인데요. 이분이 메테오 선수 마스터즈 좀 처음 출전하게 됐을 때 물어봤는데 어떻게 해야 좋은 선수가
Yeah, no, the
될 수
safe wasn't
있을까요?
implying stuff intentionally, which is why it's funnier.
총을
I agree.
쏘면은 상대가 죽으니까 잘 쏘면 돼요. 이런 식으로 대답을 했었는데 아직까지도 그 생각이 이어지고 있나요?
작년까지만 해도 그런 생각이 들었는데 요즘은 총을 다 잘 쏘다 보니까 이제 총을 잘 쏘는 대신 머리도 이제 조금씩은 써야 된다는 걸 많이 느끼고 있고 에임은 기본적으로 다 잘 쏜다 생각해서 이제 누가 더 똑똑하게 게임하냐 그 차이인 것 같습니다.
Yeah, up until last year, yes, I stood by it. But coming into this year, I feel like everyone is a shooter. Everyone can shoot. So now you got to have a little bit of brain in your play too. And so yeah, since everyone is a good aimer, I think what really differentiates good player from a bad one or a mid one would be how smart you can play the game.
Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you. We'll next go to Mohammed from VLR. You can unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go
Oh,
ahead.
I hope I get
Alright,
another
so this
question.
question is for Safe. So Safe, we've seen in the past that with Liquids before that you've primarily have been playing Raze, now switching back to a more flexible role like how you did in maybe Guild or some of your teams in the past. How was the switch from that that position to a more flexible role, complementing the team as well as supporting your play calling style?
Not that hard because I mean people tend to forget because I only I was flashy when I was on Duelist, but people forget that I never played this game as Duelist from the start. Like I was playing Viper, Cypher, Killjoy. I was playing Sky, and
Yeah,
then
true.
people saw me on Duelist and were like, "Oh, this guy's Duelist main." And then I'm like, "Bro, I never played. Like, I just picked up Duelist because my team needed it. So, me going back doesn't make a singular difference for me. I just like flexing in this game. I think it's fun, and I get easily bored if I play the same thing over and over again. So it caters to me very well. Yeah.
Thank you. Good luck for the tournament.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll go to Wandy next.
Yeah, hi guys. So this
Wandy.
question is for Meteor. Regarding your post on Twitter after Pacific Kickoff, you say that you wanna play happily game. Could you share more with us on what you mean by that?
Meteor knows. He knows this was coming, man.
킥오프 결승전 이후에 트위터 아니면 X에다가 행복하게 발로란트를 하고 싶다라고 얘기를 했잖아요. 이거에 대해서 자세히 얘기해 주실 수 있나요?
우선 전 팀이었던 24년도 젠지에서는 좀 웃는 모습이 많았고 제가 게임을 했을 때 굉장히 즐겁다라고 생각을 많이 했었는데 팀을 변경하면서 좀 힘든 부분이 많았어가지고 그런 부분을 좀 까먹고 있어서 퍼포먼스적으로나 팀적으로나 좀 안 좋은 모습이 나왔던 것 같기도 해가지고 이제 마음을 다시 바꿔야겠다 생각이 든 것 같습니다.
Well, back in 2024 when I was in Gen G, I saw myself smiling a lot and really enjoying the game, and I really did. But switching teams coming into this year, there were a lot of challenges for me to take care of. And I think during the process of transitioning into a new team, I forgot that I need to enjoy the game. And I think that's part of the reason why, like individually and team-wise, there were some pieces missing and some lackluster performances sometimes. So that's when I told myself, hey, I really need to enjoy the game again and start with a fresh mindset.
Thank you. We'll now take a question from the floor.
ก็ถามตัวแทนทั้งสองทีมนะคะว่าการแข่งขัน
I don't think I'll get
แล้ว
another
อย่างเงี้ยการแข่ง
chance.
ขันในปัจจุบันกับเมื่อก่อน
Blew my
เนี่ยมันแบบ
chances,
ต่างกัน
chat.
ยังไงบ้างแล้วเขารู้สึกว่า
Trolled
เฮ้ย
too
ตอนนี้มัน
hard.
มีอะไรที่ต้องแบบเติมเต็มหรือขาดเหลือไหม
Trolled around and found out.
What are the differences between, since the format has changed? What do you think are the differences, and what are the things that you think that you need to improve, and what are the things that you think that you could have done better for this year? This is a question for both teams.
That's a great question.
Can you start?
네, 일단 포맷도 대회 포맷이 바뀌었는데 우승을 위해서 아니면 좀 더 좋은 성적을 내기 위해서 어떤 부분을 좀 집중해서 봐야 하고 어떤 것들이 필요할까요?
일단 저는 좀 깊게 생각하지 않는 편이라서 아마도 저는 일단 포맷은 일단은 뭐 늘상 이렇게 뭐 바뀌는 거는 당연한 거니까 그거 말고 그냥 저희 조에서 바이탈리티랑 저희랑 이기는 팀이 높은 곳까지 갈 것 같다라는 생각밖에 안 들어요.
Ooh.
Well, regarding the
Good
format,
answer.
like there's always been format changes, so no surprise. I'm not really looking too deeply into it, but what I do know personally, I feel like between Vitality and T1, I think the one that wins this game will make it really far into the tournament.
ค่ะก็สำหรับเรื่องที่ความแตกต่างนะคะรู้สึกว่าการเปลี่ยนแปลงเนี่ยมันมีมาตลอดอยู่แล้วก็เลยไม่ใช่เรื่องที่แปลกใจแต่สำหรับแมตช์ที่จะถึงระหว่าง Vitality กับ T1 เนี่ยเขารู้สึกว่าใครก็ตามที่ชนะ
Oh no, 2 questions is
ในแมตช์
very
เนี่ย
good.
จะไป
I just
ได้
thought
สู่รอบ
maybe
ลึกๆ
I'd
ได้
have
แน่
another shot to ask a legit question.
Thank you. Durka, Saif, are you guys dodging this one or?
I mean, about the format, honestly, I don't know. It changes like they said, like every event and stuff, and also like I think in Madrid they played the same format maybe, but I wasn't in Madrid, so I don't know. And like other changes, I can't really say much.
Yeah, I have nothing.
All right.
Sorry.
Nah. Tried. All right. William Cho, we'll go next to you.
All right, thank you. I have another question for T1. This is for Stacks again. In the past, for Korean teams that have done well internationally, they've always had a very distinct style. So obviously for you, you know DRX very well, set plays, you know, all of that. And then last year's Shenji, it was about the defaults, the trading. So what do you think is kind of the uniqueness of T1? Or do you think you guys are still in the process of figuring out what T1's Valorant looks like?
작년에 젠지랑 그리고 잘 나갔었던 DRX에 모든 게 좀 합쳐져 있는 느낌이라고 보시면 될 것 같은 게 개인기량도 출중하고 이제 유연하기까지도 하고 그리고 이제 하고 싶은 것도 하면서 저희끼리 맞춰 나가는 모습이 조금 더 인상 깊을 것 같아.
Well, Stax's answer was, I would say T1 is the culmination of last year's Genji and also DRX when DRX was in its DRX era. Everyone has great aim individually, and we can be very fluid with our plays, and also we can adapt really quickly and really well to whoever we're playing. So yeah, I would say it's just mixture of Genji and DRX at its prime.
Thank you. We'll take a question from the room next.
A very safe answer, if I may, chat.
ตัวแทนจากคนทีมครับขอถามทั้งสองทีมครับว่าในช่วงเวลาที่ผ่านมาเกม Valorant เปลี่ยนชีวิตทุกๆคนไปเป็นยังไงบ้างแล้วคิดว่าการแข่งขัน Valorant Master Bangkok นี้จะเปลี่ยนชีวิตพวกคุณอีกครั้งหรือเปล่า
This is a question for both team again. How Valorant have changed your life, and how do you think Masters Bangkok would change your life?
I mean, Valorant itself, I think, changed a lot. I mean, gave a job kind of. You travel a lot. You practice a lot. You go to office to play the game and stuff. It kind of like changes the way you just play the game in general because it's kind of like a job and not just for fun.
Why did you ask a serious question? I don't want to get kicked out, chat.
These tournaments and it's kind of like, I mean,
The one I wanted to know.
Going and playing into tournaments, I think it's just a really good feeling, and especially like winning them, I think is also the best feeling. Of course, like if you lose
Hold on,
and stuff, it's like
listen to the answer.
It sucks a little bit at first, but then it makes it all worth when you actually win. And about Bangkok, honestly, but first we have to see where it will go because I can't say right now.
이거는 T1에게도 드린 질문인데 발로란트가 본인의 인생을 어떻게 바꿔놨는지 그리고 방콕 우승하면 인생이 또 어떻게
You didn't ask the autumn one? Which autumn one?
우선 일단 좀 발로란트를 하면서 굉장히 열심히 살고 있구나를 느끼고요. 그리고 방콕을 우승하게 된다면 한 해 스타트가 좀 좋은 스타트가 될 것 같아가지고 기분이 좋고 일단 우승을 함으로써 저희에게도 좀 더 자신감이 생기지 않을까 생각합니다.
Well, Valorant for me, it just makes me realize how hard I hustle every single day to be a good player.
Oh,
all the
Autumn as a
grinding.
coach Autumn.
And also winning Masters Bangkok, it would mean that we would have a great start to this year and also would be a huge confidence booster for the team.
ค่ะสำหรับทีม Vitality นะคะสิ่งที่Valorant เปลี่ยนแปลงชีวิตพวกเขาเนี่ยก็คือเดินทางบ่อยขึ้นแล้วก็ซ้อมหนักขึ้นนะคะแล้วก็ตอนนี้เนี่ยเมื่อมันกลายเป็นการแข่งขันมันกลายเป็นเหมือนงานเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยการเล่นก็เปลี่ยนไปสไตล์การเล่นก็เปลี่ยนไปนะคะการชนะเนี่ยก็เป็นสิ่งหนึ่งที่เป็นความรู้สึกที่ดีที่
Yo, Gladiator.
ที่เขารู้สึกว่าเป็นประสบการณ์
Thank you for the
ที่
prime
น่าจ
sub.
ดจำ
Thank you.
นะคะ
Welcome.
ส่วนการแพ้เนี่ยก็ทำให้เขาได้พัฒนาตัวเองขึ้นไปอีกส่วน Master ยังตอบไม่ได้ค่ะสำหรับทีม T1 นะคะ Valorant ทำให้เขารู้สึกว่าเขาเนี่ยต้องทำงานตัวเขาเองเนี่ยมีศักยภาพในการเล่นขนาดไหนแล้วก็ความขยันว่าจะต้องซ้อมหนักมากแค่ไหนนะคะแล้วก็การที่ได้ชนะแมตช์ต่างๆเนี่ยช่วยเสริมสร้างความมั่นใจให้พวกเขาได้อย่างมากค่ะ
Thank you. We'll take a question from the room.
ครับอยากจะถามทั้งสองทีมนะครับว่าคุณคิดว่า
I didn't know you guys wanted a question on, but I'm not gonna instigate T1 to like make their vibes bad, chat. I want T1 to do well.
อันนี้รู้สึกเหมือนเมื่อกี้ถามอีกทีนึงใช่ไหมคะ this is sorry it's similar to the previous session. What do you
No, I think it's similar, no?
That
they might be giving more time
is important for both of the
because
teams. And
there's
what do you do to prepare yourself mentally?
been a lot of questions for T1 that requires translation.
Yeah, I think mental preparation is important, and I think anything you do in life, it doesn't need to be like something very specific. Could be your job, could be even walking the dog when you don't have energy to walk the dog. That's also mental preparation. So I think it's
so
something
true,
very
though.
important in everything we do, in
So
your
true.
day-to-day tasks, and especially important tasks that you really want to focus on. And some things that I personally do is, I mean, I listen to a specific kind of music. It could be some superstitious things to get your brain in the right zone. It could be waking up at a certain time or eating a certain food.
I'm going to ask Teho in the next one because they're both teams that have used Teho a lot. The next one.
Not talk so much to people in the morning. Be on my own a little, and then once like you start going towards the venue.
Yeah, Safe's so
like
chill
this,
in
that's when
interviews.
things start ramping
Like he's
up.
fired up in game, but
T1 선수들에게도 드리는 질문인데, 선수에게 멘탈 관리가 얼마나 중요하다고 생각하나요? 그리고 멘탈 관리 개인적으로 어떻게 하시나요? 라고 물어봤는데, 세이프 선수는 개 산책할 때도 필요한 게 멘탈 관리라, 본인은 음악을 듣고 아침에 사람들이랑 말 별로 안 한다고 뭐 그러는데, 특별한 멘탈 관리 방법이 있을까요?
일단 엄청 중요하다고 저도 생각을 하고 뭐 노래 듣는 것도 중요하고 사람마다 다 다르겠지만 저는 일단은 그냥
yeah, Kami, I saw it. I think that's a good question actually.
많은 것에
The
신경
EDG
쓰지
one.
말고 그냥 발로란트에만 집중을 하다 보면은 좋은 것만 듣고 좋은 것만 볼 수 있어서 그런 걸로 그냥 행복하게 살 생각입니다.
Well, yeah, definitely listening to the right type of music is important. But I think for me, how I mentally prepare myself would be not to be concerned or worried about
Can you
specific things
imagine?
or other things. Just focus on Valorant and, you know, listening to good music, watching positive stuff with good energy. You know, just focusing on that great energy, having that good vibe around me. And yeah, I think I mentally prepare myself like that for Valorant, but also for a happy life as well.
ค่ะสำหรับทีม Vitality นะคะเขารู้สึกว่าการที่จะเตรียมตัวในด้านเชิงแบบจิตวิท
Yeah,
ยา
the
เนี่ย
next
เป็น
one's
สิ่งที่
Derek
สำคัญ
Sen.
มากนะคะไม่ใช่แค่
Yeah,
การ
that'd
เล่น
be
เกม
so
แต่
funny.
สำหรับทุกๆอย่างในชี
I
วิต
get one more
เพราะว่าการที่
shot.
เราจะทำอะไร
They're like, we'll
เนี่ย
see if we want to
เรา
keep
จะ
this
ต้อง
guy around. I'm like,
ต้อง
would you turn
ต้อง
TMV
พร้อ
into
ม
a
นะคะ
chicken
ไม่ว่าจะ
nugget?
เป็นการเดินจูงหมาหรืออะไรก็ตามแต่ก็คือต้องพร้อมอยู่เสมอนะคะแล้วก็มันเป็นสิ่งสำคัญมากที่เขาจะต้องเตรียมตัวสำหรับเซฟเองเนี่ยเขาชอบฟังเพลงค่ะก็คือฟังเพลงที่ช่วย boost energy เขาแล้วก็ตอนเช้าเนี่ยเขาจะเทคนิคของเขาคือจะพยายามไม่คุยกับใครค่ะส่วนของ T1 นะคะก็เช่นกันค่ะก็คือชอบการฟังเพลงนะคะเพลงที่ฟังแล้วสบายใจนะคะแล้วก็ไม่กังวลกับอนาคตข้างหน้ามากเกินไปนะคะแล้วก็โฟกัสกับสิ่งที่ทำอยู่พูดง่ายๆก็คือเขาชอบการฟังเพลงที่ทำให้ตัวเขาเองเนี่ยมีการคิดบวกนะคะหรือว่ามี energy ที่ดีไป เป็นการแบบช่วย boost energy ค่ะ
ครับผมจาก FPS Thailand นะครับผมในแมตช์ที่เจอกันครับคิดว่าฝ่ายตรงข้ามมีอะไรที่น่ากลัวบ้างครับทั้งสองทีม
This is a question for both teams.
Would
What do
you
you
eat
think is
TMV if you turned into a chicken
the
nugget?
most intimidating things about the other team?
Ooh, good question.
그 상대 팀 있잖아요. 바이탈리티를 봤을 때 가장 견제되는 부분이 뭐라고 생각하세요?
Stacks and
Stacks is height. I'm gonna shelling. 저는 세이프 선수랑 킥스 선수가 조금 흥분했으면 좋을 것 같아요. 그럼 제가 이길 것 같아요. 너무 차분해서
Don't
이게
worry, yeah.
너무 차분해서 이게 보여요. 전 이게 쟤네들의 그 키포인트라는 게 보여서 좀 흥분하게 만들면 어떻게 해야 될까? 그게 제일 좋을 것 같아요. 흥분하게 만들면 제일 좋을 것 같아요.
I think I would want Kicks and Safe to be tilted or really excited because they usually are very calm and collected. So it's easy to figure out their weakness. So if they get overly hyped, they overextend, or if they get angry, they will crumble for sure. That is our key point.
สำหรับ vitality นะคะเขารู้สึกว่าสิ่งที่น่ากลัวที่สุดสำหรับทีม T1 ก็คือความสูง
데르케 선수는 러시아인인가요?
แล้วก็สำหรับทีม T1
네.
นะคะเขาอยากให้
그러니까 러시아 인종이 러시아인 거죠.
เพราะเขารู้สึกว่าการที่ทำให้อีกฝ่ายหนึ่งแบบโมโหหรือว่ามีอารมณ์ขึ้นมาได้เนี่ยมันคือจุดอ่อนแล้วถ้าเกิดว่าเขาสามารถที่จะรู้ว่าจุดอ่อนนี้คืออะไรเขาสามารถที่จะทำให้อีกทีมพ่ายแพ้ไปได้อย่างแน่นอนค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you. We'll go to Yinsu next.
Hello.
Yinsu.
Apologies if this has already been asked. I missed the middle part of the press conference, so it has just told me to go away. I have two questions. One is for both Safe and Meteor. Now, within your region, you're both very respected ISO players, and you don't get to play against really that many other players that do play ISO. So in the event that you will go up against each other on ISO,
The
first
ISO
of
is
all,
a
I
good
want to see
question.
what you think about the other person's ISO. And second of all, please give me a prediction how many times you're going to kill the other person in the ultimate.
Ooh.
I mean, I think Meteor is insane, but to be honest, I'm not that good on ISO. Like, I'm not that great. I don't think I win many ults because you should see in MEA. I think I won one ult out of like.
It's actually 65% of your ults you win. I did the math, yeah.
Well, that's over 50%. So I guess it's okay, but I still think like I'm gonna get humbled.
So how many times do you think you're gonna be able to take him down in the kill count?
How many do we have in total, you think? Like, let's say out of 6?
Go for it. Out of 6?
3.
All right. Okay.
메테오 선수에게도 드리는 질문인데요. 일단 뭐 서로가 세이프 선수도 그렇고 메테오 선수도 서로의 지역에서 아이소를 잘하는 걸로 굉장히 유명한데 사실 지역에서는 다른 아이소를
Dude,
하는
ults
선수를
Meteor
많이 상대 안
crushes for
해봤잖아요.
sure.
그래서 상대 아이소에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 그리고 궁 써서 1대1 했을 때 누가 몇 번 이길 것 같냐고 질문이 들어왔는데 세이프 선수의 답변을 좀 통역해 드리자면 메테오 선수가 훨씬 잘하고 자기 아이소는 메테오 선수의 아이소에 비하면 별론데 이제 궁을 별로 못 이겨봤대요. 한 번 이겼나 했는데 사실 인수가 얘기한 승률로는 65%의 궁 승률이 있다고 하더라고요. 그래서 평타 치는 것 같다라는 반응이었고 메테오 선수와 뭐 6번 궁을 써서 1대1을 뜬다면 그중 3번은 이길 것 같다라고 얘기를 했습니다.
일단 세이프 선수의 대회를 많이 좀 챙겨봤는데 궁은 계속 지시더라고요. 저는 다 이기거든요. 그래서 뭐 궁을 데리고 간다면은 거의 다 이길 것 같고요. 그리고 솔직히 저는 저희 둘뿐만 아니라 저는 알파이에르 선수가 굉장히 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 알파이에르 선수 아이소를 요즘 많이 참고하고 있습니다.
Oh man.
Well, yeah, I did watch. Like I followed up with how Safe plays ISO. Every time I watch him, he would lose in the kill contract, but I win all of them. So for me, it would be kill contract. For him, it would be a death sentence if we do get to play each other on the ISO. But other than that, I feel like I think Alpha Air is a great ISO player, so I've been kind of watching
So
how
funny.
he plays the ISO too.
So
I had
funny.
to teach him, by the way, so I can. I had to teach him because he was losing every
why.
single duel in practice.
I will say that Durka does have a 100% win rate in the kill contract of all time on ISO. Indeed, yeah, 100%.
He's only done one.
No, it was 8 out of 8 on ISO.
8 out of 8's pretty
I think it was
good.
against you at one point. Yeah.
We won against him on Xbox 13 too.
There you go then. My second question actually is for Durka. Now, I've seen the
So
hardship
funny.
that you've had to go through being here playing
So
without skins
funny.
On your account. Could you tell me on your team who's best with a default skin and who is worse with a default skin?
Look at Steve. Steve's so funny.
I actually can't remember who was the best. I think everyone was whiffing. I think. I mean, Save got the skin, so he didn't play default. I think it was only me, Trex, and Kicks who didn't have skins. So I'll say Kicks was the best. I was probably the worst because I need the skin so bad.
I need
if I
the
don't
skin.
have the sound and the dopamine it gives them, it just annoys me a lot.
Durka's a riot agent.
Material girl.
Slay.
All right. We are going to take one more question. Scott Robertson, if you'd be so kind as to close us out.
That's a lot of pressure. Thank you. This question is for Durka.
Slay
I just
so-
want to get your thoughts on what you are hoping for out of the new duelist that's going to be shown at this event.
Oh, Tron had this question for us in Discord.
They're gonna show it. Or what?
Yeah, at the end. At
the final,
yeah.
probably. Yeah. I mean, yeah, because the team is about those. I don't know. Honestly, I think I just hope it has some movement ability because there's a lot of duelists that they made that don't move. There's only viable duelist that you can play as a main duelist is probably only like Jet and Raze. If you play anything else, you're kind of trolling. Like if I pick Phoenix, yeah, I have the flash and the wall maybe, but I cannot dash forward, so it doesn't it doesn't matter when people molly me or like stop me somehow. Just round the ends there. So I just want something more playable against these metas, so you can just go through and make the space for the team. Because if there's more like ISO, Phoenix, and those agents, then it just gets really boring and you cannot play them anyways.
Thank you. We're actually going to do one more question. We'll take it from Jane to close us out.
Yes. The question goes to Patitek. What was the reason for choosing?
Patitek is
Patitek. Yeah.
He's not on stage.
Oh, sorry. The question is for sorry, T1. T1 has a strong fan base in Thailand, and previously, like Thai team did the cheer sticker for you. Do you have any message for Thai fans who will be cheering for you at this event?
일단 저도 일단 너무 응원해 주신 걸 감사하게 느끼고 있고, 그리고 이제
Yeah, no, I think he's nervous.
타일랜드에 이제 CJR 선수,
So he was just like looking at
선수도
the
있는데 어제도
looking at the
촬영을
list.
했고 응원해 주는 모습이 너무 고마워서 좋은 모습으로 보여드리겠습니다.
I would first like to say thank you. I really appreciate the Thai fans supporting us. And we actually shot a content with CJRS Kla, and it went well. So I think it's going to be fun. And yeah, thank you.
ก็คำถามจากคนเจนนะคะก็คืออยากจะมีอะไรฝากถึงแฟนๆชาวไทยหรือเปล่าจากทางทีวันนะคะเขาก็บอกว่าที่จริงก็เพิ่งถ่ายคอนเทนต์กับพี่กล้า CGRS ไปนะคะก็รอชมกันค่ะ
Thank you so much. T1, Vitality, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. This will conclude the press conference,
Awesome.
and we'll be back in about 10 minutes with the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
GG. No, that was a fun one. Both sides gave good answers. They were fun.
That's it.
Yeah, look friendly, boys. John Olsen, the man, the flesh. I think that's just a jersey. All right, chat. I gotta go move my laundry, so I will be right back. I'm gonna run some ads as well, so BRB. All right. I'm back. Chat, are you good? Oh yeah, the fantasy. All right, let's see if we can squeeze it in. Let me change my YouTube thumbnail real quick. Next is DRX Sentinels. Okay, while we're waiting, GeoGuessr and Time Guesser. Wait, the Teo stats? Hold on, what is this? 297. Wait, John QT's played 289? Really? Didn't feel like it was gonna be that much. That is actually kind of crazy. We'll definitely have to ask them about Teo for sure. I'm sure plenty of people will ask, but okay, let's get rid of everyone who's not playing. No, chat. We only troll on select days, all right, chat. I forget. You don't need to do it per role for this, right? Oh, but I can only have 2 from the same team? Damn. John and Freeing aren't there? Where? At the thing? Well, John isn't, but Freeing is. 이현아님 안녕하세요. Shiny. Yeah, this is part of the art for this Masters. Okay, but oh, dude, Durka is 16 VP? Holy. B-Dog and Lakia being 99 VP is so funny. 16 VP. Who else is 16? Zekin is 16? Kong is 16. Wait, so did the rules change? Half the points, okay. Oh man, I need Hyunmin on my team though. I am a huge Hyunmin merchant right now. Yeah, guys, you guys can all play. It's a beta. It's just they're kind of testing out how it works. There's no like prizes or anything, but it's fun. It's fun to go through it. I honestly, dude, 11 VP stacks is value. Carface. Oh, Carface funny. Stacks is good value. Yeah, my budget is whack right now. Durka's too expensive. Wait, how much are the other G2 guys? G2's average is very expensive. Zelsis is only 12? I mean, I guess it's all between 11 and 16. Jog is 14, Leaf is 14. I mean, both of them. I feel like Leaf probably usually gets more value, but I think Leaf, man, I do think teams are going to try to, it's going to be one of those things, I think. I think people are going to try to target Leaf, and either you pay for it or you succeed. Yeah, John QT on 11 is also pretty good. Bang at 12 is actually really solid too, I think. What about my goats from where's my goat? Simon. Simon's 12. Why is Simon not 11? Why does he get 12? What is this? Why are we glazing Simon? Nobody glazes Simon except for me. What are the points against? Assists. 3 assists earn 0.5 points. No, that's rough, man. You gotta go for kills, man. I mean, Kong and Durka are both valuable. The thing is Durka and Kong farm kills for sure. I might have to get, but freeing also. Freeing. Dude, how much was Bane? Mako does fall, dude. Mako might be the play here. Honestly, Hyunmin dies a lot, but like Hyunmin is just a good entry player. But I gotta root. It's not a competition yet, so I gotta root for my boy Hyunmin. How much was Mako? 12, dude. I think we might have to get rid of freeing. I don't know if I keep Kicks. Maybe Kiko. Kiko is only 14. Trex is 12. Trex and Patty Tech both being at 12 is also pretty free, no? No, freeing's a kill farmer, but if I'm not getting rid of Hyunmin, then between freeing and Mako gets kills, but also a ton of assists. I think you get, what was it? Is it 100 to start? Or 80 or something? The total budget is here. It's very small. I couldn't see it the first time in the top left. That's true. DRX Sen's going to be a 2-1. That's true. EDG Team Liquid has the chance of being a 2-0 either way. Kiko for Kicks. No, I gotta trade someone out. Dude, 16 is so expensive. Either I need 11s or... Kamek is 11. Heibei. We can't do Heibei. Heibei at 11s. John QT might be the... Dude, why can't I put him in... Oh, bench. There we go. And then 2 12s. Honestly, I think this is okay. Nobody's in. Actually, I was thinking of nobody versus Chichu. Nobody. No, it's internationals. Nobody. But I should put in. Honestly, I should trade like this. EDG probably have the highest chance of a 2-0, no? Maybe Vitality as well. How much is Trent? I feel like Trent's probably expensive too. Yeah, he's 14. No, G2's all they're all like above average price. I can't get Trent for Trex. He's too expensive. My budget's at 0. It's tough. It's tough out here. I mean, the thing is honestly the correct play is probably to never use a 16-point player. You know what I mean? G2 can also 2-0. That's also true. But I got Leaf there for G2, so that's okay. Yeah, I have a bunch of 2-1 players. It's not great. Safe is 12. Remove Stacks? What? Dude, Stacks is gonna go ham. He's gonna get frags and assists. He's probably also gonna die a lot. The other thing though is Stacks is 11. So I would need to get another 11-point player. What's with all the benching? Well, the Foxy 9 one, we don't really know. That really seems rumor mill. Whereas the other one seems like those are reports from insider info, but I'm okay with this for now. It's not the best team. This isn't the team I would make if there was like if there was prizes. Foxy 9 is apparently confirmed. Wait, where? Was there an update? The next press conference should be in about like 10 minutes or so. Probably, maybe a bit longer. How do we make one of these? Can someone link it again in chat? tmvgames.netlify.app. Not officially. Wait. It can't be not official and confirmed at the same time, chat. Lucky of Valorant's coming back. Yeah, well, who's playing Sentinel? Chat, this is the team I'm gonna sit with for now. I guess you can do it until tomorrow, right? So Guma got sick of being benched in League. Comes over to Valorant. Well, let me see if there was any updates in the chat for the press conference. I did save it. I did. Yeah, Guma's been benched, no? Is he back on the starting roster? He's been benched. Wait, did Tanmay report on Foxy 9? I thought Foxy 9 was just a bunch of rumors. Well, maybe Tanmay reported, and then I think maybe the Jaxie part is the rumors because he's partying with HSK, but... I mean, probably nobody is getting kicked, chat. It's too expensive to do that. Why is Kuma benched? I mean, I don't know, but the new guy's really good, so. DRX versus Sen. All right, chat. Obviously, everyone wants to ask about Tejo. Any other burning questions? My chat overlay is frozen. That it is. Why does that happen? Give me 1 second. This happened last time too. I'm not quite sure why. Oh, they're getting ready. They're getting ready. There we go. Oh, they said it'll start in about 5 minutes. They're doing pictures. Ask about Hyunmin. That's a good shout. All right, let me get the audio up for the press conference.
Hi, Jordan. Hey, what's up, bro? You good?
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah. Jordan, my question to you.
Oh,
is,
they're starting.
You've been an impact player in
jeez.
many of Sen's recent matches. Going above and beyond. I've had many expectations people have had. How do you plan to use this play style that you elevated yourself towards to be able to disrupt DRX's set plays?
I mean, just hoping I can go nonverbal and my team picks up the comms and then I can shut them down.
Respect. Love that for you. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go next to Pedro.
Guys, could you guys hear me?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Pedro Romero, independent journalist. First off, give my thanks to all four of you guys for giving us the time for this press conference. I'm gonna give my question over to Sentinels, them being Narrate and Zosis. I'm gonna split it up into two different questions because I understand there's little opportunities for us to ask many questions. So I'm gonna give my chance right here. And so for Zosis, obviously it's a little bit of a repeat in terms of Sentinels reaching Masters at the very start of the year, last time being last year, in which we already know what happened in Madrid, coming out on top of that. What I want to ask you, though, is how do you kind of look at the journey between, qualifying for Masters Madrid and then doing well over there, and then the journey to qualifying for Bangkok and then trying to do well here. And so, and also on top of that, I'm gonna ask this one over to Neri, but Zosis, if you can answer the first one, please, I really appreciate it.
I was about to say the question's getting long.
I mean, yeah, it's amazing to be able to, out the gate, qualify for Masters right out the gate, especially considering we had a lot of identity crisis during the offseason, testing things. I think we got a little bit lucky in the offseason with our roster moves, getting Neri and Bang. Like, they're very talented players, very hungry to win. And I think being able to qualify as early as we did with the amount of time we've had as a team and being so young is a blessing. So, I'm just happy to be here, to be honest.
And you want me to,
Yeah,
honestly-
I can ask my question. It's a different one for you, Neri.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the same one.
Yeah. We've seen plenty of development and I would say evolution of yourself, especially in this beginning half of this year. I mean, I remember talking to you earlier on before the start of kickoff, and I got a sense of you having that development, not just as a player, but also as a person. And so a lot of semblance or a lot of aspects in that transpiring in real time as kickoff transpired. And so what I want to ask you, Narita, is on top of just seeing your return to Masters, your second Masters, how do you kind of look at your development as an individual, specifically in this first split of the entire, given the trials and tribulations you had to overcome alongside with that of the rest of the team?
I think in terms of my development, like throughout kickoff and stuff, I would say before I wasn't like super confident, not like super confident, but in terms of like I didn't know exactly what I needed to do to help us win. We were still like trying things out. We changed things, so I was just trying to find my voice in the team. And I feel like after, I feel like I know what I need to do and how I can impact the game. And during kickoff, it was like sometimes it was a struggle to do that. Sometimes it worked out really well. And yeah, I think I learned a lot just from playing that tournament. And obviously, I'm super happy we qualified, even though I feel like I wasn't at like my best form. But I think overall, like it was a very good experience.
Thank you. This question goes to Mako. It's from Tung Duong of Quang.
Mako.
This is the first time freeing
Mako
is going into a tier S tournament like Masters. What do you think about his performance during the off season and kickoff?
마코 선수에게 드리는 질문인데요. 이번 대회가 프링 선수에게는 개인적으로 첫 1티어 국제대회고 첫 마스터즈 대회인데 프링 선수의 오프시즌 퍼포먼스와 킥오프 퍼포먼스에 대해서 마코 선수가 어떻게 생각하는지 들어보고 싶다고 합니다.
Judge freeing publicly.
걱정했던 것보다 되게 무뚝뚝한 사람이어서 그런지 되게 걱정되는 부분이 없어져가지고 사실 이번 첫 국제대회이긴 하지만 뭐 떨림 없이 잘할 것 같아가지고 그냥 개인적으로도 기대되는 사람 중에 한 명이고요. 그리고 오프 시즌 때랑 킥오프 때도 저희끼리 이제 팀업 같은 것도 잘 맞춰왔었고 또 이제 굉장히 잘 받아들여져가지고 그냥 무난하게 흘러갈 것 같아요.
Like, to be honest with you, I was a little bit concerned with how he would perform before the season started, before the off-season events. But this guy, he's like the epitome of stoicism. He's very stoic, so he doesn't get tilted
The
a lot.
epitome of
So
stoicism.
that kind of
That's
washed
good.
away
Good
some
translation.
questions or concerns that I had for him. And even
To be
though
fair-
this Masters would be his first international tournament, I think he would do really well, and I'm excited to see how he would perform. And I expect a lot from him. And we really did work on our teamwork and team plays during the off season and also during the kickoff. And he settled in very well. So yeah, I think nothing's going to be too challenging for us. We're going to have a great tournament.
Thank you. Mako, we're coming back to you with one more. This is your first international tournament as an IGL. What are some of the things that you want to do differently as the leader compared to the previous iteration of the DRX lineup?
마코 선수에게
I was going to
드리는
ask something similar, so that's good.
질문인데, 이제 IGL로 출전하는 첫
Isn't there actually a
대회인데,
debate like between is it Mako or
어떤
Mako
부분에 좀
for
집중하고 싶은지,
Final Fantasy as well?
그리고 이전에
Don't
했던
people
IGL링과는
debate about
다르게
that?
어떤 변화를 주려고 하고
That might be
있나요?
why they're confused.
이전에는 그러니까 24년도 때 IGL을 맡았을 때는 제가 아직 미숙한 부분이 여러모로 좀 많았어가지고 약간 그것들을 보완해가지고 25년도에는 또 색다른 좀 저의 모습을 받아들여줬으면 좋겠고.
Which, by the way, isn't where his name comes
그게
from.
전부 다인 것 같아요.
When I took over the IGL role last year, I had a lot of things to improve on. A lot was there to be worked on. But hopefully this year, I've worked really hard on it too. So I get to prove myself as an IGL and kind of show different sides of me to the viewers and the fans as the IGL of the team. And yeah, that's all.
Thanks. Zelsos, we're coming to you next. Tens was a big piece of the Sentinels puzzle with one tournament and a very
Damn.
respectable
Pre-submitted
result
questions first?
to show for already since his departure.
Should I just submit my
How
questions
would
in
you reflect
chat?
on his absence from the team ahead of what is going to be the Sentinels' first international appearance without him?
I think we're going to be good. I've said before in an interview, I think this Sentinels roster is the highest skilled ceiling we've had with the potential. Obviously, Tens is a phenomenal player and he's an X factor, but you know we have our own little X factor here, so that
Zelsis is
void
so good for the
filled.
team, man.
But yeah.
Thank you. We'll next go to William Cho.
Thank you. Hey guys, Chobra here from Korea. I want to start with a question for DRX. This is for freeing. So obviously you won VCT Pacific kickoff playing only Teho, but it just so happens that on the other side, also John QT played basically only like 8 rounds less or something than you with the Teho as well. So we've got two kind of Teho merchants in this matchup. First of all, the first part of the question is do you think that you're the better Teho? And the second is, do you think the Teho usage will be the deciding factor between the two teams?
프링 선수에게 드리는 질문인데요. 이제 킥오프 때 우승을 했는데 그때 태호만 플레이를 해서 킥오프 우승을 했잖아요. 근데 센티널스에서는 종키티 선수가 비교를 해보면 프링
That's
선수와
not
비교해봤을 때
instigating.
고작 8라운드 조금 덜 태호를 플레이했거든요. 그만큼 이번 시즌 종키티 선수도 많이 했다는 건데 누가 더 태호를 잘하는 것 같은지, 그리고 태호를 누가 더 잘 쓰는가가 두 팀의 대결에 있어서 얼마나 승부에 영향을 미칠 것 같은지 궁금합니다.
지금 메타에서는 태호가 굉장히 영향이 있는 캐릭터인 만큼 일단 그날 컨디션마다 좀 다를 것 같긴 하고 아마 뭐 비슷비슷하지 않을까. 누가 더 태호를 잘하냐는 모르겠고 저는 비슷비슷하다고 생각합니다.
그 종규티 선수 태호 하는 거는 보셨죠?
조금 봤습니다.
아, 네. I watched a little bit of Teho, John QT playing the Teho, but I think it's too early days to decide who's the better Teho player. But
He's too nice.
definitely, yeah, in this meta, Teho is definitely meta defining. So it would really be down to who's feeling it more on the day.
Thank you. This one's going to go to Zelsis and Mako. The last time you two faced off against each other was in the upper bracket quarterfinals of Valorant Champions 2024. That time, Sentinels won the match 2-0. Both of you have multiple new teammates on your team.
Oh,
with
I was
different
going to
play
ask
styles and
something
roles.
similar.
Do you feel things will go differently during this fixture, or will history repeat itself?
Yeah, I was going to ask something similar for Sentinels.
I mean, it's just going to be another 2-0, to be honest, for us. So, sorry.
Sorry.
마코 선수에게도 드리는 질문인데요. 이제 이 두 팀이 마지막으로 만났을 때가 2024년 챔피언스 승자조에서였는데 센티널스가 이겼고 2대 0이었잖아요. 근데 이제 뭐 각자 새로운 역할을 담당하기도 됐고 또 그리고 팀의 새로운 선수도 있는데 이번 승부는 좀 다른 결과를 기대해봐도 될까요? 아니면은 뭐 그때랑 똑같이 끝날까요?라고 얘기를 했는데 젤시스 선수는 2대 0으로 끝날 거다. 미안하다 이렇게 얘기를 했어요.
Mako not impressed.
사실 그때랑 좀 많이 바뀌었다고 생각을 하고 있고요. 저희 팀이. 그리고 그때는 이제 뭐 저희가 실수를 많이 한 것도 있지만 또 센티널 쪽에서도 잘한 게 맞아가지고 사실 이번만큼은 이제 저희도 좀 다를 거라서 결과가 또 뒤바뀔 수도 있죠.
그럼 DRX가 투어?
네.
Jen's always
Well,
trying to.
back in Champions,
Jen's trying to spice things
2024,
up.
we did make a lot of mistakes. That's on us. But Sentinels did play very well, and they were the strong team on that day. But we had a lot of internal changes when it comes to the players and the system that we have. So I think, yeah, it's definitely going to be 2-0, but DRX 2-0.
Thank you. We'll go next to Scott Robertson.
Thank you. This question is for Narrate. When I spoke to Zelsis after the MIBR game, he said you were the MVP of vibes for that series. Micro calling for people, calling out
Damn.
mistakes the team was making.
The vibe
When did
merchant
this
himself.
become a more prominent part of your game, and is there someone you can credit for making that happen?
Man, I wouldn't say it's like a super prominent part of my game. It's more of just after like we played G2, we lost. We kind of like a lot of the matches before that we came out really flat, and so we're just like, guys, like if we don't go out in the game just screaming, just being like super hype and just vibe merchanting everybody, like it's just gonna be another like really tough match for us. So I mean, I just did it. Like that was my job, and I just did it.
Thank you. We'll go next to Alan.
Alan?
Alan, let us know if you're there. Yeah.
Yes, this is
ahead.
me. Yeah, okay, thank you. So this is a question for DRX, maybe Marco or free for you both. So the first
Is this
question
Alan the
is about
caster?
comps. So DRX have choose really few comps with flash agent. Like you have Taeho, but you seldom have like breach.
Yeah, sounds
or
like
any
it.
other
Sounds like his
agent
voice.
have flash. So is there a really a certain reason that why you choose comp with few
Alan's
flash,
great.
Flash agent? And
Good question,
this is my
too.
first question. And my second question is, so for this master, a lot of voices thinking that Pacific is the weakest region among all 4 regions. So what are your thoughts about this?
They're wrong.
아무나 얘기해 주시면 되는데 프링 선수가 하셔도 좋을 것 같아요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 DRX의 조합을 보면 좀 특이한 게 뭐 태호가 있지만 태호는 플래시가 없는 요원이잖아요. 근데 유독
DRX
다른
about to
팀에
prove him
비해서
wrong,
좀
man.
플래시 요원을 많이 안 쓰는 것 같아요. 그래서 특별한 이유가 있는지 이거랑 이번 마스터스에서 퍼시픽이 가장 약한 지역이다 라는 평가가 있는데 거기에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시고 있는지요?
일단 플래시 없는 조합을 일단 안 쓰는 이유는 제가 봤을 때 투드론, 그러니까 드론이 2개라는 점을 좀
That's what it
높게
is.
평가하는 것 같고.
It's the double drone.
그래서
They value that
플래시
higher.
보다는 뭔가
They value that higher than
소바나 페이드나 뭐 이런 거 쓰는 것 같고.
setting up
그리고
better
퍼시픽
fights with flashes.
저는 개인적으로
Which I think
저는
is
되게
the
높게
correct way to
평가하고
go.
있는데
I actually
다른
think.
다른 분들은 좀 낮게 평가하는 것 같아서 별로인 것 같고 저는 되게 높게 평가하고 있습니다.
되게 네?
되게 높게 평가하고 있습니다.
네. As for the first question, Fring's answer was, I think the benefits of having 2 drones overrides the benefits of having flash agents, and I think that's why we opt for more of a Sova fade, flashless pumps. And as for the second question, Fring said, I honestly think very highly of the Pacific region. So I don't know, maybe those who rate us low have no idea what they're talking about. But yeah, I think Pacific
Well,
is
that's a much spicier
strong.
translation.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll take it.
If the on-site media would like to start lining up, we'll begin taking questions.
สื่อไทยค่ะมีคำถามต่อแถวได้เลยนะคะ
Some slight liberty taken on that
We'll
one.
take a question from Brandon at esports.gg.
Oh,
Awesome, thank you very
what's
much.
your question?
I'll send
Because
this over to both the Sentinels guys.
Yeah, if I have one for
asking
Sentinels,
for
it's
a
going to be
retrospective,
Giselsis.
I guess. Last year, Carmine Core was where Narrate was, lost in the first Masters to Sentinels. Now you guys are on the same, on the same side of things. So just kind of want to know from both of you, what's the difference in terms of, confidence this year, vibes coming into the tournament, just how you guys feeling knowing that, last year you guys were on completely opposite sides of the things, with KC kind of going out early, Sentinels winning it all. This year, no matter what, you guys are going to be on the same side, whether you lose, whether you win. So just how you guys feeling heading into it compared to last year?
I think a big thing for us is confidence. Like Marshall said before, we've been putting in a lot of work and like coming out flat on series. I think that's our biggest struggle right now is our coming out first maps. We're not as confident. We're not as energized. I think that's a big thing we worked on in kickoff. I think it'll be the same here. As long as we come out firing on all cylinders first map, we'll be okay. In terms of confidence, I think we should be the most confident. We've been putting in a lot of time, a lot of work. We're very talented, so there's no reason we shouldn't be. Can't speak for Narrate, but I can allow him to answer a little bit for your KC question. But for me, I think we should be the most confident, to be honest.
Celsius is so good for interviews.
For, KC losing to Sen, it's a complete fluke. Should never have lost that. But I think the team now is definitely a very strong team, and
that's good.
We definitely have a lot of experience that other teams don't have, and also, all the teams here are relatively, I wouldn't say they're new, but they have a lot of roster changes. Not a lot of the teams are the same other than G2. So I think it's definitely going to be learning experience for everybody. And I think we're the most confident to win at least.
Thank you. We'll go next to Rabia.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So my question is to Sentinel guys. You guys had to travel a long distance to reach Bangkok. I think it takes about 20 hours or so.
Does it? Oh, yeah,
How are you guys
25,
feeling right now? Are
25.
you rested well? How
Right, I
has
forgot.
been Bangkok for you, and what have you been enjoying the most?
Feeling like $1 million, you know. I mean, we actually had
Feeling like
like
a
when we
million.
got here, we fixed our sleep schedules pretty quick, so I don't think like jet
That's
lag or
good.
anything is really like affecting us. I feel like it's a bit of an excuse to say it is, but I think we'll definitely be ready for our match at least.
Celsius?
Oh, I mean, I'm feeling great. Like Marshall said, we landed very early in Bangkok and we stayed up all day and we're trying to adjust our schedules around the match time. So, yeah, I'm feeling good.
Awesome. And if dear ex guys can also chime in and share their experience at Bangkok so far, that would be great.
그 마커 선수, 프링 선수도 방콕 적응은 잘 하고 있는지, 뭐 어떤 것 같은지, 웃긴 얘기 없는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 제가 더위를 많이 타서 태국을 오자마자 조금 어지러웠어요. 그래서 조금 적응하는데 시간 좀 걸릴 것 같아요.
웃긴 얘기는 일단 좀 없는 것 같고 잘 안 나가서 일단 처음에 왔을 때 되게 더웠는데 지금은 좀 잘 적응하고 있는 것 같습니다.
Well, Mako's answer was, well, it's way too warm in here. I mean, the weather and the temperature. So the first time I stepped
Yeah,
out
the
of
Derek,
the
I've heard the
airport,
Derek's
I was nauseous. I was
team
getting
is
dizzy
struggling a
because
bit
of
with the heat.
and I'm still getting used to it. But yeah, it's definitely tough. And Fring's answer was, yeah, because of the weather, we don't really go out, like outside. We stay in
Yeah,
our
it's probably the
hotel.
humidity more than
So,
anything, right?
But I think I'm getting used to the heat though.
Thank you.
Awesome. And best of luck everyone for the match. And for now, it's 2-0 on side of Sentinels. And as fans, we hope that we don't see a 2-0 this time and get a full 3-map game.
Thank you. All right, we will now take a question from the on-site media.
Yeah, no, humidity and heat is it's rough. They have to take better care.
ขอ3เหตุผลที่คนไทย
One of the
ต้องซื้อ
DRX
Sentinel
staff
Bundle
like
ครับผม
posted that it was like way too hot, and I was like, yeah, you guys got to
Oh,
watch
this is a
out.
question
It'll get to you.
Give us 3 reasons to buy Sentinel bundle.
One is I don't have pens anymore, so I need help keeping the lights on. 2, we're gonna win this tournament, and 3, I should be your favorite player, so you should just buy the Sun bundle for me.
ค่ะข้อหนึ่งนะคะก็คือต้องการเงินค่ะต้องการสปอร์ตต้องการความช่วยเหลือจากแฟนๆนะคะข้อที่2ก็คือเขาจะชนะMasters นี้ให้ได้นะคะและข้อที่3เพราะว่าเขาเป็นผู้เล่นคนโปรดของทุกๆคนค่ะ Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello guys, I'm Solera via Ward.gg. We ask our followers to ask questions to the pros, and here's a question for Mako. It's a question about 959 days. How does it feel to finally come back to the Masters event after a year? And what are your expectations for this tournament?
마코 선수에게 드리는 질문인데요. 여기까지 오기 900일 넘는 시간을 기다려야 됐는데 다시 돌아오니까 기분이 어떤가요?
일단은 이 마스터즈라는 배경이 너무 보고 싶었고 또 이제 보라색 색깔을 좋아하는 편이라서 되게 뭔가 좀
It all makes sense.
뿌듯하면서도
Just wait for the
오래
translation.
걸릴 거였나 싶은 생각도 들고 그냥 지금은 되게 재밌게 생각하고 있는 것 같아요.
Yeah, it took us a long time. I missed the press conference background. I missed that, and I actually quite like the color purple. So, you know, having a purple vibe around me.
That's why he plays controllers, chat. That's
And
why he switched.
I am definitely proud of myself and the team for being able to take part in Masters.
Omen and
but
Astra.
Also at the same time, I'm also like, why did it take so long for us to get here? But yeah, but as for now, I'm trying to enjoy every day and have fun.
감사합니다. Good luck to both teams.
ครับจากคอนโทรจีนะครับ Sentinel และ DIX ครับเป็นทีมที่มีแฟนชาวไทยตามเชียร์เยอะมากๆและหลายคนก็
Yeah,
หวังว่า
humidity is the
วัน
killer
หนึ่
for
งจะมีทีมไทยได้
sure.
เข้าไปแข่ง
I
ใน
mean,
สนามเดียวกันกับพว
because
กเขา
dry heat is like
ซึ่งใน
just
ฐานะ
stay
ที่
away
เขา
from
มี
the
ประสบการ
direct
ณ์และน่า
source
จะ
of
เคยเจอ
heat,
กับทีม
right?
ไทยมาบ้างแล้ว
But
ว่า
humidity is like you
ที
could
มไทย
be in
มี
the
โอกาสที่จะ
shade
ได้ไป
and then
อยู่ใน
still
ระ
get
ดับนั้น
slammed, and you could be out for like just a couple seconds and then get into
ใช่ค
AC
รับ
and it would
แล้ว
like
ก็
the
มี
difference would
คน
wreck
ไทย
you
คนไหน
and
ที่น่าจับตามองหรือมีอะไรอยากฝากบอกกับแฟนๆที่จะมาเชียร์พวกเขาที่งาน Master Bangkok นี้ด้วยครับ
This is a question for both teams that both Sentinels and DRX actually has a very huge Thai fan base here. And you both have probably been,
the Thai fan base is just generally pretty
Thai
big.
team before.
I hope I hope the crowd
Do you
is like
think that
lively.
the Thai
They were
team
pretty good
would
for Ascension.
have an opportunity to be on, a international league? And if so, which of the
thing
player
about-
that you think
The thing is Bangkok I didn't
the
think was
one that people should keep their eyes on?
as bad as I thought it was going to be when I was there 2 years ago.
I mean, it's Primi, right? Primi's Thai, so and Talon is like a Thai team.
Thai
Primi's
team.
like an absolutely insane player, so I definitely think he has like out of any other Thai player, he definitely has the most potential, like to be back on the stage no matter what. Whether it's with Talon or not, like with Jib Boys is also really good. Cruz as well, so I would say them.
I agree.
I agree.
ค่ะสำหรับทางทีม Sentinel บอกว่าก็ต้องเป็น Primi นะคะจาก Talon แล้วเพราะว่า Talon
I mean,
ก็
Talon being there would have been hype, right?
แต่
Darn
ถ้า
shame.
ให้เลือกสักคนหนึ่งที่ควรจับตามองเนี่ยก็คงจะเป็น Primi
31 with
รู้สึกว่าเขามี
60% humidity.
ศักยภาพ
That
ในการ
doesn't
เล่น
seem
สู
as
งมาก
bad as it
นะคะ
can
แล้ว
get.
ก็รวมถึ
That
ง
seems
จิบบอยแล้วก็ครูด้วยค่ะ
workable if you're ready for it.
I also wanna ask DRX.
DRX 선수들에게도 여쭤보는 질문인데 이제 DRX도 태국 팬들이 많은데 태국 팀이 국제 대회에 진출할 가능성은 앞으로 어느 정도 되냐라는 질문과
They should be able to answer this
지켜보면
better
좋을 만한
since they play
태국
against
선수는
Talon a
누가
lot and
있을까요?
other Thai players. Mako's like, as long as Frost is coach, it's just like the DRX beef continues.
탈론 선수들도 진짜 잘하지만 저희가 이제 평소에도 태국 팀들과 스크림을 해보면은 챌린저스에서 활동 중인 팀들도 되게 잘한다라고 지금 생각을 하고 있어가지고 아마 이제 이번 연도나 진짜 내년에는 더욱더 많은 팀들이 좀 그러니까 잘하는 팀들이 많이 생길 것 같고 이번 연도 국제 진출은 뭐 작년에도 이미 탈론은 챔피언스도 진출해봤어가지고 되게 가능성도 되게 높다고 생각을 하고 있고 뭐 당연히 태국 선수 하면은 프리미 선수가 지금 되게 핫하잖아요. 그래가지고 뭔가 불가능을 가능하게끔 만드는 라운드를 좀 많이 만들어줘가지고 그 선수가 지금 되게 잘하는 것 같습니다.
저는 뭐 마코 선수랑 비슷한 생각하고 이기는 선수는 프림이랑 뒷보이 선수 좀 기대하고 있습니다.
Marco's answer was, yeah, Talon's of course
Freeing looks
a
nervous.
very strong
He's
team,
like-
a good team, but scrimming
Like
other
tight knit.
Thai
He's like,
teams,
I don't know
think,
if I don't know if we can
in
move
Thai
around.
challengers,
Like
there are pretty strong teams out there too, and I feel like the scene is only going to grow bigger and bigger as time goes. I think like even this year or looking ahead to next year, Thai teams will be stronger, and there will be a lot of competitive teams in the Thai scene. And Talent made it to champions last year, and I think they are a good team. And I think there's a high chance that they will make it to other international tournaments. And as for the player, I would say Primi, because he has this magical talent of winning the rounds that he shouldn't be winning. And he literally makes impossible situations possible. And Fring's answer was, yeah, I agree with what Mako said about the Thai scene growing and becoming more competitive. As for the player to watch, I would say Primi and Jit Boys.
ค่ะก็มาโกบอกว่าสำหรับจริงๆแล้วทีมไทยเนี่ยมีทีมที่เก่งหลายๆทีมเลยนะคะนอกจากทารอนแล้วเนี่ยที่อยู่ในได้ไปแข่งแชมเปี้ยนปีที่แล้วเนาะเขาได้สกรีมกับทีมไทยหลายๆทีม ช่วง Challengers นะคะแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยมันมีทีมที่เก่งแล้วก็แข็งเนี่ยค่อนข้างเย
Yeah,
อะ
I
มา
think
ก
it's
ใน
just
อนา
yeah,
ค
he's
ต
never
เนี่ย
done
ก็
like press
มั่นใจ
conferences
ว่า
and
จะได้
stuff,
เห็นที
like
มไทย
official
บน
media stuff.
international
Like some of the newer players,
level มากขึ้น
they like get
นะคะ
nervous shooting content because they're like, I don't know how this
และคน
works.
ที่คิดว่าน่าจะต้องจับตามองก็คือแน่นอนว่าเป็นพรีมี่นะคะเพราะว่าพรีมี่เนี่ยสามารถทำ
Regarding the
ให้
talent
แมตช์
stuff, well,
ที่
let's
ดู
talk
น่า
about
จะ
it
ไม่
in
ช
between
นะ
the
ได้
break,
เนี่
just
ย
because I
ก็
don't
ช
want to
นะ
like
กลับ
talk
มา
over
ได้
the
นะคะ
English
หรือว่า
questions and
ทำในสิ่ง
answers.
ที่แบบทำได้ยังไงวะเขาก็ทำได้นะคะส่วน
But
เจน
I've
ก็
I saw the
เอ่อ
reports. I
เห็น
saw the
ด้วยกับ
reports.
ที่มาโกะพูดนะคะแล้วก็เห็นด้วยว่าคนที่น่าจับตามองคือพรีมี่แล้วก็จิตบอยค่ะ
Thank you. We'll take the next question.
เช่นค่ะ
ครับจากออนไลน์สเตชันนะครับครับผมเป็นคำถามเดียวกัน
No, I guess we're
4 ทีมเมื่อ
continuing
กี้
with
นะครับ
on-site
ก็
for now.
อยากจะถามว่าทั้งสองทีมอะมีจิตวิทยาในการ
I mean, here's the thing is that
มี
I
ผลมากน้อยแค่ไหนครับ
like
ต่อฟอร์มการเล่นแล้วก็มีเทคนิคสำคัญ
I
ที่ช่วย
am
คุณโฟกัสกับเกมได้ดีมาก
I'm in the school of thought that I think Governor and Ban
This
provide
is a
more value
question
than
for
it
both
seems,
team of how you
but comms is
mental, like
obviously
how you handle
always
the
going to be an
mental
issue.
preparation and what are the tips and tricks for you to
But we can
prepare
talk about
for
it
the
more.
big match.
I think for big matches, it's just kind of all the same of just trying to get as many scrims in as you can with the times you have before your first match. Because I think at internationals, between landing and the first match, time is kind of impossible to have any time to do anything because you're doing a lot of riot features, riot content, tech checks, and then you're trying to also, you know, you're still a human, so you need to eat and sleep and everything like that. So I think the biggest thing is just making sure you're doing everything leading up to match day in terms of food, sleep, rest, mental relaxation and recovery, everything like that, and then just playing the game together with your team as much as possible without stressing yourselves out.
Master starts tomorrow. Yes, in
DRX에게도 드리는 질문인데요. 이런
a little
큰
over
경기, 중요한 경기
24
앞두고
hours.
멘탈 관리나 뭔가 준비는 어떻게 하시나요?
27 hours. Any DRX answers?
뭐 크게 뭔가를 한다기보다는 저희끼리 그냥 약간 뭐라고 해야 되지? 그냥 약간 으쌰으쌰. 그냥 화이팅 넘치게 하는 것 같습니다.
Nothing too different.
They're both such
or
soft-spoken
special.
guys.
We just try to keep
But they're the older
vibes
ones.
up, high energy. Let's go.
Nice.
Fighting.
Thank you. We'll take a remote question right now. Tyler, you've been waiting for a long time. Would you like to ask one?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. So this question's for Zelsis. I'm not sure you know, but you are the oldest player competing at this tournament. Considering the amount of experience you have under your
Playing
belt,
against the youngest too.
what have you been
Hyunmin's
able
the
to
youngest.
teach your teammates, especially your younger teammates, to help them develop their maturity and help them build a good mindset, both in and out of game as a leader on this roster?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is as I've gotten older, sadly, I'm a little bit more patient.
It's true.
Whereas
You can
like the young
tell
guys,
that
you
he's
know, when
matured
I
a
was their
lot.
age, I wanted it now. I think I can bring a lot more of enjoying the journey and enjoying like what we're doing in the moment rather than
He's not that old,
jumping
Chad.
all
He's
over
just the
place. I think that's
oldest.
a big thing
He's
for
not that
young
old.
guys in esports to understand. Obviously our field is not very forgiving in terms of time and patience, but I think that's kind of how you can survive in this industry is patience. So I think that's a big thing that I'm trying to help them with. And I mean, they're very receptive to the old man wisdom. So I am indeed the oldest player here. And when I was told that, I was kind of shocked. But I mean, I'm only going to get older, and then
It is
my
a little
teammates are only gonna
shocking
get,
just 'cause
you
he's
know,
not
younger
that
and
old.
Nothing will change. So
Just everyone just got younger,
I
I
have to
think.
live with that. But yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a question from the in-house media.
เชิญค่ะ
My name is from Stan. This is question for Celsius. Yeah, you had the opportunity to compete in the first master event, and what do you think this is
VCT
different
Masters
this time
kindergarten.
around?
Good question. I like that. Thank you. Honestly, I don't think anything really changes from master events to master events. I do think from masters to champs, there's a lot of difference. I think it's just kind of like the prestigiousness of each event. But in terms of each Masters, I mean, the first Masters there was no crowd. It was like during the COVID era, so that was a little bit different. No crowd. It was a little bit more hectic in terms of like we would have to get like COVID tests and everything like that before we leave or whatever. Whereas now, obviously, everything's kind of more free. But yeah, in terms of Masters preparation or in terms of Master events, I guess nothing really changes that much. These events are, I mean, we only get 3 a year, so these events are very special, especially to us players, I feel like. So I'm just very blessed to be able to compete at another one.
Yes.
ค่ะก็จริงๆคำถามนี้ก็
That's
คื
a
อ
good
ถามว่า
question.
เนื่องจากว่า Celsius เนี่ยมีโอกาส
Really,
ได้
it's specific
แข่
to
ง
Zelsis
Masters
too,
มาตั้
so
ง
it's a
แต่
good question.
Master แรกนะคะก็เลยคำถามจากทางเมนสแตนก็คือมีความแตกต่างอะไรบ้างตั้งแต่ Master แรกกับ Master นี้แต่จริงๆแล้วเนี่ย
The pre-event press conferences have some good
ก่อนหน้า
questions.
เนี้ย
It's the
Celsius เป็น
post-match
คน
ones that
ที่มีอา
struggle.
ยุเยอะที่สุดในทีมตอนนี้นะคะเขาบอกว่า Master แรกเนี่ยไม่มี
Yeah, the DRX guys were like
ไม่มีผู้ชม
waving
เพ
too,
ราะว่า
and
เป็น
then
ช่วงโควิด
earlier
ก็เลยว่า
Narray
อา
was
จจะ
like
energy
getting his
อาจจะ
picture
ไม่เหมือน
taken
กัน
from the
กับ
side.
Master
But I think the early one
นะ
was
คะแล้ว
maybe
ก็
just
ตอน
the
นี้เนี่ยก็
photographer,
คือ
whereas
มี
maybe there's like some casters
ฟรีดอมมากขึ้นแล้วก็
in the back.
มีแฟนๆมาชมมากขึ้นก็เป็น energy ที่ดีค่ะแล้วแต่ว่าในเชิงของการแข่งขันเนี่ยก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกว่ามีอะไร
Yeah, post-match is much more about like the game and whatnot. So
Thank you. And Ravish, you can close us out with the last question.
damn,
Beautiful.
Ravish
Thank you all so
getting
much.
2.
Just my final
Unfair.
question goes over.
Just
I
kidding.
started here, might as well end it here. Jordan, hi, it's me again. I've wondered about this for a very long time, and I wanted to ask you this. Look, you've had a renaissance through your hair throughout your entire time, all the way back in V1 and before. What would it take to take you to go bald, bro? What is it? What are the stakes to just take it all off to the bone?
If we win Masters Bangkok, I'll shave my head.
Damn.
Beautiful. That's what I want to hear. Let's go, Jordan.
Let's go.
Good setup though. Good setup for something like that, for a bet.
Sentinels, DRX, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. And this will conclude the press conference. We will be back momentarily with EDG and TL. Thank you so much.
Cool, cool.
What's up? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for Celsius. Did you buy the Edward bundle?
I bought the Edward bundle.
Yeah, thanks.
I did buy the bundle. Thank you.
That was Kang Kang for everybody else on stream.
He just ran in. Dude, everyone's getting Zelsified. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, let me change my YouTube thumbnail real quick, chat. For the last one, just so people coming in for the live know. Let's see. Last one. EDG Team Liquid. What's it gonna be? All right, what's John Olsen? No, I think that's just a John Olsen jersey. I think that's just from FPS Thailand or something. Yeah, Zelsis did that to the EDG conference. Yeah, exactly. All right. Here, let's mute the mainstream while they get set up. We better get the Mimi and TMV question. Well, yeah, hopefully I can ask 2 questions because I think the EDG question is really good. I think the EDG question is really good from Discord, from Kami. I want to ask that for sure. But hopefully I can ask 2 because then the Team Liquid one I think would be fun. What is my sleeper team for Bangkok? Sleeper team? It's kind of hard to say there's a sleeper team when there's only 8 teams and they're all good. Sleeper team, though? I mean, probably, if I'm going to pick a sleeper team, it depends on what general consensus is. I actually don't know exactly what the general consensus is, but I'd probably pick T1 or Sentinels. I don't know if people are expecting Sentinels to win. Like, I think they can, but... Oh, you know what? Actually, Trace maybe. Trace. No, Trace. Yeah, Trace is probably a sleeper team. Trace is probably a sleeper team. Because I'm high on Trace. Trace and T1, I guess. It's kind of not... I don't think Sentinels is a sleeper team. I just don't think they're favorites, right? So... Yeah, Trace and T1 for me, I guess. Oh, dude, they're like right in, chat. I think they're going to get started soon.
Hey everybody, we are here with TL and Edward
Damn.
Gaming. We'll begin with questions from the remote media, and then we'll move on site. Please use the Zoom hand raise function if you have a question, and then we'll call on you. Brandon, would you like to lead us off?
Sure thing. I'll ask this to Nats, and if Chichu wants to chime in, he can. You
It's
know,
the Chichu
he's your
Nats
number one
question.
fan right next to you. I just want to know, you know, you're only like 8 months older than he is.
Look at
I just want to
Kanka.
know how it feels to kind of be looked up to, you know, by somebody so close in age, to be able to either, you know, kind of bring his dream to life on stage when you guys play, or even crush it by, you know, being his first loss at Masters.
Sorry, that question goes to me.
Yeah, it goes to you, and if Chichu wants to respond, he can. Yeah.
Wait, can you repeat the question? I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. Just, you know, Chichu has always kind of talked about how he looks up to you and everything. So I'm just curious, you know, how it feels. You know, you're so close in age, just how it feels to have another player, another peer kind of look up to you like that. And, you know, what your thoughts are on potentially being able to crush your number one fan's dreams on stage when you guys play.
Yeah. I mean, it feels good, to be honest. It feels good in terms of even playing against him. That's a good feeling. That it's not always happen. It's even barely happening, to be honest, that you playing against your big fan, but it feels just good. I don't know how to explain that, and I'm happy to play against him so much. It's also interesting because when you play
this is a
against
good...
him, you kind of
Chichu keeps
already
glancing
know
at him.
that he knows what you're gonna do, so you need to think twice ahead. Do you really want to do that, or
It's
should you
like
think
he
about
has a
doing
crush.
this? That's interesting. That's cool.
Does Chichu want to say anything to Nats?
球球，其实刚才他是问到说，其实我们也知
So
道你是
good.
Nats 的小粉丝儿嘛，那就是而且你们年龄也相仿，他可能问到 Nats 就是说年龄
I'm
相仿，
dying
而且
here.
他可能你会把他当成是你自己的偶像嘛，而且你们第一
It's
场
so
对阵的
good.
话，他也有可能会
So
亲
good.
手粉碎一下你这个小
Dude, the
粉丝的
EDG
梦，就
jersey
比
is
如
kind
说
of
会在比赛
nice.
当中打败你啊，那你对此会不会有什么回应想要说的？
Endless forging, is that
我觉
what it
得
says?
比赛嘛，有输有赢，但是，我们这次也是很有准备来的嘛，也不会像之前，那么简单被击碎了。我觉得我们这次很有准备，我觉得这是我们该赢了。
Jojo said, you may, you know, competition, win or lose, but this time we got a lot of preparation for this matchup, and also we're not gonna be beat that easily. This time it's our turn to win.
Okay, let's have a good game then.
Damn.
Thank you so much. We'll take the next question from Alan.
OK, thank you. Hello, 下午好。我是 Alan。那个，我想问一下，就是二位啊，因为其实我们 VCTCN 的起点赛是
That
开
was
始
so
最
good.
早的，然
The
后也是结
interaction
束
is
最
so
早
good.
的，所以其实跟其他赛区的时间上会有一点区别嘛，就开始的早，结束的早。那你们自己觉得这样一个时间的情况，你们是觉得会给你们，比如说更多的准备时间吗？还是更多的休息时间？会有一个什么样的感觉？然后你们觉得会给你们带来一些什么样的优势吗？或者是劣势，什么都可以。谢谢。
So maybe translate.
Just after he answers the question.
我觉得打得早，休得早，结束早，是因为我们正好要过中国新年，对吧？我们要过新年，所以说我们得
What was the question?
休得早啊。其实其他感觉没有啥，因为我们当时也在过年嘛。
我觉得更多就是休息时间嘛，然后准备的东西其实还是跟结束时间其实没什么区别的，因为总体时间其实也没有那么多能变动的东西，其实也不会那么的。
No, I know, but it seems like someone in chat knew.
好的，谢谢，加油。
So the question is, like, for CN League, your kickoff starts earlier and end
Yep.
earlier compared to other league.
That's another
so
good
the
question.
Time difference will give you more time to, no matter.
I
you
wanted to
wanna
ask that
rest
as well.
Prepare for the Master Bangkok. So do you think there are any effect on you, no matter it's positive or negative? And Hong Kong's answer is that the reason why we end earlier is because we have like Chinese New Year, and other than that, I didn't feel like too much difference. And Chichu said, I think we do have more time to rest, but I don't see really much different about our
Dude, they're sponsored by
changes.
Mogu Mogu?
I mean, we don't have too much changes during this time.
Thank you so much. We'll go next to Ravish. Like to unmute your mic. I think he might have stepped away. We'll go to WillChobra.
Thank you. Chobra from Korea here. I have a question for EDG, and I'd like to hear both players' answers if we can. But the question is you're almost the only team that has retained the same starting roster after winning champions. The only team to do that, aside from you guys, was back in 2021 with Ascend. And every other team has, kind of changed players for one reason or another. So I'm wondering, does this give you maybe more pressure because there's the same expectations as the exact same roster as last year? Or is there maybe something different that maybe makes it easier for you guys?
这个问题希望两位 EDG 的选手都能够回答。其实在，上次冠军赛之后，不像其他队伍做了一些人员上的变动，那 EDG 是保留了原班人马的。那你们觉得就是像这样，其实大家也会对你们有更多的期待吗？这会给你们这会给到你们一些压力吗？又或者说，其实对于你们来说，其实是更有优势的？
我觉得没有什么压力吧，毕竟每一个新的一年都是一次从零的开始，然后我们是5个人，可能更多的优势就是在于大家都是拧成一股绳的人吧，就是反正我觉得劲儿都往一处使儿，然后就好好打吧。
我觉得就是压力这个东西，在我们首尔的时候，其实已经验证过，这种没有压力的时候，我们打得会比较好。所以说，我觉得我们现在不要去在意任何外界给的压力，我们只需要保持我们自己的冲劲就好了。
So Kongkong's answer is that we feel like there's no pressure about that, about the roster didn't change, and we just want to say this is new year, everything just start from zero, and I think our advantage is like our strong point is about our teamwork. All of our members have the same goal. We always work together. And Chuchu's answer was that I feel like in Seoul we have see that if we got no pressure in that situation, we can play better. So we're just gonna keep that momentum and do better in this tournament.
Thank you. We'll go next to Pedro Romero.
Very safe answers. I think it's a good answer from Kong, though. It sounds boring, but I think it's a message
I got a question for Patty Tech.
Is their fans
obviously
too.
I remember when we last had a discussion before the start of this entire year, and it gave me a sense of promise as to how far this team can go. And it'd be fair to say that I didn't expect for you guys to make Masters, but still, it's a testament to the improvement.
Appreciate the translation in the chat as well. It's sometimes it's good to have different takes.
What enabled this team to play
but
so well,
obviously
especially at
respect
the very
to
start of the
on-site
year? And
translators
also,
as a translator myself.
What are the biggest factors that you have played into the team from the start of kickoff up until this very moment that allowed you guys to play so well as you have?
I think it's a mix of everything, honestly. Great individuals with great coaching staff, and obviously Ayas Nuts sitting next to me, switching back to the IGL role. I think he did a great job about it, and he's on his way to become one of the greatest IGLs.
They gotta raise his mic. It's too soft.
About me, I think what I bring to the team, I mean, I just bring confidence, you know. I think that's the main point. I bring confidence to my players, and I think, especially with the young roster that we have right now, giving confidence to the younger players is very important, so they can basically just focus on shooting and nothing else, you know. Me and Ayas are the guys to do the dirty work, and they just do the shooting part, you know. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you. We'll go back to Ravish next.
Thank you. Sorry. My question is for Kong. Now you had mentioned previously, and I think many people have expressed that.
I think he's just tired. I think they're all just tired.
Whether it be in a game or in general in life. Now, I want to ask specifically from your point of view.
Liquid Jersey's kind of nice.
If you were the main character of, let's say, an anime or a cartoon, which one would it be and why, perhaps?
Can you like repeat the last part of your question?
Sure. Yeah. If you was the main character or the MC of an anime or cartoon, which one would it be and why? Maybe.
这个问题是想要问到康康选手，其实很多人都会
Probably
把
some
这
jet
些
lag
如果
too,
是
yeah.
不管是
But
在
also
游
like
戏当中还是日常
pros
的生活
don't
当中，
like
很多人都会觉得说把
doing
你队伍
press
里
and
面的一
content
员
shit.
看待。如果是对于你来
What
说
the?，
去不管是任何一部卡通
They
啊
all
或者
heard it
动画
too.
片，就是说以你是一位主人公的话，你觉得会是哪一部动画或者是卡通？
我觉得其实跟我性格比较相仿的，应该就是排球少年的日向向阳吧。我也希望能够成为队伍里面的小太阳，去一直用我自己的努力跟我自己弥补自己的不足，然后去帮助我这个队伍，然后去。虽然说我打游戏比较激进，所以说就可能容易。
By the way, someone asked earlier about the GRX jersey. I don't like it. I don't like the
我觉
gray
得我
and
还是需
white
要去发挥
platinum
我的长
look.
处，因为这个队伍需要我去这样做，对。然后我也希望能够继续把这些活力的一面、青春的一面去带给我的队伍，让我们队伍走得更远。虽然说会有很多曲折，但是我认为曲折是打
Sung Jinu.
干不
That's
死我们的。
solo leveling, yeah?
The answer is that I would like to say the volleyball junior. I will be the main character because I want to be that. I want to be like the son, the little son for our team. You know, although I have those mistakes, sometimes I got their weakness, but I still want to help the whole team. I mean, sometimes I might be aggressive in the server. I just die in vain, but sometimes I just feel like the team need me to do that, and I also want to take this, to bring this energy, that young blood into our team, no matter there's obstacles, but those obstacles cannot like take us down.
A fearless leader. Love that. Thank you so much.
I don't know my anime, so I don't know if I just missed it or
Like to start lining up. We'll
they
begin
didn't
some
say.
questions.
สื่อไทยถ้ามีคำถามต่อแถวได้เลยนะคะ
And in the meantime, let's go to Miguel from Sons of KS.
Oh, Haikyuu, the
Hi, guys.
volleyball.
Good day. Thank you for taking the question. Right now, I think this is the first time that an agent has been almost insta included on competitive game with the release of Teho.
What type of rims you
And
should get
right
for your
now, with another
glasses?
agent around the corner, how do you think
How about the
this
Kong Kong
affects, the way that strategies play on the
I kind of dig
stage?
his glasses.
Does this adds up to like give a competitive edge, or is this detrimental for the game as it is? These questions would be great if both teams can reply. Thank you.
Yeah, the volume's like all over the place sometimes, especially for the online remote stuff.
Would you like to go first?
Yeah, touching on the Tejo, I think that's
And then the player mics too.
that's very hard to adapt. I would say like this to the Tejo, especially with a lot of terms and overall if we comparing the previous year and this year, if we're starting with the kickoff, the new agent release, and you don't really know if it's going to be good or not, so you're kind of taking a risk to try to play the new agent to break the meta. And I think that's the hardest part. Harder part was for the most of the teams, and who managed to play with the agent, they did good. Who didn't play the agent or who didn't master that agent, they didn't show up the best.
So
and now going to the new agent.
Why is it a lion? A lion horse.
Going after the tournament into the stage 1, that also brings a bit of, especially for the teams who is in the Masters Bangkok, a bit of not even randomness, but you need to adapt very fast to what is going on right now in terms of.
He's just. I don't think he knows he looks angry when he's just resting.
Maybe the meta on the maps that is played right now is changing, so there's a lot you need to adapt in the moment, and you need to be a bit lucky even sometimes, because you need to perform. You need to also rest a bit, because all of us are humans. We are not a robot.
That's true. He's half Thai.
It's a good thing, to be honest, of this year. It's a randomness. Most of the people is gonna say in randomness, but that's where I find it funny and interesting of this year, how actually everyone is gonna adapt into it. That's at least my perspective for this year.
这个问题，两位 ADG 的选手也可以来回
Oh,
答。
he wanted
就
to
是
add
在
something.
版本当中，新英雄
He was just
跳
thinking.
上线了，觉得在这个版本当中，在比赛里面会带来哪些影响？
Yeah, they
但
should have
是
had
如果对
Kiko, but maybe the team didn't. I don't know. Maybe he didn't want to do it. I
让
don't
他
know.
带入到阵容当中的话，会有怎样的优势啊？或者说
Donvy's glasses are nice too.
I think it's definitely challenging to adapt to the new initiator and duelist that is gonna come out. But I think as I look at it, it's fun to adapt to those all those new things. But as Nats mentioned, in my opinion, I think it brings a bit more randomness, a bit more of a RNG moments in Valorant, especially like strategic wise.
Maybe he really is angry.
In Bangkok, they won't have that much time for the preparation coming to the stage 1 as other teams. So we're gonna see how teams will prepare and how everyone will try to adapt. But as I mentioned earlier, it's gonna be fun.
我觉得这个新英雄对于防守方开局的布局会有些影响吧，因为他的技能说实话有点太快了。
Oh, it was to both sides. This is gonna be long answers. We gotta translate
清道具就是清防守方的道具
everything.
变得很简单，然后你往前面
Who decides which players? I assume Riot puts in. I think actually the press might also like make suggestions, and then Riot puts in a request. But then I think teams probably have a say as well.
Chichu said when you are a defense side, seems like this agent will have a big affection for your like how you put your key to your how you put your key to your skill, because the title hit skill is too fast. Seems like his hit can get this site so easily. And as a sentinel, it seems like I don't like this agent.
No, I don't like this.
Thank you so much.
We'll take questions from the on-site media.
จาก EPS Thailand นะครับอยากถามคังครับผมว่าในการตั้งแต่ EDG มาแข่งในมาสเตอร์หรือแชมเปี้ยนทุกๆครั้งก็จะเจอด่านหินอย่าง Paper X แต่ครั้งนี้ Paper X ไม่ได้มาคุณคิดว่าเส้นทางการคว้าแชมป์ของ EDG เนี่ยจะง่ายขึ้นหรือ
Yeah, I'm down for coaches at press conferences.
This question is for Kang Kang. In the previous matches, EDG has been facing PaperX, and this time PaperX is not here. Do you think that it would be easier for you to win?
这个问题是想问到康康选手。其实之前我们看到过很多次 EDG 与 PRX 的交手，但这一次
PaperX
可能 PRX 没有
mentioned.
来到这儿。那觉得对于 EDG 来说，会不会是一个
EDG coaches are too busy playing tournaments.
在这一次比赛当中？
我觉得面对每一支队伍其实都是一样的，我没有觉得哪支队伍比较难打，哪支队伍简单。当然 ，PRX 没有能来到这次曼谷大师赛，我觉得挺可惜的。但是他们是我们的兄弟，所以说我们要带着兄弟的那份信念一起走下去。对。
I mean, we fix. I think it's all the same when we face against every teams. There's no who is difficult to face against, who is easier to face. But I feel this time PRX didn't make it to come to Master Bangkok. This is a pity for both of our teams because we are brothers. You know, we'll take this brotherhood and go further.
ค่ะก็คังบอกว่าจริงๆแล้วก็น่าจะไม่มีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงมากนะคะเพราะทุกเกมก็เก่งกันอยู่แล้วไม่มีว่าจะง่ายกว่าหรือยากกว่าแต่สำหรับครั้งนี้ที่ PRX ไม่ได้มาเนี่ยรู้สึกว่าเป็นเขารู้สึกว่าเสียดายมากเพราะว่าEDG กับ PRX มันเป็นพี่น้องกันนะคะก็ถ้าเกิดว่าได้มาด้วยก็จะเป็นแบบสองพี่น้อง
Come on, give me a second question.
อาจจะไปถึง
You know you want to.
Thank you.
There's a lot of questions this time.
ครับผมเป็นคำจากออนไลน์สเตชันนะครับเป็นคำถามเดียวกับทีมที่ผ่านมาทั้งหมดนะครับ
I mean, I think with EDG there, it's no surprise.
มีเทคนิคทางจิตวิทยาในการแข่งขันมีผลมากน้อยแค่ไหนต่อฟอร์มการเล่นครับแล้วก็เทคนิคที่สำคัญกับการโฟกัสของเกมทั้งสองทีมมีวิธีแตกต่างกันอย่างไรครับ
This is a question for both teams.
We also have questions for both teams.
Prepare yourself mentally, and how do you think the mental preparation helps you? And what are some tips and tricks?
Patty and Nats.
I mean, when it comes to mental preparation, I think the most important thing is sleep, because we are not robots, right? We need to sleep. I think like this is the most important thing for gamers, for professional players, is to have a good sleep schedule.
when coming to tournaments with different time zones, it's hard to adjust, but it's not impossible. So you gotta focus more on that rather than like playing the game and just grinding 12 hours of ranked. Just basically get a good sleep, and from that you're ready to go.
这个问题 EDG 的两位选手也可以回答，就是想问一下大家的心态上面是如何做准备的呢？以及你觉得这种准备会怎样帮助到你们？在做一些心态上准备的时候，有没有一些方法和小妙招呢？
Oh, the schedule's tiring for players for sure.
我觉得我是会给自己在赛前一些心理建设的人，然后我只要把我赛前的心理建设全部做完，那我一定可以在这场比赛当中发挥的挺好。对，所以说，像我们这种没有安全感的人，就需要在比赛前做一些心理建设吧，我认为。
I mean, before the matchup, I always take care of my mentality. I mean, if I did that good this time, I will performance well in that matchup because for some people like insecure like me, we need those kind of routine for take care of our mentality.
ค่ะสำหรับทีม Liquid นะคะบอกว่าการนอนนะคะคือสิ่งที่สำคัญที่สุดค่ะเพราะว่าถ้าพักผ่อนไม่พอเนี่ยจะส่งผลต่อการเล่นนะคะแล้วก็
Yeah, what does he mean
สำหรับ
like
ทริป
me?
นี้เนี่ยเขาก็ได้มีการปรับเวลานะคะก็คือนอนเยอะๆแล้วก็พยายามปรับเวลาให้ทันกับเวลาประเทศไทยนะคะส่วน EDG บอกว่าการทำสมาธิเป็นสิ่งที่สำคัญมากเพราะว่าสำหรับเขาเนี่ยเขาเป็นคนที่ขี้ประหม่าเพราะฉะนั้นต้องโฟกัสมากกว่าปกตินิดนึงค่ะใช่ไหมคะ
คำถามนี้ถามทีม Liquid ครับว่า
Oh, please. We need to ask Team Liquid the question.
ประเทศไทยไว้บ้างไหมครับแล้วก็มีแผนว่าจะ
Please. Give me one more.
ขออีกรอบได้ไหมคะ
ครับก็เพื่อนร่วมทีมเคโกะได้บอกอะไรเกี่ยวกับประเทศไทยกับเพื่อนร่วมทีมบ้างไหมครับแล้วก็มีแผนว่าจะไปทำอะไรกันบ้างหรือเปล่า
This is a question for Team Liquid that you have Keiko. Is he telling you anything about Thailand? Fun fact
okay.
about Thailand?
Yeah.
And do you guys have any plans together?
I mean, he's here right now.
Oh,
actually.
Kiko's.
You want him to answer?
เขาอยู่ข้างหลังนะคะ
Overall, yeah, he is showing us everything. He's saying us what should we eat, what we shouldn't eat.
Oh, that's
where
good.
Should we go? What should we watch? All of that. So he's taking care of us this time. That's very cool. We do have plans, but let's see how the tournament is gonna go because there is a lot of matches in a row matches. So we didn't have a day off yet. We didn't have time to explore. Only the first day they went to see something. And yeah, that was the only our
They went, implying that he did not.
He's taking good care of us basically.
Yeah.
ค่ะก็ทางเคโกะเองก็บอกว่าอะไรที่ควรกินอะไรไม่ควรกินอะไรคนที่ลองชิมหรือว่าไม่ควรไปยุ่งนะคะแต่ว่าทั้งหมดแล้วเนี่ยก็คือดูแลทีมเป็นอย่างดีนะคะตอนนี้ทางทีมยังไม่มีแผนที่จะไปเที่ยวที่ไหนเพราะอยากที่จะโฟกัสกับการแข่งขันก่อนนะคะแล้วก็เพิ่งมาได้
I like that they have their names on the front. I like that.
เขาดูแลทีมเป็นอย่างดีจริงๆค่ะ
Thank you.
There he
Hello
is.
guys, I'm Solera via.gg. My question will be to
Just chilling.
both teams, but I would like to ask first Team Liquid and Nuts. Добрый день.
Добрый.
Добро пожаловать в Bangkok, Team Liquid. So my question is, it's somewhat poetic that both of your teams are facing each other. There are obviously a lot of narratives.
How does the
between
system
Team
work?
Liquid and
We just all
EDG.
like raise our hand or submit questions, and then
I
they
would like to compare your
just
kickoff
moderate.
run, like both teams did an impressive lower bracket run, and then there was some point, like at first you were not performing as well, and then something happened. Match against food, probably. So I would like to ask both teams, what was that moment that changed it for you during kickoff and allowed you to qualify for the international event?
Oh, a little long-winded, but okay.
Should I start or you will translate this?
You can start and then we'll translate after.
Okay, so yeah, that was a good part from us, and I think that's mostly how you see how
Yeah, I kinda want a Red
difference
Bull.
between the teams. Some teams don't
The marketing's
reply on
working.
that kind of challenges, on that kind of mistakes in the proper way. I think we got lucky and we had a lot of good direction in terms of, especially as you mentioned after the footballist game, we took a right approach. Every one of us, not just some of us, every one of us as a team took a right approach, and we decided how we're gonna beat that lower bracket run. Everyone was very motivated. Everyone had a dream, especially Keiko. That was his dream. So that's why he was performing very well. So, but yeah, we find something after the foot game that helped us a lot. Let's see how we're going to be on the Masters Bangkok right now.
Thank you.
两位选手都可以回答这个问题啊。那可能在起点赛的时候，不管是 Team Liquid 还是 ADG，你们可能都先跌入了败者组，但是可能从这个节点之后，就会发现你们其实是打出了之后。
They don't tell you ahead of time.
打出了非常
So that's why
精彩的
Ravish earlier missed
那
his
想知
turn.
道是怎样的一个节点或者怎样的一个时刻。
And yeah, Red Bull's very particular about how the cans need to be placed. I think generally they actually need to have the can open, and then if you've ever drank Red Bull, you know that the tab actually has logos as well, and that needs
some obstacles, maybe like a really cold water like 30 you. Sometimes it's a good thing for you to adjust yourself.
That's a great
Kong Kong's like, what you talking about?
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a couple of questions from the remote media. Let's go to End Poem.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so this question is for Nats. I will go with ask you in Chinese first and then translate it to English. 这里是萌娘百科无畏圈编辑组。然后这个问题给到 Nats 选手。Nats 选手。
Yeah, sponsorships all have very specific things. I guess maybe for press conference they just need product placement. It doesn't need to look like you're drinking
那
it.
么在这个转变的过程中，有没有哪些不适应的地方 ？So Nats, your position changed from flex to in-game leader during the roster change. So was there anything you found difficult to adapt during this transition? Thank you.
I mean, a lot of not even difficult. I call it challenges, and the challenges that I like to face. Maybe that's something that I was missing for the past years. That's good. That's the challenges that I face is first of all how should we lead the team with me and the coach? How should I lead the boys in the game, not just in terms of IGLing to say how they're gonna do in some kind of strats, but overall the mental preparation, approach, preparation of everything overall. And that's the challenges that I like to face. And I'm not gonna say it's difficult, just a lot of different challenges, every single direction, in-game related, outside of the game related. I just enjoy it, and that's it.
Thank you.
We'll take a question next from Alejandro Sanchez.
One more chance, please.
Would you like to unmute your mic? All right.
Nice.
Let's go then to Arnab.
No.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi guys, hi Nats, hi Patrick, Chichu and Kangkang. First of all, congrats on qualifying. Excited to see you guys on the stage. My question is actually for both the teams and whoever is open to it.
Stop asking both teams.
Nats
already throws it to Patatech.
The first part of the question would be for Nats. I
it's for
remember
Nats.
talking to you and you were talking about how the best of 5 series will be the first time you'll be IGLing and you're excited
Denied.
about. So I want to know
Oh,
your
man.
experience, how it has been to best of 5 series back to back. And we were talking about your pleasure and pains of being an IGL. But now you will be facing against the world champions. They have the title to defend in Masters Bangkok as well. How do you look into that challenge? And same goes for the EDG guys. Being a new IGL, this Nats, but a veteran player, do you think that gives a sort of, I'll say, ease for your matchup against them? What are your thoughts on that? Thank you.
So about the first question about the best of 5, it felt very good. I mean, the first best of 5, we played only 3 maps, and 3 maps went pretty fast. So But if we're talking about the second best of 5 against the Vitality, the 5 maps that we played, it was a bit exhausting, to be honest. As a player,
Yeah, I
wasn't,
can imagine.
feeling that
IGL only
before,
a
but
BO5.
as IGL, that actually was interesting for me because I need to think for the whole 5 maps, and as I was saying you before about not just IGL part, also thinking about how the boys feel, how I feel, and all of that.
The first question was about
That was a
BO5s.
good
The
experience.
second was about, I
and
think,
I
IGLing
like that
against EDG.
experience. And touching about the preparation for the EDG, the preparation will be the same as for the every team. This is international event. The only thing that everyone is gonna face is the different playstyles and especially the different agents. So the Tejo came to the meta, and not every region is.
That is an
using the
advantage that
agent
the
in
Chinese
same
teams
way.
have.
That's why it will be interesting how the meta
Not so
is
much that they can practice
gonna be
more,
in this tournament,
but
every
there's a
team will
question
need to
mark
be adapting.
of
They'll
whether
need to
they're
adapt
changing
some
comps or
kind
not.
to our playstyle. We'll
I mean,
need to
everyone else
adapt to
can
their
too,
playstyle in
but
some terms.
you know.
So that will be interesting.
Thank you. We'll take a question from Alan.
Excuse me.
Do you want an answer from EDG?
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, my question for them was that given that Nats will be IGLing for the first time in an international event, and they have the
Their
experience
thoughts
and they're
of
the
Nats.
defending champions of the game, how this matchup is for them? Is that an easy win, or how they look up for the upcoming matchup?
No map pool changes for this event.
这个问题是想要问到 EDG 的。那现在这一次面对到 Team Liquid 嘛，这一次 Nats 也是作为了队内的指挥位。然后这一次面对到他们会有怎么样的期待呢？尤其是在这种转变之下，看到他们其实在自己赛区起点赛也是完成的。
No, I think Alan is remote. I think Alan's remote as well. I see him in the call. Kangkang's like, Chichu, answer some damn questions.
因为他们每一场比赛其实我都看了嘛，然后不管是直播还是录像，我都有看。然后我觉得就是他们的风格转变了。
Kangkang's like, I can't with this guy.
就是他们现在很激进，然后也打得很细腻，所以说我觉得是个很强大的对手吧。然后主要就是感觉就是整体他们的风格现在会让我们
So funny.
需要去适当的减缓我们自己的节奏，而不让自己去陷入他们的节奏。我觉得这是我们需要运用的一些方法，去跟他们比拼吧。
I have to say, every match of Team Liquid, I have watched every match of them. Like no matter stream or what, I feel like their play style have changed a lot. One side,
Super
on
fan.
one hand, they are aggressive. They played aggressive, but in other hand, they're just did so well detailedly. I feel they are a really powerful opponent to face against. And also to face against with them, we have to slow down our pace, and we're gonna try our best.
Thank you, both the teams, and looking forward to your matchup, as I said before, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take 2 more questions. Alan, get ready. You're going to close us out at the end, but we'll take the question from the room first.
Oh! Alan has good questions, though.
ถามเกี่ยวกับเรื่อง hate speech ที่ต้องเจอแล้วก็ความกดดันจากสิ่งรอบตัวว่ามีวิธีรับมือยังไงแล้วก็มีอะไรอยากฝากบอกกับแฟนๆชาวจีนที่เชียร์พวกเขาอยู่ครับ
ขอ repeat คำถามแรกหน่อยได้ไหมคะ
ครับ
I got wrecked. Alan's too good.
มือยังไงกับ hate speech ที่ต้องเจอแล้วก็
Maybe it's because I called Yemi a tutorial earlier.
This question is for Kangkang.
Maybe the moderator was like, this dude's about to flame Liquid.
Hate speech or negative comments. And if you have anything to say to the Thai fans.
这个问题想问到康康选手，其实
I know the moderator as well.
比较有批评
Known him for a long
建议
time.
的一些评论的时候，你是如何去看待的呢？那以及有没有什么话是想要传递给来自泰国的粉丝的呢？
No, I think this is the most tired-looking interview,
批
actually.
评性的言论其实太多了，所以
Maybe the first one a little
还
bit.
是始终贯彻一点，就是你爱我就继续爱，不爱你恨我就继续恨吧啊。然后想对泰国的粉丝说，谢谢你们一直以来支持，我们会更努力的。
So I have to say those toxic comments, there was too much. I have to say that just one thing I wanna claim is that if you love me, keep loving me. If you hate me, just hate me. I feel like to all the Thai fans, I want to say that thank you for your supporting, and we're gonna try our best and bring the best of us in this Master Bangkok.
ค่ะก็สำหรับคังก็คือเขาชิลไม่ค่อยสนใจเท่าไหร่ก็ใครอยากที่
Good.
จะรักเขาก็
Good
รัก
answer.
เขาถ้าใครที่ไม่อยากจะรักเขาก็
Chobra
ก็
from
ไม่เป็นไร
USA would have given me more
ส
chances.
วรรค์
Yeah.
ฝาก
No, I gotta pick and choose my nationality carefully, chat.
อยากให้มาดูแล้วก็ขอบคุณสำหรับทุกแรงเชียร์ค่ะ
Thank you. And the last question is going to come from Alan. Go ahead, Alan.
Okay, thank you. So this is question goes to Partech. Hi, Partech.
Hello.
Hi, send some love from China. So I remember that from the loser final when you sweep 3-0 through Heretics and winning the slots into this event. I remember there was a scene in the stream where you when the game ends, when the whole match ends, and you seems like really relief, lying back on your chair, and similar. It seems like you have something like praying or a lot of thoughts in your head. Can you give us a little bit flashback? What are your thoughts back then?
Good question.
What are you thinking? What are
A little
your
dated,
emotions
but good
back then?
question.
Thank you.
At the time that we beat Heretics 0, I mean, for me, it was kind of surreal at the moment because I really wanted to play against them and I really wanted to win. But for me personally, I knew that it's going to be a tough match, which it wasn't. But in my head, I was
Which it
making
wasn't.
scenarios that it's going to be like a really hard game or they're going to smash us, you know. So that game really mattered for me because, as everyone knows, I was playing with them for a lot of tournaments and for a lot of time, and we kind of bonded together really well. So I really wanted to prove to them that me being in Team Liquid, we still have a chance of beating them, which at the time I thought that they are the best team in the world, besides CDG, like second. So for me, it was a really important game, and the thing that I did that, like, I looked up the sky, I mean, at the roof, it was a huge sign of relief because for me, it proved that Team Liquid is a team that can qualify to international events, and that is an indicator that we can become a best team in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So that was on one side of the relief, and the second relief was that I just beat Heretics 3-0 to qualify to Masters Bangkok, which I didn't think would be possible, but it was. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Team Liquid.
Thank you.
EDG, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Aw.
This will conclude the final pre-event press conference, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. For those of you joining us online and in the room, thank you so much for your questions.
GG. GG, chat. GG. Oh man, Chichu, he's sitting so close to nets. Oh, he can't handle it. All right. GG. How do I sign off on Zoom chat? Leave the meeting. All right. Okay. All right. Closed all of that. Yeah, that was the last one. John Olsen. That's not actually John Olsen. Surely not. No, the pre-event's always been pretty good. And today I think generally had some good questions. I do like the reason I like Alan's questions, and generally I think Chinese casters in general are pretty good about this, both in League and Valorant. And I think they do. I think they actually focus on making sure they hire casters who have a good mind for this, where like they know how to draw out the story like from the game, right? Like not just like their own narratives or whatever. And I think that's something that we miss out on a lot in casting in general in esports. And I think the Chinese are generally very good about that. Well, no, I mean, yeah, I guess it's easy to summarize it as color commentary, but what I mean is just like not missing out on opportunities or like making opportunities, right? Because sometimes it's not just color commentary, it's like how you open the show, it's how the host opens the show, it's how you close out the match, it's how you introduce the fifth map, you know, whatever else. You know, sometimes it's maybe a certain play that happened and then you talk about, you know, whatever. You know, even things like, for instance, a good example would be like Yinsu's question to the two, I almost said the two meteors, the two ISOs. Like that's another story point, right? And obviously Yinsu kind of asked it in a playful way, which I think was appropriate for the situation. But now when the match happens, right, there's something where you can start to build that as a story, though it's a stat, right? You can turn stats into stories as well, rather than just rattling off the stat. You can turn analysis into stories rather than just the analysis. And that's something I had hoped to accomplish eventually while casting, and maybe in the future I'll still get another chance. But the problem becomes in that you need to have both, or, you know, in some cases all three people in on it. Like you all need to be pretty in on it and very knowledgeable across everything. They do 3 casters in a match. China doesn't do that though, do they? Maybe they did for the finals and stuff. I know for VCT China, they usually didn't last year, and they definitely didn't this year. Maybe they did for like the big ones. Korea has always done 3, but then they reduced it to 2 this year, probably out of cost. Yeah. Rather than just like, basically, esports is very good at picking off the low-hanging fruit when it comes to story. Like, haha, they trash talked you. You know that, or like, you know, some of the more obvious ones. But I think there's like more you can contextualize it. And then there's also the difference between like having good one-liners versus like telling a good story, right? It's a very big difference. But again, like there's so many things, and when Valorant's hard because there's so many things you need to cover. Yeah, the press conference has just ended. Yeah, but like what I wanted to do, what I want to eventually do, and I still think you know, if I'm ever given more chances, like I would be able to do it at some point, because I don't think a lot of people are necessarily focusing on that. It's just like being able to tell a story through the actual in-game analysis, right? And when I say analysis, I don't mean stats. I don't mean like you have 100% win rate in your ISO ultimates. Oh man, like is he gonna win again? Like that's not a story. It's just a cool thing. You know what I mean? But, you know, about a team's style and their, you know, this change. Why did they change this? Their comp changed. Why did they change that? Is it because of this event, or is it because of something that happened in their previous matches? Is it because of their opponent? And what does that mean, right? Does that mean they're giving a lot of respect to that? Is that whatever else, et cetera, et cetera? So there's a lot more that can be done there. The problem with that is that's not something you can do on your own, because there needs to be a good understanding from your co-caster about the game on a strategic level, because they need to be able to pick up and also somewhat set you up for that, right? And also you kind of need to have similar ideas. You don't have to agree, but you need to agree on the topic. And I think that's I don't think there's enough casters that are good at portraying that. I'm not going to say that there aren't enough casters that are working on it, because I'm sure everyone's working on it, but I don't think but I think everyone gets caught up. I think it's very easy, and me too, like I've gotten caught up on the surface things as well, right? Like, is my analysis correct? And you know, whatever else. But yeah, like Brenshow, and that's why chemistry is so important. I think Brenshow does a lot of good chemistry, and Brenshow's, I think, the closest to what I would want. Pansy and Hypok was a little bit different. Obviously a great duo, not necessarily the style I was striving for per se, I would argue that out of the current duos, Brenshaw is the closest to what I think it needs to be achieved, but I think there's more to be done. Yeah, and the thing is there's a way to do this where then you can do even deeper analysis without making it too hardcore, and then you create a good cycle back and forth between the commentary. But it's hard because then you need to have your co-caster to be on the same page, right? And not everyone focuses on the same things. Not everyone is on the same page. Not everyone necessarily agrees. But the agreement part is like sometimes like Brenshaw, they disagree on stuff, and like they know how to play that up as a good story. That's the other part, is that you can disagree, but you can't like outright say, well, I don't think so, because that kills the vibe and it kills the conversation. But like Brenshaw they've now done it for long enough together where they've built up a system where they know how to bounce things off of each other even if you disagree, right? And Terra and Kickstar were also very good. Yeah. Yep. I would agree. I should be paired with someone unhinged. Who's unhinged? You mean like Bren? Because I don't think I could ever cast properly with Bren. Yeah, like yes and. But it's, I mean, there's so many layers to this chat. Casting is hard. Casting is hard. Mimi and Chobra. That is... See, the thing is with Achilles, I think whenever I cast with Achilles, we do fine, but it's very different because Achilles is very good at what he does. So obviously I don't ever want to encroach on that. And it works well with Paper Thin. It works well between them because Achilles has a very dominant way of storytelling. Like he how do I put this? Like he's not a thread that narrates like in between, right? He's like the storyteller, but he's very good at it. And so I think that should shine, right? Which is, again, where different styles come through. Whereas the style that I'm looking for is very much more kind of like, I would also need a lot more time and like a lot more back and forth. But that's also hard. Sometimes I think the way Seth casts is actually better for Valorant just because it makes things cleaner, or it's safer, I guess. It's easier to mix and match. But yes, I would agree. For instance, like Achilles and I, oftentimes when we talk about the game, like we look at very similar things. We agree on the focal points of the game. We agree on what's important or what's not. We might not agree on whether we like it or not in terms of style. But therefore, sometimes when I toss an idea out, like Seth picks up on what I'm trying to say right away, and then he'll thread that into it. Or if he, is telling a story, I try to find analytical points that fit the story he's threading, right? Yeah, but also Achilles' like greatest strength is obviously overall like delivery, both in terms of voice and verbiage. Like his storytelling for the DRX victory was very, very good. It just goes to show that his mind for movies and books that's where it shines. But he also has good vocal delivery, so. Yeah. But like in all straight up honesty, obviously, he casts with Paper Thin, but in all straight up honesty, do I think like, have I ever thought that Seth and I could also be a great duo? I mean, I think just because we're both professional, we could have worked around it, but by nature, do I think we're a great fit? Probably not. You know what I mean? Do I think we work fine? Sure. I mean, yes, 100%. But, and obviously, I mean, I think it's almost impossible to like find someone off the rip and be like, we're a great fit. Like, that's just not going to happen. I'm pretty sure Brenshaw felt that they weren't a great fit in the beginning too. So obviously it comes with time as well. But like Seth and Clinton work out pretty well because Clinton does a lot more like stats and number based analysis and like after the fact explanation type analysis. So they the pattern kind of fits. You know what I mean? But Achilles and I, like, we've never sat down and discussed it, but I think both of us, without talking too much about it, started to learn how to work around each other's style a little bit over the course of the years whenever we did have to cast together. And it, you know, it worked out okay. The other thing is like, I'm happy to not be the hard analysis guy. And then, because, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm in a position where I can fill either role in what I think is a dream scenario. I just need to know which role I'm filling so I can work on it. I think that was one of the things that I used to have trouble. And it's feedback I've given to Riot several times where I'm like, you know, sometimes I get feedback on like, I think you should focus on this, or I think you should work on this, or I think this is more needed on the broadcast. And I'm like, I can do that. But like, if I'm switching co-casters every week, I mean, I'm trying to not light the whole thing on fire. You know what I mean? Like, and because of my experience over the years in casting and producing, my bigger goal is to make sure nobody's looking bad and the whole show isn't falling apart. And not to say that it's like always falling apart, but what I'm trying to say is I'm more if I'm just constantly changing co-casters, I'm more concerned about raising the average rather than the peak, if that makes sense. Because I've done casts where I've just focused on raising the peak and I feel good on what I've done. But if I monitor it, it wasn't a good broadcast. And the viewers might not know. They might not know. But I would argue it wasn't a good broadcast. You know? And like, you know, that, I mean, if I wanted to be selfish, sure, that can work for the short term. But I don't think that really pushes the overall scene, if that makes sense. Yeah, like I've always imagined, like Wyatt's someone I've always imagined. Obviously now he's casting regularly, but Wyatt's a person I've always imagined like that'd be worth the shot. It'd be fun. Komodo is another guy that, well, also just because I've had a chance to chat with Komodo, right, when we were both in Bangkok. But obviously, you know, he's a pretty fixed pair with Conky, but he's another person where I've thought like, okay, the way we think about the game kind of complements each other. The things we get excited about complement each other. Things like that. Now the flip side of that is like, so then if I think I could gel well with Komodo, or it would be fun to try, what about Conky? But the thing is, I think Conky would just fit fine with anybody. You know what I mean? Like there's not, like, the way he hypes up things doesn't rely on the information brought in from the color commentary. So, that's that. Yeah, like Pansy, I mean, sure. It's just, you know, I'm not in EMEA. She's not in Pacific. You know, actually, Kakuka, I've actually really enjoyed Kakuka's commentary during kickoff. I think Kakuka's commentary during kickoff with Pansy was actually quite awesome. The times she's done it before, I always thought it was fine, but I didn't think it necessarily shined. And I thought she always did very well on the desk as well. But I think, you know, in the past it was always like I felt like, she was kind of casting like she was on the desk, which, again, not a bad thing. It's just like a habit thing. But this time I was like, she's like found her own casting like voice. And also obviously Pansy's very good at setting up her co-casters. See, the thing is I think what Pansy does really well is Pansy's really good at setting up her co-casters without sacrificing her strengths. Whereas I think that's the part that I lack a little bit, in that I'm very confident in setting up my like co-talents in any situation, whether it's desk, casting, whatever. But again, in a way where it's like for the better average. And sometimes in the midst of that, like I lose out on my strengths. So. Oh, I mean, Minnie obviously has a lot of work to do on the broadcasting part, but I have no concern that like he's aware and working on it. It already has gotten better. But I think obviously the information he brings and the style he has is good. It's really for Mini, it's really just the technical aspect, which that, you know, comes with time. And then also, given his reputation, it doesn't have to be as good as some other people, right? When it comes to like voice and things like that. It just has to, you know, be above a certain minimum. So I think Mini, I hope to see him do more. I think it could be fun. Ray, you mean for CS? I mean, yeah, that's, yeah. I mean, the other thing about Pansy, though, is that she has a very distinct style, and sometimes some people love it, some people hate it, and that's fine, too, but that's the whole beauty of it. It's very hard to have someone that's, like, for everybody. No, we're not doing a caster tier list. I'm strictly talking about people who I've imagined could be fun to try a cast with. You know, where I think like it might be worth exploring. But yeah, it is what it is. All right, so what are we doing now? What we're gonna do now, chat, is my players to watch. I think I might just record that at night, chat. It's not a long one. I'm just gonna talk about 4 players, you know, like Hyunmin, and talk about why I'm excited to watch them at an international, things like that. Yeah, we might just chill at PoE 2. What I wanted to do, chat, was actually I want to play this event league for PoE 1, but I've never really played PoE 1, so I don't know really what I'm looking at. But maybe I'll go through and take ideas on what ascendancy to start. I have a pretty strong idea of what I want to start with, though. I've been meaning to ask. I want to start networking across SCA for cast work because I start beginning trialing for stuff. Are there some good resources I could use? Yeah, you can send me a DM, but I don't know if I would be helpful on the SCA front. I mean, PoE2 is great. I still, anytime I have like free time, I boot it up. Even if I like just do only like one map or like a little bit of a level. Been having a lot of fun with it. Is my chat interface updating? Yeah, it is. There's the 4 other members. Well, see, that's the other thing, is that I wanted to kind of make it fair and talk about 4 players, 1 from each region. But it's a little tough for like America. You know what? It was surprising because for Americas, I don't think there's really any like hidden gems per se. They're all pretty known players. Obviously, Narrate is relatively newer, but he had a big breakthrough at a global level, I think, by being, you know, with his performance on KC last year. You know, Jogmo's not new. Like originally I meant it more as like a players that their fans or like that region might be big on, or maybe even they weren't, but like I'm seeing things that I'm excited about. So like Kix is like right at the edge of that line where he's not new, but he wasn't ever like the talk of the town for the global fan base, right? I think Hyunmin's obviously new. And I mean, same with China, I guess. There's nobody new, but people keep ignoring China, so it's always fun to talk about China. But probably I'll highlight, not going to tell you because you're going to have to watch the YouTube video, chat. That's right. That's right. No freebies. No freebies for the live stream enjoyers. What's my main class? My main class, my highest level is a witch hunter. But I've wanted to try all the other classes. I haven't done any of the pinnacle bosses, but I've wanted to try classes more because like pinnacle bosses and stuff, I can do that once the full game releases anyway. So I have a Titan that's like level 70-ish, and then maybe 75. And then right now I'm working on a Chronomancer that's like level 71. And I want to get a little bit of a higher level to get my 3rd ascendancy, because the way I'm playing is I keep getting drawn to making these classes I can just tank hits, which is like not good for doing ascendancy trials. So it's really rough. Content creator Chobra stuff. If only Wolves had qualified everyone. That's true. That's true. They'd be the talk of the town. There's no doubt about that. There is no doubt about that. Let me change my title and such on YouTube so people don't get baited. Also, if you haven't, you guys should check out my newest video on YouTube. I think so on that note, chat, I think what I will do is for this Masters, I don't think I'm going to do a What Would Chobra Do. I do want to bring that series back for future internationals, but for this one, I think I want to focus on the watch parties and then see if I can try to do these kind of narrative recaps, like not per match because that's insane, but for the Pacific teams, like maybe Swiss stage, and then if there's a team for playoffs, like one for playoffs, something like that. Freeze Mage, right on. Right on, right on. Yeah, I'm doing a Fire Chronomancer. Oh, yeah, let's talk about the rosters. Yeah, Talon. Yeah, I said I'd talk about Talon, and we haven't. Give me 1 second. Let me just update this. And let me run some ads real quick. Let me go to the bathroom. Let me get some coffee. And then we'll be good to go. How's that sound, chat? That sounds great. Thanks for watching the ads. Be right back. Chat, what has the chair been saying? I ended up not grabbing a coffee. I had to respond to a couple emails though. Oh. All right, so let's talk about, before I forget, let's talk about the Talon stuff. Wow, there's like a TikTok filter for pick'ems? What the heck? Let's see. So what's the latest thing? What's the latest thing with Talon? Hey, what's up, XCO? Is Mass Burger popular? Mass Burger? Moss Burger? I don't know about Mass Burger. Were there any other updates with Talon, or is it just the reports on what's it? Ban and Governor. So ban, gov, banned. Not banned, benched. They're banned forever. Ban and Governor. Ban and Governor benched. Okay, so we'll talk about Talon and then we'll talk about Gen G afterwards. When it comes to Talon, ban and gov. Okay, so what I was saying earlier was I do think ban and gov provide a lot more value than the stats tell. I do think so. But the other thing is that if your comms are also being not ideal because of these two players, right? And so I think it comes down to the fact that at some point, because one of the biggest troubles for Talon, and I've spoken about this multiple times on multiple occasions, is like unity and consistency. That's like their biggest weakness, right? It doesn't matter if a comp is crazy good cooked up. It doesn't matter if someone has a great entry. Like sometimes the follow-up's not there, the trade's not there, the understanding of the comp's not there, whatever it might be. And so the only reason I wouldn't be surprised is just because at some point, if this is the determining factor of your cap, maybe even if the overall peak might be higher, maybe you're just never going to break through the ceiling. And so you just need to break this wall down and settle for like this peak. You know what I mean? So I think it's unfortunate. I guess the best way to put it is I don't think Ban nor Governor was ever given a fair chance to perform on Talon. But the flip side argument could be that Jit Boys and I guess recently Primi was never technically given a fair chance because they had to comm in English, right? So there's so I think that goes both ways, and only people internally will know, like, where is the sacrifice harder, right? But I don't think Ban and Gov were ever really given a fair shot. Like, I think if you're a team, I think if you're another team and you have chance for trials and they apply, like, you absolutely give them another shot for trials. Yeah, because here's the thing is that when both of these players were allowed to individually perform, they both did. I mean, you know, did any of us think they were a top 3 player of Pacific? Probably not, but, you know, you don't need a roster full of those people to necessarily go to internationals. It helps, but you don't always... And, you know, that could be Primi and Jet Boys, right? But there's definitely a comms issue on this team. Like, whether it's language, whether it's style, whatever it is. Like, there's definitely a disjointment that shows up every couple games. And it's rough. It's unfortunate. And, you know, and maybe, I'm, again, speculating, but maybe the internal decision was, we just got to unify the in-game language. Like, that alone will just bring the floor up. Maybe the ceiling gets lower, but the floor gets higher. And it's like, okay, well, maybe that's what you need. Yeah, I don't have strong thoughts on Killa and Tai. Is that how we're reading their names? Like I've seen the performance and stats from Killa, and then I haven't watched much of Tai. But I mean, that sounds promising. Yeah, it does also seem like because Cruz I used to rate Cruz pretty highly as an IGL, and I haven't really seen that at all. Like end of last year and kickoff this year. So I'm not surprised if Frost is saying that. I'm not surprised that there was a lot of counter calling, which is rough. But having the language barrier between coaching staff and players is a bit more doable than in-game calling language. The real question is are you gonna understand their comms as a coach when you're watching their games? Because like scrims and stuff, yeah, with a translator, but it's rough. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what the coaching staff, like how that works. It's doable, it's just hard. It's doable, it's just tough. And then when it comes to Gen G, I mean, it sounds like it should be false, but who knows? But I think assuming Foxy9 gets benched, I think it's more of a matter of I think it's more a case of Solo, HSK, and Munchkin having a pretty strict or stubborn view of the game. I don't necessarily mean bad. It might not be bad. It might even be correct. But to me, if Foxy were to get benched, then to me the implication would be that these guys want to play Valorant a certain way, and I don't think Foxy9 fits that vision. I don't think he does. Obviously, then the question is, why'd you even pick him up? But because I think they had a little bit of exploration on how to utilize Foxy9 better, and you started to see some inklings, and it was going to be very different from the old Gen G style, which meant that you had to now work around that. And quite frankly, I agree with what Safe said. I think Valorant is becoming much more about how do you adapt to situations? Like, what's your protocols on adapting to situations and working with the options you have rather than just sets? And I think that's what Gen G was pretty good at. They just figured out a base set line for themselves that was a good starting point for all the different scenarios. So it's now, you know, do I think the only question I would have if this is the case would just be, okay, then why'd you even pick him up in the first place? Because I'm pretty sure the reasons why Foxy9 doesn't fit the old Gen G style was very apparent even when he was on DRX. So, like, you know, I would find it hard I'd be a little hard pressed to believe that they had no idea that this was going to be a problem in trials. So surely, initially, you had some idea of, and maybe it's simply we thought we could mold him. And maybe you're finding out you're wrong, but... Yeah, I mean, it could just be that nothing's official, so he's, you know, Foxy9's deflecting it for now. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, Tame for Pacific stuff is generally pretty reputable, so... But yeah, so... But I was telling one of the Korean fans earlier, I think if Foxy gets benched, no matter what, from the audience, it's going to be question marks. It's just going to be question marks, right? Unless you're bringing Meteor back, it's always just going to be like, huh? I thought he was looking better. Like, huh? And he showcased that mechanically he is not necessarily lacking. And to me, I thought when like Munchkin was working as a duo with Foxy, like you were starting to see ways to work around this. I really think so. Obviously, then there could also be like maybe internal comms and whatever else. Like, who knows? That we don't know. But there's no doubt that if this decision was made, it's gonna get question marks. But then it's up to Gen G to prove it. It's up to Gen G to say, nope, we had good reason, and here's why. And you know, and that's up to them. Foxy9 fits Nongshim the best? I don't think he does. I don't think he does. The thing is, Foxy, the thing about Foxy is, I will say, I do think Foxy needs to evolve at some point as a player. If he wants more shots at tier 1 teams. I think he's fine for now. But we're getting so many more self-sufficient players that are up and coming that you need to be. You don't need to be Meteor, but you need to be self-sufficient. And I think that was always the tough part with Foxy9. Like but that's partly on the teams. Like, you need to build a system that builds up, you know, the potential of player as well. So yeah, but I would agree. I think this would raise eyebrows, but it's up to them to prove it. But I can see reasons why they would want to do this. I just think that's, you know, why'd you even pick him up in the first place type of deal. But yeah, when he was on DRX, the conclusion was that he was always overextending. He was going too fast. But I don't think actually that's what it is. To me, I think it's that Foxy9 doesn't have a good brain for risk-reward evaluation. And to him, just fighting through it is always the answer, which is a very big solo queue mentality. And it might work in solo queue mentality because, quite frankly, it's just your mechanics that really carry you through for the most part. But at a team level, when everyone's firing and the other team's coordinated, that doesn't always work out, right? So that's when risk reward needs to be evaluated of, like, you know, the risk if I lose this fight, or like, you know, the worst case scenario here is still not that bad, or like, this is our only win con, so I have to do this, right? That type of beat. And I do think Foxy, therefore, as a duelist, I don't think we'll ever really see him come back to duelist. But Sentinel kind of has to have a similar balance if you want to be very, very valuable to the team. Otherwise, you're just kind of a replaceable Sentinel. If you only just have good aim, you're just a replaceable Sentinel. You know, you got to have like good lurk timings. You got to have a good read on the situation for like, when do I Hail Mary versus not, right? Things like that. And I think that's very tough. But yeah, we'll see, man. But like, I'm not surprised if Gen G want to make changes. I just think it's kind of a... I mean, shouldn't you have known that these weren't going to be solvable problems within kickoff unless you changed your style? You know what I mean? Like, that's the question I have. And it's like, maybe they find someone else, and maybe that works out, and maybe that's proof enough. But to me, it's kind of like a... It's not so much I doubt the quality of, you know, the players, the IGL, or the coaching staff, but it's much more of a... Like, why didn't we think ahead about this, you know? Type of deal. Sure, but that's my point. Is that problem with Foxy9 leaving him alone and knowing you're getting, like, let's say, like a 7.5 out of 10 value? We knew Foxy wasn't that guy. He was never that guy on DRX. So I don't know why you would have thought that he was going to be that guy. You either had to make him that guy, which I think expecting to make him that guy within a month is almost disrespectful to Termy. Because if Termy couldn't mold him into the player that he wanted in a year and a half, good or bad, what makes you think you can do it in 2 months? Right? Because Termy's been pretty proven in molding players up to a certain playing level, right? And so then the only other option would have been, we're going to discover a new style because we think his mechanical skill is worth it. And if that's the case, like, you're giving up early, right? So to me, it's a kind of a, okay, either you guys thought, like, you were just, like, outright better than every other coach, well, aka Termy and Glow, and you thought you could, like, teach him to play your Valorant. And then but the other thing is, it's like, Solo has experience with that. He has experience with players that he thought he could coach, and they just weren't ever picking up what he was putting down. That was his whole 2 years at D plus Kia. So I feel like that would be hubris as well. You know what I mean? So it's just, yeah, like, I don't, you know, let's say they find another player that and it works out. It's like, I don't know if that would make me really believe in them as like as an org per se. Again, not necessarily doubting the individual potential. I rate, you know, HSK very highly. I'm starting to come around to Solo, you know, whatever, but Gen G pick up Ban? No, Ban had the same problem on T1. And I think also just the Korean culture probably doesn't work for Ban. Like the strict hierarchy and the harsh negative feedback. And I mean, Karon said he almost cried the first week or whatever when he joined Gen G. So I don't think Ban is really up for that. Granted, I don't know, maybe texture makes things different, but yeah, the thing is like, for instance, like Talon, timing wise, is not surprising because they technically made their changes at the end of last year, so it's not like it's just a one tournament thing. So Talon timing is not too shocking, but yeah. Oh yeah, maybe he did cry. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, Munchkin made him cry. Munchkin made a grown man who had been to the military cry. I don't think Ban's also military, ex-military, no? But anyway, I don't think Ban would fit Gen G, and I don't think he would want to be honest. I don't know. Maybe he would, but I don't think Ban to Gen G would work. I think you'd have the same problems. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, Margaret kind of is a miniature meteor. RB. I don't think RB's coming back. VLR can talk all they want, but I don't think RB's coming back. Well, Ban's Korean American. He was on T1 before. Yeah, off the top of my head, I mean, yeah, I don't know. The DRX and Gen G Academy Sentinels are both 16, so that doesn't work. I mean, the other option is you put Munchkin back on Sentinel, and then you know, which honestly I think works out fine for Munchkin too. You know what I mean? I think Munchkin, he plays like a Sentinel no matter what he's playing. He wants to lurk. He wants to create that extra opportunity. You know, so Munchkin back to Sentinel. But then, like, I don't know. But then who are you getting that can flex? You know? Saw that Yo Man was also not participating in the scrim. Just like, really? I mean, maybe they're just trying a bunch of different options. I don't know. I mean, they might also just be like mixed scrimming with Academy players. Who knows? Doubtful, but. Oh, no. I think either that or maybe he's ROTK or something. I'm pretty sure Ban has some experience in the American military system, no? Foxy on Tejo only mode. Yeah, but what happens when Tejo gets nerfed? Yeah, that's what that's what people were saying, Jonathan. I don't know much about Jaxi, so I don't know how that works out, but is Jaxi a flex player? Yeah, I think Ban was part of the American military, yeah. Dude, maybe they bring in Rain, the coach for Academy. They're coach for Academy. There's no way. Yeah, I mean, Munchkin Sentinel and another flex could work. It could. Dude, Xross's stonks are going up. Nongshim Xross, 17 years old. Stocks are going up. Flex player. Very talented, has a good mind for the game as far as I can tell. The stocks are going up. Jaxi used to play in T1 Academy with PKM Hyunmin, and then later he changed his name to Sasuke and played for SPF. Oh, that's who it is. And latest team was Reject in Japan Challengers. Gotcha. I remember Sasuke. Sasuke was pretty good. Zinx is underage. Give me 1 second. I think he played Jet in SPF. Yeah. He was the Jet. Yeah, he was the duelist. Sasuke was pretty. Yeah, he was one of the standouts. SPF wasn't very good. So then I guess he would be more of a flex / flash initiator. I mean, dude, that is rough for me or Foxy 9 though. But at a certain point though, you do have to wonder if like both Solo HSK and Termi Glow have a good rep. So well, Solo is Solo. It's just the Genji. Listen, I don't rate Solo's career on D+ Kia very highly. I'm willing to forgive it because it's his first time coaching, but I don't rate it very highly because, admittedly, he tried to tell them to play Valorant his way and it didn't work, so he wasn't good at coaching. Doesn't mean he's bad at Valorant. He might have good ideas, but he wasn't good at coaching when he was on D+ Kia. So, I don't rate that very highly, so it is just the Genji roster, and the Genji roster was all quite experienced other than Charon. HSK I give credit for just because the original idea behind the Genji 24 roster was, HSK putting the pieces together, so I rate that pretty highly. But aside from that, I mean, like, Termi and Glow have a good reputation of building rookies into, like, workable players and coachable players. So at a certain point, again, we're speculating, but if this is true, if Fox9 gets benched again for another up-and-coming, you know, player, you have to start to wonder if maybe Foxy9 just doesn't quite, like, if he's just meant to be a ranked demon, you know? If it happens. Like, some players are just, like, they just don't understand the team aspect of the game. They bring back Lakia. So, I mean, maybe. Because at a certain point, like, yes, I agree that the way DRX handled Foxy9, not giving him the experience, etc., when it's important, etc., etc., like, I get it. I don't like it. I didn't like it. I spoke against it then. But, you know, at a certain point, is it the player not being able to break that ceiling? You have to ask yourselves. But, you know. But we'll see. We'll see if it becomes official or not. Kidnap Lakia and force him to play. I mean, new talent's always exciting. I am curious about Yeoman as well. I have faith in Yeoman, but maybe, again, the style doesn't work out. It could also be that... Because Yeoman... I mean, listen, honestly, the more I just think about it, it's just that, like, it just feels like maybe Gen G thinks what they discovered and built in 24 is, like, the answer. And I think it's probably the closest we've gotten to, like, a golden standard of how to play Valorant. Like, the closest foundation. But are they being a bit stubborn and is a little too early to solidify yourself with that? Maybe. Because Yeoman doesn't play like 24 Gen G either. He doesn't call like 24 Gen G. So there could also be that where he's just not quite picking up what they're putting down. Chat, I am so hungry. I only ate that one bowl of cereal earlier. But I don't know if we're going out for dinner today or not. Because we were talking about it yesterday. My wife ends work like around dinner time. And so we talked about potentially meeting up in the middle for dinner, but... And then we both fell asleep. Now I just don't remember. I don't remember what the conclusion was. Dude, TMV should low-key start a chicken nugget chain. Would be a banger. Low-key, they probably want Estrella. What? I mean, Estrella's great. I mean, I can see that. I can see that. I can see that they would want him. I don't know if... I don't know if that would be successful. And also, he was... But he's been doing fine and well on RRQ. So I think... But also, that's like a... Again, but like to me, it's just like a whole thing of... Like, it just makes me question Gen G's decision-making process. Because it's like, let's say you wanted Estrella. But he's under contract anyway. So if you're going to have to go through, let's say, if you have to try to find a negotiation anyway, couldn't you have done that in the offseason? You know what I mean? Like, to me, it's just like a, why did you pick up Yeoman and Foxy if there are changes? If the vision wasn't, we're going to adapt and build a new Gen G, then like... Oh yeah, Estrella was on Valtour. I haven't seen that yet. Because it sounds like he talked about F4Q a little bit there as well. But I just think if that is the case, like every part of that to me is like, couldn't you guys have thought this through earlier? You know what I mean? Like, it's not about whether it's a good fit for Gen G or not. But also, let's say that's the case. I mean, if you're RQ, do you even ever... I mean, I guess there's probably a fixed buyout price. But outside of that, do you ever come to an agreement? Because then you'd have to find a new IGL. Unless you're going to make Cushy an IGL, which... I don't know. because IGLs don't grow on trees. I do think Estrella really, I think Estrella called quite well. But there is always that thing with Estrella as well, is the language. And I'm not saying Estrella, as far as I know, puts in the work to like get more comfortable with English, and he was already okay at it. But you can definitely still see moments where it's slow. The calls are slow. And that's just an unfortunate side effect of that. What are your thoughts if they don't get anyone? How motivated would Yeoman and Foxy be after being subbed out during these trials? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, that's the other thing, is that, like, if you're just blatantly doing these, like, I mean, I guess it's better than hiding it away from them, but it's like, the thing is I think if it's a matter of like, they had a chance, let's say they had a chance to trial like an up-and-coming fragger. I think just given Korean culture and mindset, I think if, you know, Foxy and Yeoman could and should just get more motivated if they still return to the starting roster, let's say. But let's say if it was for like team style and comms, I mean, I don't know how you come back from that. I don't know how you say, hey, we're gonna try some other. I don't think this is working out, you know? That's like telling your girlfriend, I think we need to take a break, but you're not breaking up. And you're like, you know, let's like go out and meet more friends and stuff. And then you come back and you're like, actually, I still want to be dating with you. And it's like, do you though? It's kind of messed up, you know? Like, it's, yeah, like if I was Foxy and Yo Man, like as much as at the end of the day, like if I was their agent, I would just be like, hey, just do what you can to prove yourself and let's go to another team. Like, I think it'd be hard if it was like a team thing, you know? So, yeah, if that was the case, like now you kind of have to choose someone new if you are in fact benching them. But if you're not benching them, I don't know what you're even telling them, that you just want to pick up a sixth man. Hey, we just want a sixth man on the roster, like just in case, even though it's not required anymore. You know, nobody's benched, but like just in case. Yeah, and seventh man apparently. Like it's weird. There's so much talent in Tier 2 and APAC. Well, there's so much talent in Tier 2 and APAC, and there is quite a bit of talent in Korea, but a lot of the like growing talent in Korea is all underage. So yeah, I don't know. 6-man rosters. You know who can make 6-man rosters work? The T1 Academy coach. So Young, he can make 6-man rosters work. I mean, yeah, I think role sauce, whatever else, you know? But the thing is, it's like, I don't know what role Foxy would fit, quite frankly. I am curious. Obviously, like, I've never coached the guy, so I don't know how coachable he is. But I am curious what his coachable potential is. But again, the question is like, I mean, you should have known what you were getting, because ZRX held on to this guy for 2 years. Smokes? I was originally thinking about Smokes because I think for Sentinel he's always just a fine Sentinel, which again I think that's okay. You just have to work around it. Well, yeah, you also need to have the full team to be on board, and it gets all weird. But I do think Munchkin to Sentinel. But then again, like, is his calling still going to be as well on Sentinel? I mean, either way, though, like, Karon and, let's say, Yeoman stays on the roster. Yeoman would need to step up as, like, a secondary caller for sure. I don't know. That's true. Well, across the world, a lot. In Pacific, I guess so far it's just the two. Well, Zeta fired their coach, so released their coach. So I guess there's that. But overall, throughout the world, there's been a lot of changes. I mean, we'll see. We'll find out, chat. I'm curious. But I mean, if they're clearly scrimming without him, the rumor mill is just gonna get worse. So like, hopefully they know what they're doing. Bans Korean American. Yeah, let's talk about this team. What's going on with this team, chat? Chat, who are we less excited for? Who are we less excited for stage 1? Assuming no further changes. I'm a little hard pressed. Honestly. You're less excited for Zeta? They're waiting for February Oreo. January Jeremy, February Oreo. I don't know. Zeta, at least though, like you can cope that you're like excited for Shota's individual performance. You know what I mean? But Team Secret, like, what am I even excited for? Even Envy's not performing like he used to. Well, I'm not saying who's better. I'm just saying who do we think you have more things to get excited about. You could be a 12th place team and still be exciting. I honestly think Team Secret might be the less exciting team here. The more I think about it. I mean, I was so to be fair, I'm probably just coping with myself. I'm so disappointed by Zeta. How have they still not learned to change their overall understanding of Valorant, man? I don't know. Zeta's... Xavier K. Dude, Xavier K is pretty good. I think Xavier's a very good prospect for a lot of different teams. He's IGLing now too. I think Xavier's a pretty good prospect. Then you have all the DSG guys who probably don't have buyouts. Not to rip apart that team even more, but... Crazy Guy's out there. He's an IGL. I always thought his IGLing was pretty good. The thing is even Oreo was disappointing, man. Both Envy and Oreo were disappointing in kickoff. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that team. Do you think Paper X will get an AC for this season? I don't know. There's so many things that go into that. Like the chemistry, the team, the coaching staff, money, candidates. Do you think a Crazy Guy deserves a spot in a tier 1 team? Well, deserves is hard. But IGLs don't grow on trees. So I think he's a good prospect. It just depends on how much you either know or want to believe in all the drama for the Bleed roster last year. Right? But I assume the people who would even consider it would know better, so. But I think I don't ever look at Crazy Guy and I'm like, dude, I cannot believe he's not in tier 1. It's not so much that, but I do think he is a decent IGL, which is already hard to grow. So unless you're looking long term to like really develop IGLs, which by the way, I do think teams should start doing like now, especially if you have academy teams, right? Like I think Atan being on DRX Academy, going back to Academy and now IGLing is like really, really good and smart for both of them. But unless you're going for like a long-term plan and you're willing to just take the hits and losses for the next year or two and then come out big in 26 or 27, then I think Crazy Guy is absolutely someone you should consider at the very least. You should at least like trial for IGL and stuff. Yeah, Jeremy, I mean... Listen, I tried to spin Jeremy's inconsistencies into hopium last year, and it didn't pay off. And then this year, again, we tried. It didn't pay off. What are these rumors of Foxy 9 in reserve? Well, they're rumors that Foxy 9 is on reserve. Egoist, if he ever comes back. I do think Egoist deserved a better fair chance. You know, that much is true. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think Xavi, Crazy Guy are both like worth looking at for IGLs. They have big benefits. The thing about Crazy Guys is I would love to see him be more flexible with his agent pool. I think that would raise his value a ton. Either that or he's like fragging like crazy. Because these days, again, like the best IGLs are the best IGLs, and no one wants to, unless you're again trying to brew talent and looking long term. No one's trying to build a roster to get like 9th place, you know what I mean, or 8th place. Well, the thing about Jesse though is that like I think his calling is okay but outdated. I do think it's outdated. Yeah, maybe he's almost better as a fragger. Who knows? Who knows? Who'd be the ideal replacement for Genji if Foxy happens? I mean, I don't know. People, we're all speculating. The press conference has already happened. Yeah, I didn't change my Twitch title, huh? They'll be up on my VOD tab, on the live tab on YouTube once the stream ends. I don't know if I'll have time to download and cut it and upload it separately, but I'll make sure to change the title on the YouTube stream so you can find it easily. Or while I'm live, you can go to the YouTube one and rewind, obviously. Baiting to get viewers. What do you think about the Talon moves if you haven't covered it? I already covered it a little bit. I mean, yeah, the only thing I can think of is that you feel that raising the floor is now more important for your team, in which case a unified in-game language would be the first step. So if it happens, that's probably what it is, which is unfortunate because I don't think Ban and Governor ever really got fair chances either. I'm not saying that I think they're like, you know, top 2 in the world and they never got a shot. I'm just saying I don't think, you know, I think they have more to offer. I don't think they were built for success. Let's put it that way. I don't think Ban and Governor were set up for success. But then the counter argument can be said for like Jip Boys and Primmy's with language. So Primmy with language. So Wild Oreo better as a flex with Initiator? Could be. Could be. I mean, put Jeremy on Sentinel, man. Put Jeremy on Sentinel. Pick up a cracked duelist. Pick up Ja. Put him on duelist, perma duelist. Put Jeremy on Sentinel. Oreo as flex. Jesse Vash as coach. I don't know. Talon CGRS. That would be exciting, but didn't CGRS re-sign as a content creator with Paper X? I swear I saw that announcement. Did I dream it up? I might have dreamt it up. Any moves from any region that surprised you already? I mean, I think a lot of these are surprising just because they're so big. Yeah, I guess the NRG one is a little surprising. But again, that sounds like another case of decision was made from outside of stats, right? So, what are we writing? There. Well, TS aside, why aren't you casting Pacific anymore? Yeah, which I thought was surprising that it was all over the DRX video. Why was that? Why was that the topic of the DRX video? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know the reason I was given, but You know, there's always more to it than that, I think. Yeah, I guess, you know what? Natank is a good candidate for most surprising. Natank is a good candidate for most surprising. I think Natank is a good candidate. But chat, that just means we'll be watch partying all the time. It'll be fun. So, oh yeah, so for Masters Bangkok watch parties, because I think I'm gonna hop off here in a little bit. Isn't my handwriting wonderful, chat? I will be... So it starts tomorrow on the 20th. So 20, 21, and then no 22, 23, 24, and then is it 25 and 6 that are the breaks? And then like 27 through March 2nd or something, right? So 22 is the only one that I can't do. Because I have to fill in on the Korea broadcast. I have to go as a play-by-play / host. Ah! Didn't mean to do that. So I can't do... That would be what? Winners, I think, right? Should be the winners matches, I assume. Yeah, 1-0s. Oh, that's gonna be so hard to cast. Do you remember how everyone clowned on DRX when they got back Bane, calling the Pacific C9? Oh, I didn't know people went that far. If Vitality versus G2 happens today, who are you backing? Oh, that's so tough. It used to be G2. Probably G2 still. Probably G2 still. But I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I'm leaning to Vitality. We'll see how Vitality looks against T1. I hope T1 puts up a good fight. T1 plays at their peak. It should be an exciting match at the very least, but... Oh, you know what I wanted to do today, actually, chat? Was I wanted to check out, Avowed. Has anyone played Avowed? I don't have time for it. I don't have it installed either, but it's on Game Pass starting today, right? You know what? Let's do a map or two of PoE 2, because I'm never gonna get to play it otherwise. It's not a masterpiece, but it's a good RPG. What is it like? Is it like a Elder Scrolls type RPG? Is that what's going on there? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I watched a little bit of it. It did not speak to me, chat. So I definitely don't have any plans to buy it. Let's see here. I want Vitality to win, but I would accept that G2 is winning it all. Are we still all set that it's G2 or Vitality? Really? You guys think Pacific looks weakest? Okay, but how much of that is because of T1? Legitimately. Talon's tweet. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 combat is not enjoyable. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, it's like a very hard, it's like a simulation game, right? Avowed is just, it's kind of just a simple-minded RPG. I might check it. I mean, it's on Game Pass, so I might check it out. What's Talon's tweet? Talon Valorant or Talon? Oh, I only just saw this video they had with Primi and Frost for the capsule. What the heck? Talon Valorant signs Natty for VCT Pacific Stage 1. What? Shouldn't you also, like, not do this with an actual celebrity? Even as a joke? I mean, I guess everyone does it with Messi and everybody else, so... It's definitely not true. I think they're just memeing because everyone's like going through the rumor mill. Okay, level 4 maps. I need better items, chat, but this is solo self-found, so I need better defenses. I should really just... How are my craftables looking? Yeah, I can probably just raise this a bit. I don't like it, though, because it has the reduced requirements. It's a little unfortunate, but... Yeah, my res is, like, all over the place, too. My defenses suck. We got map tabs now, though. Isn't that cool? Except I don't have maps, apparently. Ooh, we don't want to do that with that. Level 69? We can actually probably just do it. Not fully sold on DRX? Okay, okay, DRX doubters. What is holding you back from having full faith on DRX? IRL Mario Kart. That's actually so funny. Dude, you know what's really funny? Oh my gosh. Is that, tell me if the game audio is too loud, by the way. Is that I dared to ride a motorcycle cab in Bangkok because I was like out of time. But I still can't imagine riding a tuk-tuk. Do you think a tuk-tuk is safer? Probably. Dude, these lions are just like headbutting me like crazy. What the heck? I also need a 35% move speed boot if I'm going to continue with this. Oh, I'm going to die. That was a lot of things at once. Oops. No, I know you meant it just for this specific tournament, but I guess I'm just wondering, like, what's holding people back from getting all hopium copium-y on DRX? It's a little loud. Okay, got it. Choking potential. That's fair. Oh, I lost the ritual on that. I'm also not getting any tablets. Also, the whole map being shared across your characters is so confusing to me. So solo self-found has one map, and then main has one map, I guess? Which is interesting. But I have so many towers that just don't have any... Actually, I don't think any of my towers have any tablets in them. Oh, these I guess do. Interesting. Yeah, they do, I guess. Yeah, I'm pretty big on the Hopium for DRX. Tuk-tuks are safer than any two-wheeler, but in a crash, neither are that much more survivable. Yeah, I guess that's the best way to put it. DRX's two biggest stars are unproven internationally. Fair, fair, fair. Okay, which one's the one that's... Okay, it's gone. Tuk-tuks flip over? Wait, how frequently? How frequently does this happen? Why are we okay with this? Also, chat. I'm like trying to read chat and I just keep dying. Because I'm not geared for what I need to be doing. This is not great. My XP's all gone. I should just craft level 4 maps. That's what I should do. Honestly, I am trying to figure out like how you're supposed to... I mean, I guess, yeah, I guess you just have to farm what's slightly lower in solo self-found, because you can't trade, which makes things a lot rougher than I thought they would, because I didn't trade for items that much until like much later.
Good eating.
Will you actually catch any of the matches in person? You mean like in Bangkok? Then the answer is no. Oh, look at all these failed maps that I have. I mean, I could have been going. Even Riot asked if I was applying for... When I applied for co-streaming, they were like, just so we're clear, you do mean remote, right? And I was like, yes. Yeah, it's close enough. Honestly, Bangkok was probably a good chance for me to try. But obviously, I'm like just starting with content and watch partying, and I didn't even think about like spending much like money to get there myself and whatnot. Dude, what the heck were those? I've never seen those enemies before. You will be streaming Wilds next week. Yes. Wilds next week, and then probably like before or after the matches this weekend, I'll probably stream PoE 1 as well with the event league. And then all the OG PoE players can laugh because I won't know what I'm doing. Superior advanced. Come on round, everybody. Yeah, everyone always talks about the tuk-tuks, but I guess I never rode one. The motorcycle cab was kind of crazy, though. But it was like purely out of necessity. But then what was scary was I was like, oh, this isn't too bad. And then I was like, this is why it's scary. Because now I think it's safe, and it's not. It's like, definitely not. Not the blood pool. I feel like every second seed team got their best matchup in Bangkok. T1 got aim duel, 7 got tail pill, Team Liquid got scrappy, and then T got structured ones. Is that their dream scenario though? Like, I wonder if it almost makes it worse. Like, it's not necessarily the one that you're strongest against, it's just the one that you also know, right? I mean, I think Team Liquid maybe is the only one where I would kind of agree. Let that finish off that guy. Chobra's Baldur's Gate 3 era is over. I don't know. I didn't uninstall it yet. It's not over until I uninstall a game. And I've uninstalled many games before completing them, so there is still potential. No. Don't write it off just yet. Wait, why are you not taking, like, any damage? What the hell? Wait, what do you have? Siphon Splash charges pure to... What the... Why are you so tanky? Why is this guy so tanky? Oh, now he's not. I think earlier he was like bugging out. The genocidal paladin. That game is just so long, though. I wasn't even like halfway through Act 2, no? This build's pretty fun just because it's kind of silly. But I actually think it has good potential if I can just, like, get the right build items. Ooh, thank you. More waystones. Thank you very much. Yeah, I wasn't very deep into Act 2. Like, we had just done the, like, the lair or whatever. Uh-oh. That was not where I want to be. There's way too many people. Oops. That missed. Dude, so many yellows. Cast on Ignite carrying me hard. Expert or oh, baddies. Oh, nice jump.
I must travel light.
Fine. Why did you just hear? That's my audio for when a unique item drops. All my item drop or all my non-norm basic item drops are Valorant sounds. Speaking of which, I should put that filter on Discord so people can use it. I keep forgetting, chat.
Time is not on our side.
Nope. Not great. Thank you.
What can I do for you? Time is not on our side.
Oh, now that we have map tabs, we can just control left click. That's so good. This is SSF. Yeah. That's why my items are a little struggling. Honestly, it does make it a bit more fun. I think it depends on what you want. Like if you want pure just like I want to achieve the craziness I built up. Like I know this build is good. Maybe I found it, maybe I built it, whatever, and I just want to achieve it and like go ham on enemies, then obviously you should play trade, but it's I don't know. I'm a little torn. Like do I think I would mainly end up always playing SSF or not? I'm a little torn. What the? That did not look like he was going to kill me. But because there is the excitement of like, ooh, I could sell this for X amount. Chat, I swear I don't die this much when I'm playing on my own. Otherwise, how would I have leveled up? I do need my... I need this, though. I need this to feel good and feel a lot tankier. Right now, the 8-second recoup is rough, but the basically for those who are wondering, I'm trying to play a recoup, flame burst, just walk around and blow myself up type Chronomancer. And then eventually, if I have enough defensive layers, I might even just give up on the rewind and go to the slows around me. But it's either that or time freeze. But getting this third one is tough because I already put myself into this build where I'm just blowing myself up while I'm getting hit because I'm working off of recoup as a defensive layer. But that's terrible for both the Ascendancy trials. So it's a little rough. So I have to be OP. Probably still, Sekimus is probably still the way to do it. Just get the right relics, but... Yeah, I mean, this is what Path of Exile is famous for, right? So this is your passive tree. PoE 1's is a bit more complex, I think. But once you get used to it pretty fast. So every class like has their starting node. And generally, the general direction is like where the more obvious nodes are going to be. So like a bunch of the shield and mace stuff, which is what warriors start with, is going to be in this section. And you can see them kind of in their same shape. Like this is an axe node. This is a mace node. You know, Witch Hunter starts this way. So any like crossbow based nodes are this way. Any element stuff is like top side and top right because it's monks and mages. And then you can search. It's, you know, you get by. So you can be like, how do where can I increase fire damage? Oh, like this has, oh, like extra fire pen. Cool. You know, like all this stuff has more fire damage. I did want this 15% increase. 15 seems big. Wait, do I have this on my Titan? I should. Oh, I gave up on Fire Titan. I also wanted to try that, but... Oh, I saw the picture between Nats and Chichu. Dude, is Nats tall or is Chichu small? Yeah, but it's pretty fun. Yeah, I wanna try to like complete my Chronomancer build before trying another one. I haven't tried any monks or the archers yet. The Pathfinders yet. And then Witch. I haven't tried the Witch either. Is this game actually fun? I love it, but it's an ARPG, right? So the way I describe it is at the end of the day, you need to enjoy picking up random loot and hoping you got what you wanted, and then working off of the dopamine hit when you got what you wanted. Now, the reason for why you want that could be different. Like maybe you're playing trade. Maybe you like just like being the richest character you can be. So you play on the trade server and you can trade items for goods, and you know, so you want to farm for like the most expensive items. Maybe that's why you farm. Or, you know, maybe you want like the most crazy OP item and you're just farming for like the perfect rolls. Maybe that's why. Or maybe you just want to try different builds, so you're constantly looking for new items. The reason can all be different, but at the core of it, like you have to just enjoy going into an area, farming up mobs, farming up bosses, etc. Now, PoE 2 is trying to build their endgame around like having more boss fights, etc. It's not quite where they want it to be, I think. Or the players don't feel like it's where they should want it to be. So there are boss fights, and the boss fights can be cool, etc. But you know, but usually why are you fighting bosses? To get cool drops, right? So it's like always about the RNG loot. So if you enjoy that, then yes. The controls are fun, the combat is fun for 2 specifically because it's WSD movement. 1 is point and click, so it depends on whether you're used to that or not. But yeah, I think, you know, if you enjoy that. But like if you're just like, let's say you saw a boss fight from somebody playing this game and you're like, ooh, like that seems cool, I love boss fights, and then you played the game, you would enjoy the campaign, but that would be it. Which you can do because on full release the game is planned to be free to play, but right now it's early access, so you have to pay to get in, or you know, win a key from somebody. Yeah, I mean, you can look at it one, like for me, a big part of it is also like build exploration and trying all the different classes, etc. And so if you have FOMO, it's rough because everyone's like, oh, like everyone's like, I've already done all my builds. And if you're on trade server, you're just like constantly buying items for new builds and trying them out and whatnot. Which is why I started trying out SSF characters, solo self-found, which means you just can't trade, so you only use the items you picked up. And that's but also if you're like, I can ignore the FOMO, then you know the game's not going anywhere. There's league resets on full release, but you know it's like once every 3 or 4 months or 6 months or whatever, so you just take it at your own pace and you try out different builds. There's always something new to try. Yeah, value is infinite, but at the core of it will always be I'm picking up random items and seeing if they work. You know, the crafting is RNG, like everything is RNG. So you need to enjoy that. You need to enjoy the hunt for that dopamine hit and then that one dopamine hit. If you find that annoying, then you will not like the genre. You might like parts of it, but you will not enjoy the game long term. So for you, I would argue, try it on full release because I think the campaign is fun. So maybe you can just enjoy the campaign and just let it be. That's fine. No, I agree. I mean, that's in theory, that's why I like SSF. But I guess a part of me is just like, in my head, I know this can be better, but I'm not finding it. But I just have to get more patient. Because I started with a non-solo self-found character. And eventually I started trading, which did... But that's why I started SSF. Because once I started trading, it was a matter of like... Oh. I just need to sell this to get that. And like, it is still exciting because it's like, ooh, I got something expensive. Like, I could sell it for like so many divines or whatever. But... You know, it is a way to just expedite the process, I guess. Yeah, but I find it fun. The combat's fun. The graphics are nice. I recommend this game. I do. But, like, don't get baited by the whole, like, ooh, the boss fights look cool in the campaign. Like, that's a very big plus for this game and is not the main aspect of the game. So, I would just keep that in mind. Cool. Chat, I think that's going to be it for today. We'll play more PoE over the weekend. I'm going to be trying PoE 1 for the first time with the event league. So if you've played PoE 1 and you want to come and give pointers or laugh, let me know. Because here's what I want to do, chat. Let me, here, give me 1 second. Because everyone's laughing at this one ascendancy in the event league. For those who don't know, there's going to be like a special event for Path of Exile 1 that's 1 month long where there's just like all new classes. And everyone's making fun of this one called Behemoth. Because... Oh, they changed stuff. Oh, no, they didn't, though. Where is it? Where is it again? Is it announcements? Is it here? No. Dude, where was it? More information? Uh-oh. Where are all the ascendancies? Oh, here we go. So Behemoth is one where you just can't use spells, and that gets rid of like 90% of the things that are like necessities. So I want to try it. I'm such a sucker for things that look bad. I'm such a sucker for things that look bad. Anytime someone's like, this agent is bad, I'm like, oh, that's my main agent for the next 3 months. This character is bad. Oh, there we go. This class sucks. Oh, I'm going to try and make this work. So I am, that is not why I like RRQ. Get out of here. So I'm, but in Korea, I don't know if in Korea, like for variety streamers that play just like bad indie games, they call themselves poop connoisseurs. So I am a bit of a poop connoisseur myself. But yeah, I think I'm going to try this class. Yeah, I didn't play PoE 1 at all, so we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, and like it might not be OP, but you know, I might find it fun, you know? So that's the plan. But obviously we'll be watch partying. So again, we'll be watch partying every day except for the 22nd. So the third day, the winners matches. But I'll be casting that on the Korean broadcast. So you can come check out the Korean broadcast, I guess. But otherwise, we'll be watch partying every day. So come hang out and chat. You know, analysis, fun, just having fun, whatever else. And yeah, I hate the meta. I do hate the meta. Meta's boring. And then in terms of like videos, again, I'm a little torn on do I want to do analysis or I think I want to try to do narrative videos for this Masters. And then if we have time, we'll do a little bit more. Oh, yeah. Let me know what the Mass Burger one is. You can put it up on this Discord as well. Maybe put it up on the food channel and check it out. Cool. That is going to be it. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed the press conference. I'll make sure to change the title on the YouTube stream so you can find it, because I don't know if I'll have time to download and re-upload it because I didn't record it locally because I'm dumb. And that'll be it. I'll see you guys tomorrow in just about 24 hours. 25 hours. That's when the first match starts. So 25 hours. See you here for the opening matches, which are... What are the opening matches? EDG Team Liquid DRX Sentinels is tomorrow. Let's freaking go. I'm going to be honest. I'm actually like not excited at all for EDG Team Liquid. But DRX Sentinels, man. That's going to be good. I think DRX Sentinels is going to be a banger. I think that's going to be a banger. No, EDG Team Liquid is... It's not going to be a banger. I feel like that's going to be a 2-0 one way or another, chat. I really do. I really do. All right. I'll leave you with that. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see here. Is anyone doing anything interesting? Not particularly. You guys can all go on your merry way. Figure out what you want to watch. Have fun with your own channels. No raids today. I'm just going to sign off. I'm really hungry, so I got to go. Yeah, I'm going to be on the Korean broadcast for the third day of Masters. Cool. I'll post that on Discord. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the new subs. And thanks for the super chats. Hope you all have a great rest of your day. And see you for the opening